His last memory was of the Thomas flare, 30,000 feet above the ground. If he were an observer, he would surely be amazed, but experiencing it firsthand, he felt as if his internal organs were about to be shaken out. The male and female passengers in the cabin screamed in unison, but their screams sounded so weak and powerless amidst the violent roar of the storm sweeping in from beneath the broken cabin door. He was shouting at the time, but he can't quite remember what he was shouting, he only knows that. In the last part of his memory, he felt the force of his rapid descent, his body feeling as if it were burning, intensely hot. Then it abruptly ended. A rustling sound. When I opened my eyes again, most of my field of vision was darkness, with only a sliver of not-so-bright light leaking out from the edge of the gap. His vision was restored only after he carefully pried away the rubble-like debris around his eyes with his newborn, still slimy, and slightly curled paws. However, it was as if he was wearing sunglasses to see the world. Everything appeared black and white, or other colors mixed with black. The dark green moss and the grayish-white, colorless rock face were so smooth they looked like they had been carved by hand. Despite the erosion of time, the curved rock face still bears numerous deep cracks. However, what bothered him even more was his own hands, or rather, his claws. He tried to say something, but found that what came out was a low growl, like that of a wild beast. It sounded a bit like the roar of a train, but sharper and more piercing, yet a string of strange and awkward words still escaped his throat. Gordon Alduin Targaryen. He knew perfectly well what he was saying. It was his name, Gordon Alduin Targaryen. Every true dragon possesses a true name. Just as he was wondering why he knew this, a series of chaotic memories rushed into his small brain. Fortunately, his soul strength was strong enough. He was not an ordinary fledgling dragon, otherwise he would have found it difficult to accept such a vast amount of dragon inheritance information. The continent of Ion, gods, their followers, humans, the five-colored dragon race, the metal dragon race, and one's own identity. A young lava dragon. Larger than a house cat, smaller than a foal, a genuine dragon cub. But soon, he began to wonder, where was his mother? This place didn't seem like a place where such a behemoth could hide. Isn't there any? Then why is it that in my memory, the lava dragon mother would take care of her cubs until they reached adolescence? That is, around the age of 16 to 25 in humans, the cubs at that age will have a certain desire to collect treasures and establish territory, and will leave the nest to establish territory alone or with a few other dragons. At that time, the dragon mother would also begin to be somewhat wary of her cubs, and once the young dragons entered adolescence, she would not allow them to enter her treasure-filled lair. If the dragon mother is extremely greedy for wealth, she will drive her young dragon cubs, who have just become teenagers, away from the nest. However, this process takes more than a decade before and after the incubation period. They won't let the cub grow up alone, and besides, dragon eggs usually come in clutches of 2 to 5, and he hasn't seen his brothers and sisters yet. He was all alone. However, the remaining consciousness within the dragon egg provided him with the answer. The dragon egg possesses memory during the final quarter of its incubation period. Fragments of memory quietly surfaced, and after watching them as if he had personally experienced them, he finally understood why he had become this way. He was stolen and taken from the dragon mother's lair. It seemed like a teleportation spell, instantly transporting him from the volcano to the desert, where the endless yellow sand was the only impression. Then they kept moving, traveling, and he was placed in a basket. It wasn't until about 7 sunsets later that they arrived at an underground laboratory beneath a manor in a coastal city. Only then did the lava dragon egg finally settle down. If it were an ordinary dragon egg, the hatchling inside might have already died. After all, dragon eggs cannot be moved during incubation, otherwise, there is a chance that the hatchlings inside will not hatch, meaning they will die before birth. However, the lava dragon's egg is different from that of the rainbow dragon and metal dragon in one aspect. That was the rocky outer shell, which was also half again as large as the largest red dragon egg. It is a full 5 feet long and weighs a whopping 100 pounds. The rocky outer shell contains magma, which allows the lava dragon babies inside to grow healthier. At the same time, it also serves as a protective layer when it is necessary to move away from the nest in certain situations. If I had to use a metaphor, it would be like a power bank. When the dragon egg leaves the nest, its rocky shell keeps it immersed in a temperature above 200 degrees Celsius to prevent hatching failure due to temperature fluctuations. However, this only lasts for 10 days and is a one-time event. After that, the egg will fall off on its own. However, it was still the consciousness of a fledgling dragon in a dragon egg. Even though it escaped death because of its rocky shell, it still couldn't escape the clutches of humans. The last thing I remember is that person in a room full of various reagents and bottles, pouring one strange solution after another into the dragon egg. The last consciousness inside the dragon egg went black, and that's where my memory ends. It seems that the original dragon hatchling inside the dragon egg was killed by that alchemist, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to usurp the hatchling's body. But why did we end up here again? What exactly does that eccentric alchemist want? These problems remain unresolved. Just as he began to ponder the philosophical questions of where he came from and where he was going, a soft, rustling sound suddenly came from behind me. It was very faint, but loud enough in the quiet environment. He turned the dragon head, which was disproportionately large compared to its body, and then, under the sweep of its dark golden vertical pupils, he saw a girl not far away. To be precise, it was a human female with short silver hair, black vertical pupils.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
And no more than 10 years old, sitting on a dirty cushion. Her vertical pupils were so tense they were almost pinpointed, and her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. He had no doubt that she would foam at the mouth at any moment. The clicking sound was the sound of her teeth chattering and trembling. Seeing her vertical pupils, the dragon's legacy buried deep in his heart naturally offered him some answers. That explains why the human female trembled with fear at the sight of this fledgling dragon, no bigger than a foal. Because she is a dragon descendant, possessing dragon blood, albeit in small amounts, only her eyes are dragon-like, while the rest of her body is no different from a human's. They are classified as a branch of the dragon race, grouped together with dragonmen and dragon beasts. It is rare for a dragonborn to tremble in fear upon seeing a young dragon exuding its dragon aura. Only dragon beasts, and only those brainless creatures, fear the might of a fledgling dragon. They would mistake a fledgling for a fully grown dragon. Unless this dragonborn has not undergone any systematic training, meaning they are not a professional. The professionals naturally refer to basic classes such as mages, warriors, druids, warlocks, rogues, and rangers. Of course, there are also many obscure and unpopular professions, but only a few are recorded in the dragon's legacy. He only glanced at her briefly before deciding to ignore her for the time being, and had no intention of hiding his dragon's might. After all, this is his most vulnerable period after hatching, and his body will allow him to move around more in about an hour. Therefore, he could only let the female continue to tremble under the dragon's might for now. What lay before him now was the most important matter after the hatchlings were born. Ready to eat? He needs to consume a lot of food to absorb nutrients and replenish his strength. Fragments of hatched dragon eggs are an excellent choice, as they contain abundant minerals and the energy that young dragons need most. He began to sit inside the dragon egg, chewing on the nearest piece of dragon shell with a clattering sound, not even having time to lick the slime off his body. He only felt slightly full after eating the last piece of blackish-gray eggshell with some flame-like patterns. I feel about 70% full. Then he slowly and deliberately licked the slime off his body. As a dessert, it tastes alright, somewhat like diluted wild honey, with a mild sweetness. After finishing his meal, he finally began to stretch and smacked his lips. He stood up, but quickly and unconsciously sat back down, his dark golden vertical pupils appearing somewhat dazed. This is a flashing green traffic light? The young head, already showing signs of becoming a true dragon, tilted slightly, looking with great curiosity at a green dot that had suddenly appeared in its retina. It's a very vibrant green, only the size of a grain of rice, like a traffic light. When did it appear? Was it eating the last piece of eggshell or licking the last bit of slime off its scales? He had no recollection of it. However, no matter which direction he turned his head, the green dot in his field of vision remained unaffected, steadily fixed in the lower right corner. The flickering interval is also very stable. The green dot flashed approximately once per breath, almost in sync with his breathing rate. The dragon's legacy doesn't mention that newborn dragons can see green dots, so if it's not an illusion, it must be related to the dragon itself. A soul from another world, carrying some secrets, transmigrated into the body of a dragon cub on the continent of Ion. It's perfectly normal for strange things to happen. So he tried to use his consciousness to move the green dot, and just as his consciousness made contact with the green dot, lines of light blue data immediately appeared before him. Golden Alduin Targaryen. Title, None. Race, Lava Dragon. Age, Hatchling, 0 to 5 years old. Life, 31/31. Equivalent stage, 2. Talents, Hard Armor, 1/10, Sharp Claws, 1/5, Robust, 1/20, Low Tier Fire Magic Resistance, 1/12, Dragon Hatchling Intimidation, 1/4, Gluttony, 2/9, Dark Sight, 1/11, Voice Mimicry, 1/2. Skills, Fire Immunity, Bite Claw Strike, Lava Breath. Soul Talent, Talent Stealing. The sudden appearance of the data panel caught him off guard, but having read many novels in his previous life, Gordon quickly adapted. In reality, these are simply data representations of what's inside his body, providing a clearer picture of his current condition. Among them, Hard Armor, Sharp Claws and Teeth, Robustness, Dragon Hatchling Intimidation, and Gluttony are all innate talents that all true dragon cubs possess, meaning they are born with them. The low-level Fire Magic Resistance is due to the Lava Dragon's awakened skill Fire Immunity. The skills Flame Immunity, Bite Claw Strike, and Lava Breath were skills he comprehended from the dragon's heritage since birth, or rather, self-awakening, that's a more accurate term. And this is just the beginning. As the fledgling dragon grows into a full-fledged dragon, it will be able to learn more and more skills. Take the Lava Dragon for example. From the Burning Hand learned by a young dragon, to the Lava Heart learned by a teenage dragon, to the Scorching Ray learned by a teenager, to the Lava Wall learned in adulthood, and then to the later stages of life, such as adulthood, old age, and the time it takes for an ancient dragon to learn these skills. It's no wonder it's a creature that starts at the 2nd tier and grows to the 6th tier upon adulthood, a creature that stands at the top of the pyramid from birth. He was initially quite dissatisfied with being reborn as a dragon, but now, what is there to be dissatisfied about? After all, most true dragons don't even need to train, all they need to do is eat and sleep, and they're already far ahead of most creatures on the continent of Ion. Among them, the weak humans, if they are warriors, must undergo several years of training and extensive adventures after reaching adulthood before they can reach the standard of a second-tier professional. To easily slay a fledgling dragon, a 5-person team with an average class level 2 is required for a decisive victory. In a one-on-one situation, most people are no match for a fledgling dragon. If even fledgling dragons face such difficulties, how can they expect to become fully grown dragons? Every true dragon possesses a dragon lineage, their combat skills are innate and should not be underestimated simply because of their age. However, dragon slayers on the continent of Ion continued to fight relentlessly, wave after wave of attacks on the evil dragons, like weeds that were cut down again and again. After all, both wealth and prestige are what dragon slayers dream of. Like skills, a hatchling's talent will change as it grows, increasing and strengthening. For example, a year later, Gordon's foundational abilities would still be only 1/10 or 1/5 of his talent, but they could very well grow to 3 or even 4. 2 years later, he could reach the peak of the fledgling dragon stage, and then consolidate his abilities before evolving further. The soul talent plunder puzzled him, it wasn't mentioned in the dragon's legacy. Could it be benefits brought by time travel? Just as he was pondering how to use talent stealing, a rustling sound came from below the sewer opening. The sound was fast and urgent, so fast that it could be heard as if a racetrack was running on the slippery, wet sewer floor. And the sound was clearly not from one animal, but from a swarm, like a locust plague. The little dragon-descended girl also looked in terror toward the sewer opening, her eyes filled with fear, clearly recognizing the type of monster making the sound. Hearing this sound reminded Gordon of the sound of rats scurrying through the sewers in his previous life. The dragon's legacy also provided timely information about this sound-producing creature in the continent of Ion. Giant rats are one of the most common monsters in the sewers. They are dozens of times larger than ordinary rats and stand about 1.2 meters tall, the same height as an adult goblin. A typical Tier 1 adventurer can easily handle 3 or 4 at once, provided they have specialized protective leather armor. Otherwise, if they are accidentally bitten, the germs carried by the giant rats are something they cannot resist. If the wound becomes infected, it will be difficult for ordinary doctors in the town to treat this kind of injury. After all, giant rats are a type of monster, even if they don't reach a higher rank. To be cured, one must purchase specially diluted holy water from the temple to remove the plague. It is said that the high-purity holy water can even purify demons in the abyss. Alternatively, you can choose the low-level antidote commonly found in apothecaries or alchemists' shops, which is specifically used to remove diseases carried by low-level monsters, but the cost is not much different from that of holy water. Adventurers don't get much pay for clearing sewers to begin with, and if they also need an antidote or diluted holy water, the reward they'll receive after the quest is almost gone. They might not even be able to vent their frustrations at a tavern after a battle, so quests to clean up the sewers can be found in adventurer guilds in any city. However, very few people accept the task, it's usually novice adventurers or mentors taking their apprentices down for training. The sewers are still safer than the wilderness outside the city, because you can never predict whether the monster that appears in the wilderness next second will be a goblin or a dragon. You never know which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. This is why every high-level mage performs a divination before embarking on a journey. The continent of Ion is full of hidden talents, and that's no exaggeration. You can find several divine abominations and ancient evil creatures. Nina was internally devastated. How could there be traces of Ratman here? Could it be? Nina suddenly remembered that when she returned and passed through the area with the stinky mud monster, she didn't see it as usual. She assumed it was hiding, but she never imagined that it had left the area or had been eliminated. Otherwise, how could the Ratman, separated by several passageways, have arrived at this place? And so, as Nina's expression grew increasingly terrified, 4 pairs of scarlet eyes rose from the sewer opening. The red light in the eyes above was fixed on Nina, and the spear in his hand, made of an unknown bone, was clearly visible even in the darkness, radiating a cold, chilling gleam. They are the elite among the Ratmen, a Tier 1 monster, the Giant Rat Knight. Riding a giant rat, wielding a bone gun, he roamed through every corner of the sewers. Tuka felt the damp, chilly wind unique to the sewers sweep past his sides, causing his glossy black fur to ripple like wheat in a rice paddy. Looking at the massive, dark swarm of giant rats ahead, and the kin on their backs, it felt an indescribable sense of pride. He was a 4-year-old rat man, which is considered middle age for Ratman. But as a giant rat rider, he is currently at his peak. Now, if his charge is accurate, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take down an adult kobold. You know, kobolds used to be a nightmare for Ratman. Faced with this creature, the once weak Ratmen had no choice but to burrow into narrow crevices. Now, however, they have the resources to fight back. Now, looking back on his life, it was full of legendary stories, just as his most cherished human book, The Night Livy, describes. It was born 4 years ago, but only gained consciousness a year later. Before that, Tuka acted on instinct rather than as an intelligent being. This is considered late blooming among Ratmen, considering that even the mutated Ratmen, who are hailed as geniuses, can awaken their spiritual abilities in just 1 month. Sometimes, when Tuka listened to the stories told by the elder rats in the clan who had lived for over 10 years, he felt a chill run down his spine. The tribe's previous situation was appalling. A bunch of old, young, sick, and disabled people were barely surviving in the sewers, living a less comfortable life than the rats in the sewers. Until the appearance of the priest 3 years ago, they were saved by the sewer ratmen, and they no longer had to struggle for food every day. Newly born ratmen who have been in the clan for a full year will receive specialized professional training to increase their combat strength. Tuka also happened to catch a ride on this wave and become one of the beneficiaries, which is why Elder Mouse kept saying that their generation was the luckiest. However, Tuka, unlike its brethren, did not choose the path of the ratman, which they were naturally best suited for, ranger or thief. Although ratmen are naturally endowed with stealth and keenness, and given that this place is the sewers, these two professions are arguably the most suitable. But he still chose the giant rat knight. When he heard the priest mention the profession of giant rat knight, he resolutely ignored his family's advice and chose to become a knight. This was a dream in his heart, the dream of a dragon slayer, and of course, it was also influenced by the book The Knight Livy. It's not that the professions of ranger and thief can't slay dragons, but rather that riding a mount and fighting against a giant dragon is the true act of a hero. Instead of sneakily shooting arrows from behind, poisoning, ambushing, or slitting throats. Of the less than 100 new ratmen in that batch, only 5 were willing to choose to become knights, the rest naturally became either ratman rangers or ratman thieves. But this did not dampen Tuka's indomitable spirit, he still persisted in walking the path of the knight. The path of a knight may be lonely and arduous, but glory will accompany him on his journey, making him fearless in the face of hardship. This sentence was also recorded in the human book The Knight Livy, in which the protagonist Livy is a human knight. But since Tuka is also a knight, there's still a sense of identification with him. Li Wei fought his way through countless monsters, and even the dragon that abducted the princess could not escape death. I know the story cards inside by heart. But every time Tuka saw it, it trembled all over, its fur stood on end, and a feeling that was hard to describe permeated its skull. Especially on the eve of slaying the dragon, at that moment, the protagonist Livy, lance in hand, stands atop the dying dragon's head, muttering, "Let me, a reptile in your eyes, and your sinful life." A 3-meter-long lance pierced halfway into the bone, the evil dragon perished? At that moment, Tuka felt as if his entire body was about to float away, which is why he was so determined to become a knight. At the time, his father, mother, and his dozen or so siblings all treated it as a joke. A rat man, born with a deficiency in strength, actually wants to become a knight. However, they shut up after that, because Tuka really did become a giant rat rider. He was also the first giant rat rider in the Kalendo sewers, which shows how hard Tuka had worked. The breeding of giant rats within the clan was only put on the agenda 3 months after the professional training began, and by the time the giant rats appeared, half a year had passed. For the first 3 months, Tuka will not receive any mount training. It is important to know that a rider's training and mount are both indispensable. Despite this, Tuka still mastered the giant rat riding technique in 9 months, less than a year, which shows that Tuka's talent was not bad, at least in terms of knighthood. However, this was all it earned by eating and sleeping alongside the giant rat for 9 months. A first-tier knight, as the name suggests, must be proficient in horsemanship and skilled in lance combat. Tuka was also a hard worker when it came to spear training. Under the conditions at that time, the method of training the Tukas was to give them a withered branch that was taller than themselves, and use it as a spear to stab and poke them 500 times each day. Tuka, on the other hand, requires 1,000 repetitions, and sometimes even up to 1,500. Moreover, in addition to its regular training, in order to always carry the spear with it and feel the control of distance, it even tied its hands to the spear with a rope. They even slept together. Many of the ratmen of the same generation quit because they found the tedious spear training boring. Of the last 5, only Tuka survived. In the end, he was the only one among the first group of ratmen to become a knight. If we only consider the probability, 1 in 5 is a fairly high probability. Even among professionals, there is a pass rate. Although many people sign up for training for the 2 ratman professions, thief and ranger, most of them are eliminated in the first round, and only a very few can make it to the professional level. Sometimes, even a ratio of 20 to 1 is not achievable. The knight class only became popular among the Skaven after the giant rat had been fully developed. At that time, Tuka rode a giant rat and patrolled the rat people's sewers almost every day, daring to confront even the swamp frogs. Even in a one-on-one situation, Tuka not only defeated the kobolds but also brought their corpses back to the ratman's settlement, where the entire ratman devoured their flesh. The giant rat knight class quickly rose to the top of the list of most desired professions among the ratmen. After all, Tuka, who killed the kobolds, was the dream lover of countless female ratmen, so much so that many of the current generation of ratmen still carry Tuka's bloodline. Its allure is evident, but things will likely improve considerably once these 11 giant rat riders graduate. Tuka came to this newly developed sewer area on the orders of the priest to find a suitable base. After all, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and the rat people are not unintelligent either. They consider breeding in batches, not putting all their eggs in one basket. But just when Tuka thought everything was normal, suddenly, a giant rat in front of them darted up onto a sewer opening above their heads. The ratman on the giant rat was named Tuka, and Vichy was the most suitable scout among the ratman knights because of his keen sense of smell, which allowed him to detect scents that other ratmen couldn't. It could even smell human scent. Could it be that it detected something this time? Vicky, what's going on? Tuka spoke to Victor. Lord Tuka, alive? A human cub? Female. Victor exclaimed joyfully above, as if he had discovered a great treasure. The dozens of giant rat riders below also cheered and squeaked. Indeed, rats who have tasted human babies a few times can never forget that flavor. It's more fragrant than cheese and sweeter than cake. Tuka was also very happy, thinking to himself that the high priest was right after all. Explore and discover new surprises. Today truly is its lucky day, perhaps we should just rename it Tukasa. In the language of the Skaven, Kasa means good luck. Victor, capture him alive. Tuka, no, it should be Tukasa now. He happily addressed Vickery, whose tail had disappeared into the sewer pipe. Vicky and his giant rat mount, with their 2 pairs of scarlet, cherry-sized eyes, stared intently at the human cub before them, their scent confirming that the human was undoubtedly female. Vickers was certain. It trusted its nose. It pulled on the reins attached to the giant rat's exoskeleton, gave them a shake, and listened to the cheers from its ratman companions below. For a moment, it felt like a truly elegant night. The only downside is that the opponent is just a human cub. It would have been better if it were a kobold. Vickers felt that his first experience as a rat was fighting against a human cub. It's somewhat insulting to his reputation as the second knight of the sewers, even though he gave himself that title. But Vic was very concerned. After all, it didn't matter if its reputation was insulted, but it was unacceptable if Tuka was also insulted. Therefore, it wanted to capture him alive, not for its own sake, but also for Tuka's explanation. It was determined to complete its mission perfectly. It raised its head, trying to meet the eyes of the trembling human female, and stammered, but with an undeniable tone, it spoke. You, come with me, or else. Victor brandished his half-meter-long bone spear. His fate was obvious, but to its surprise, the human female in front of it shrank back in fear and hid deeper into the darkness of the sewer. They're hopelessly stupid. It seems we'll have to resort to force, otherwise these foolish humans will probably just cower in a corner like quails and refuse to come out. Vickery thought for a moment, then pulled on the reins, signaling its companion, the giant rat, to charge. Charge is the only active skill that the giant rat knight possesses. It requires a very high level of spiritual affinity between the knight and the mount. Mastering charge means that the rider is already a tier 1 giant rat knight. Charge mastery is also one of the necessary conditions for advancing to the giant rat grand knight. The difference between beginner and expert can be illustrated with a metaphor. A beginner is like a driver who has just gotten their license and is already doing well enough to drive on the road with trepidation. Master refers to a seasoned driver with 10 years of experience, the kind who can navigate corners through drainage ditches. As for mastering the highest level of skill, it is said that the effect of any skill will undergo a qualitative change when it is mastered. For example, some knights are indeed gifted and master charge at the master level, even as grand knights, which is the second rank. However, each master level charge will produce a variety of charge effects. They are not all the same. Most of the most common charge master level attacks involve multi-stage attacks, using super fast zigzag movement to perform multiple attacks, and even performing maneuvers like a counterattack. Some masters of the charge skill can create 2 or even 3 afterimages with charge. However, these knights usually possess magical aptitude. A very small number of charge skills enhance speed, making them several times faster than the master-level charge skills, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. If the knight had been wielding a magical weapon, even the most heavily armored hill giant of the same rank would likely have been breached by that charge. In martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. This principle applies everywhere, provided, of course, that you have a sufficiently sturdy magical spear. However, knights are not without weaknesses. First of all, mastering the charge skill is not an easy task for either warriors or knights. Mastering a second-tier skill does not mean you have a second-tier skill. In the entire continent of Ion, those who can reach the master level in a certain second-tier skill are probably extremely rare. Furthermore, the mage's grease spell, web spell, and some terrain-altering spells, such as fossil to mud spell, can completely prevent the knight from using his charge. In addition, there are thieves who can stealth, disengage from combat, and disappear from the knight's sight, making it impossible for the knight to catch their target. Other classes also have similar methods to evade these attacks. Even the dumbest rider could dodge the charge by climbing to the treetop, since most knights wouldn't ride their mounts up trees. Of course, dragon knights are an exception. However, a knight who has mastered a master-level skill at the second tier, as long as he doesn't perish along the way, will undoubtedly have a limitless future. Even reaching the 7th tier transcendent, the 8th tier hero, and the 9th tier legendary is not out of reach. As for the 10th tier demigod, that remains to be discussed. Igniting divine fire is no simple matter. However, Victor's current charge technique is only at a beginner level. He can't even generate the momentum of a charge at will. He still needs to coordinate with the giant rat beneath him. However, that was enough. For a frail human cub, a first-tier giant rat knight was more than capable of dealing with her. This is also why the other giant rat riders didn't go up, once they confirmed there was only one weak human cub. Sending a few more up would be an insult to their chivalrous spirit. This is the last time, crawl out and surrender, or else. Victor issued an ultimatum. Its short legs straddled the giant rat's body, stepping into a depression in the giant rat's exoskeleton, serving a saddle-like function. Vickers was ready to charge, and if the humans before him didn't know what was good for them, he wouldn't mind letting his bone-spiked spears have a go. Although the bone-spiked spear is only half a meter long, with the charge buff, it can still create a 1-foot-wide hole in human flesh if it hits a human body directly. The ratmen should not be underestimated because of their small size. In fact, their small size is an advantage, especially in the sewers. Their small size makes them difficult to hit with targeted magic, arrows, or stray arrows. I can't walk anymore, can you help me? Just as Vickery was about to make his move, he suddenly heard a voice, a slightly stuttering common tongue, with a hint of timidity. Upon hearing the voice of a human female, Vickers immediately looked up. She saw the human cub looking at her blankly, but the voice was definitely coming from her. Although Vichy wasn't very fluent in Mandarin, he had no problem with dictation, he just spoke with a slight stutter. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to understand the novel Levy the Night, written in a common language by humans. Therefore, it was quite certain that it hadn't misheard. The human cub had begged for mercy. Vickery was quite pleased with himself, so he slowed his charge and strolled forward, the giant rat beneath him getting closer with each step. The human cub seemed to have already accepted its fate and no longer retreated. Their expressions grew increasingly panicked. They were so frightened that they lowered their heads, unable to look at it. Thump, thump, thump. Victor was getting closer and closer to her. The spear was less than half a meter away from the girl, almost poking into her bloodless, pale skin. It looks a bit malnourished. It seems we'll have to raise it well for a while after taking it back to the tribe before we can feed it, otherwise there won't be much meat on it. Vickery began to look her up and down, examining her face and feet thoroughly, and seemed rather disgusted by her figure. It would be better if I were a little fatter. But why is there a tail? Behind Nina, a tail covered in black scales flashed by. Victor was a little confused. Could he be seeing things? Just as Victor was wondering if he had misread it, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from behind the human in front of him, leaping forward with lightning speed. It pinned down the completely unprepared Vickers and the giant rat beneath him, pressing them down one by one with its paws onto the somewhat cracked gray-white cement slab. The two rats were immobilized by the unparalleled strength of the claws. Just as Victor was about to cry out, he felt a sharp pain in his back, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. The other giant rat died even faster than Vicky. It kicked its legs and ascended to heaven. Then, in Gordon's field of vision, two orbs of light appeared on the two rat corpses. About the size of a ping-pong ball, it emits a soft light, yet it still stands out quite well in the dark, black and white visual environment. However, the dragon-descended girl seemed to ignore the ball of light, and instead began licking her lips at the two corpses. She was a little hungry. The effects of the dragon bloodline on Nina appear to extend beyond her vision and the changes in her pupils. The unchanging genes in her bloodline made her willing to transform back into a bloodthirsty dragon beast to replenish her expended energy when she was extremely hungry. It seems she did not inherit the dragon's agility, litheness, and predator nature. Instead, they inherited a bit of the ability to disguise themselves and the ability to learn, but it is precisely because of this that this allowed Nina, not even 10 years old, to survive in the dark corners of the infamous Black Street. However, Gordon didn't notice the change in Nina's expression at this moment. He was very interested in the two ping-pong ball-sized orbs of light in front of him. If it's guessing correctly, this should be the soul talent stealing described in his panel. But how does one absorb it? Gordon was momentarily at a loss. He had just used his curved, hook-like claws to touch one of the two small orbs of light. The result was obvious. The light orb was not absorbed into his body by his contact, and neither was the other. He frowned slightly, adding even more wrinkles to the dragon's face, which was already somewhat wrinkled from being a newborn. However, it didn't come across as fierce. Instead, it was surprisingly adorably ugly. It seems that one can only reach those two orbs of light using their consciousness. He thought about it. Then, with an experimental mindset, he used his consciousness to contact the ball of light in front of him. It was successful as expected. It seems that the connection between the ball of light and the deep blue panel can only be established through consciousness. His consciousness came into contact with the ball of light for only a short while. The pale white light before Gordon's eyes first trembled as it rose from the corpses of the two rat-like monsters, and then, with extreme speed, like a shooting star, it streaked across Gordon's chest, which was not covered by thick black scales. Two lines of information also appeared on the light blue panel in a timely manner. Ding! A talent fragment has been detected that the host has inhaled. The system is currently detecting it. Progress 11%. Progress 98%. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as a beginner-level Tier 1 talent charge. Activate talent/not activate talent. Ding! A talent fragment has been detected that the host has inhaled. The system is currently detecting it. Ding! Detection successful. The talent is detected as Tier 1 Dark Vision. Activate talent/not activate. Clearly, the former's talent belonged to the rat man wielding the bone spear, while the latter belonged to the giant rat monster. While it's difficult for a single ratman to cast charge, the timing of casting charge is indeed up to the ratman. And dark vision probably explains why their eyes are red. You know, normal mice have very poor eyesight and can only rely on their whiskers to find their way. Gordon didn't spend much time considering the two talent options on the panel. First of all, he definitely accepts charge, even though the Dragon Legacy contains many techniques for dragon attacks, hunting, and melee combat. However, this charge is not present, it is probably reserved as an advanced skill for a certain dragon race class. Dark Vision is one of the talents of dragons, and it will grow as Gordon grows. He also wanted to use this talent fragment as a test to see what would happen to the ball of light if the talent fragment wasn't activated. He subtly touched the yes option with his consciousness, activating charge. Almost at the same moment, a line of light blue text appeared on the panel. Ding! Talent activated successfully. The panel also began to change accordingly. Golden Alduin Targaryen. Title, None. Race, Lava Dragon. Age, Hatchling, 0 to 5 years old. Life, 31/31. Equivalent stage, 2. Talents, Hard Armor, 1/10. Sharp Claws, 1/5. Robust, 1/20. Low Tier Fire Magic Resistance, 1/12. Dragon Hatchling Intimidation, 1/4. Gluttony, 2/9. Dark Sight, 1/11. Voice Mimicry, 1/2. Charge, 1/15. Skills, Fire Immunity, Bite Claw Strike, Lava Breath. Soul Talent, Talent Stealing. At the same time as the panel changed, his mind also changed, as a torrent of memories rushed into his brain. However, compared to the impact of the previous dragon inheritance memories, this amount of memory is merely a tiny speck, a drop in the ocean. After quickly browsing through the fragments of memory, the charge technique that Navisai had painstakingly mastered over a year was imprinted firmly in Gordon's mind like a brand. A conditioned reflex seemed to have emerged in the tender newborn body. It seemed that at the slightest thought from Gordon, his limbs would quickly coordinate, swing, and prepare for a charge. The dragon power within will also surge forth at the opportune moment, completing a charge. The wonder of the orb of light was on full display at this moment. Activate Dark Vision/No. Yes. Gordon wanted to give it a try, but the next second, the light blue panel data refreshed again. Duplicate talents have been detected in the host's talent specializations. Activating these talents will cause them to overlap. Activate/deactivate. Gordon suppressed his intention to absorb the second fragment of Dark Vision. After all, the absorption of Dark Vision is combined with his own Dark Vision talent. Activating it is just a waste of fragments. Moreover, Dark Vision is irrelevant to the current situation, so Gordon chose to try something else. Why not give it a shot? No, his consciousness stirred slightly. The pale blue data also began to change as he became aware of it. Ding! Detected a talent fragment that was abandoned for activation. Disassemble/decompose. Does the disassemble function still exist? Gordon was overjoyed and quickly touched the screen. Yes. He wanted to see what he could get from the decomposition. Ding! Disassembly successful. Obtained a Tier 1 blank talent fragment. At the same time, on Gordon's stats panel, a light blue plus sign appeared next to the talents Hard Armor, Sharp Claws, Robust, Low Tier Fire Magic Resistance, Dragon Hatchling's Intimidation, Gluttony, Dark Vision, Voice Mimicry, and Charge. Below the Soul Talents panel, Talent Stealing, a new subclass has also appeared. Free Talent Fragment, Tier 1 Fragment *1. Just as Gordon was about to explore the secrets of the panel, a squeaking sound suddenly came from under the drain pipe. Nina looked bewildered, but Kogod, due to his dragon heritage, was fluent in all languages and naturally understood the meaning of this Ratman language. Vicky, are you done yet? Below the sewers, Tukeza was getting restless. But for the sake of knightly honor, he did not go up to watch, and instead stopped many Ratmen who wanted to go up and see what was going on. In its words, only a one-on-one duel makes a true knight, and Victor deserves such an honor. If you go up there, you will be ruining this duel. It must be said that in a time when humans have long abandoned the honor of chivalry, it is unimaginable that in a Ratman settlement, there would still be a rat like Tukeza who adheres to chivalrous virtues. One can only marvel at the wonders of the continent of Ion. However, after several dozen breaths, Tukeza couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to ask Vic about the situation above. Before long, a squeaking sound came from the pipe. Tukeza, who was fluent in Ratman's language, naturally understood it, since it was its native language. Human cubs, there are still many in the pipes. 2, no, 4. I need backup. The voice was rapid and sharp, and one could vaguely hear Vishi's indignant voice, as well as his somewhat stuttering common tongue. Damn it, don't climb. Upon hearing Vishi's voice, Tukeza felt relieved, but after hearing Vishi's words, its brows furrowed slightly, and a human-like look of confusion appeared on its rodent-like face. Are you kidding me? 4 or 5 human cubs in the sewers. What are they doing here? How did they even get here? It's important to know that the sewers in Kalando are quite chaotic. The sewer entrances in the civilian area have long been sealed off with iron fences. If adventurers want to enter, they need a guild authorization certificate before the guard in charge will hand over the key. If it's this troublesome for adventurers to enter the sewers, it's even more difficult for those frail human infants. If Tuka's memory is correct, human infants can only be encountered in the sewers on very rare occasions. The last time we encountered one was incredibly lucky, a human cub that had accidentally wandered into the Ratman's territory. This time, according to Vicky, we encountered 4 or 5 at once, which is as unbelievable as finding a real dragon in the sewers. However, a sudden burst of chaotic noise came from the sewer opening, dispelling the doubts that had just arisen in Tukeza's mind. Monster? I want to go home. Mommy? I miss Mommy? Wow. Get out of my way, monster. You'll regret it. You little human brats. My comrades are all outside, you can't escape. Both the male and female voices were incredibly childlike, clearly those of human infants. Tukeza could hear the emotions in his voice, crying, despair, and resentment. However, it was also mixed with Victor's smug yet somewhat stuttering common tongue, a very strange tone, and somewhat out of place. Could it be? Tukeza suddenly remembered that before his previous trips, the priest would always remind him to pay close attention to any unusual places in the sewers and then report them to him. It had asked the high priest what it was looking for. The Ratman priest, whom Tukeza perceived as somewhat old yet radiating wisdom, did not hide anything from Tukeza. He spoke the truth without concealment. It turns out that a spatial magic artifact was left behind in the sewers of Kalando. It was said to be the relic of a legendary planeswalker, but no one knew why it ended up in the sewers. Upon learning this news, the high priest immediately traveled to the free city of Kalando. According to the priest, he had already spent 4 years acquiring this magical artifact. In the past 4 years, besides training its fellow Ratman, it has traversed the entire sewer system, but unfortunately, it has still come up empty-handed. But it didn't give up. Instead, it had the Ratmen it had trained search for it until the day it found them. Although Tukeza didn't know what a legendary planeswalker represented, he figured that with the legendary prefix, the Skaven must be someone the Skaven couldn't afford to mess with. After all, even Tukeza himself had to admit that the Ratmen were an inherently weak intelligent race on the continent of Io. Apart from a few Ratmen who can become professionals and a small number of mutated Ratmen who awaken magical talents, the Ratmen's racial potential is very low. The legendary Ratmen in the history of the continent of Io are few and far between, and to this day, not a single one has been able to become a god and ignite the divine fire. Most rat people reach their limit at the 4th rank. Without other fortuitous encounters to enhance their abilities, they will likely struggle to maintain even the 4th rank once their decline ends, let alone the 5th. And now, if the sudden appearance of those human cubs is all because of that spatial magic artifact. Today, Tukeza's fortunes can only be described as more than just lucky, it's as if the Lady of Night herself has come to protect her. However, the luckier one was Victor. Tukeza's original worry disappeared, and he couldn't help but crack his sharp mouth full of teeth of varying lengths. His cherry-sized red eyes still held a hint of blankness and emptiness. It gives it a sense of surprise, like being hit by a giant cheese cone, and even a feeling of panic and helplessness, as if it had just woken up and was lying on a cake. Upon hearing the commotion, the other rat people on the giant rats began to squeak and chatter, their words expressing gratitude to the high priest and admiration for Visha's keen sense of smell. Of course, many more were ratmen who volunteered to go up and help Vicky. Once the first ratman stepped forward, the other giant rat riders also surged towards Tukeza, demanding to join Vickery in battle. After all, while both sides would have contributed to the mission, the merit of personally capturing the human cub is definitely different from that of simply watching from below. They were somewhat impatient, but their knightly discipline prevented them from swarming forward like other creatures. Instead, they followed Tukeza's orders. Faced with the giant rat riders who were all eager to fight, Tukeza was at a loss as to which one to send. Just as they were arguing about who should go up first, the sounds from the sewer pipes gradually faded and returned to silence, but none of the ratmen, including Tukeza, paid any attention. They care more about the honors presented to them, everything else is insignificant. However, Tukeza did not delay for long. After all, although Vish was a first-tier giant rat knight, he could still be defeated if he underestimated 5 human cubs. After all, the giant rat rider is only about half a person's height, so its size advantage is not significant. At most, it has an advantage in skill. So it quickly decided on the people to go up, itself and 5 giant rat riders, while the other 5 giant rat riders would wait at the sewer entrance. However, even though some giant rat riders were not chosen by Tukeza, and although they looked somewhat disappointed, they did not complain. Instead, they silently withdrew and began to guard the area in perfect harmony. This clearly shows that Tukeza holds a very high place in their hearts. After gathering the 5 giant rat riders, Tukeza took the lead and rushed up the more than 1-meter-high sewer pipe entrance. A few breaths later, the 5 giant rat riders behind them came up one after another. In an instant, if there were any ordinary people here, they would be scared half to death. Within moments, 12 pairs of tiny, crimson eyes suddenly appeared in the dark sewer opening, accompanied by rustling sounds. Anyone who saw them would likely feel a chill. However, after Tukeza came up, it did not see Vivi's figure. Apart from the tattered quilt that smelled bad, it also saw the figure of a human cub at the very end of the pipe, around a corner. However, only a silhouette could be seen, messy short white hair, tattered linen clothes, and a thin body. Although they weren't as robust as the human cub they had encountered last time, Tukeza was still quite satisfied. After all, there were still 4 left, and 1 or 2 being thin didn't matter much. Victor. It called out in Ratman language, but not only did it receive no reply, it also frightened the human cub at the corner of the pipe, causing it to hide there. Damn it! Once the white-haired human female disappeared from sight, Tukeza didn't have time to worry about Victor's lack of response, since he had already mentally prepared himself for Victor's death. so it quickly rode the giant rat forward, and in no time at all, it darted from the pipe entrance to the corner. To Tukeza's surprise, the corner led to a dead end, and there were no 5 humans as Vichy had mentioned. Only one white-haired human female leaned against the iron fence, staring intently at them. This time, Tukeza could clearly see the white-haired female's face, and her dark gold, cat-like vertical pupils, which even the enhancement of dark vision could not conceal. Damn it, Vickers, where are you? Tukeza suddenly felt a sense of foreboding and couldn't help but blurt out the question. I'm here. A familiar Ratman language echoed above Tukeza. Tukeza didn't think much of it and questioned him. Where are the 5 human cubs you promised? They're here. Just as Tukeza was about to ask where they were, he heard a familiar voice from above. Monster, I want to go home. A desperate child's voice echoed through the silent sewer pipes, but now Tukeza's heart suddenly began to pound violently. A chill ran down its spine, because the voice came from the exact same direction as the one that had been spoken by Victor. Mommy? I miss Mommy? Wow. Another clear, childlike voice rang out above Tukeza's head. Tukeza immediately recognized it as the voice that had been crying and calling for her mother. Get out of my way, monster. Watch out or I'll get rough. These were the sounds that Tukeza had just heard on the sewer steps. It couldn't help but look up, and saw a creature it had never seen before, to be precise. It was a black monster with the same eyes as the white-haired human. The monster was gripping the rock wall above it with its claws, staring at it. Tukeza could not discern any emotion in its dark golden vertical pupils. The tail, covered in black scales, lay curled up in the shadows, making no sound. Beneath the thin, crystalline scales on the black monster's chest, a flame seemed to be gradually rising, turning from dark to light. The light reflected off the Ratman's glossy black fur, creating a slight sheen. In the firelight, Tukeza felt a sudden sense of alarm and was about to say something. Then they saw the flames on the black monster's chest rise again, turning from orange-red to fiery red. It's like adding countless kindling to burn within it. In less than a breath, a blazing red light gradually rose from its chest, gathering into a sphere in the black monster's mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth. Tukeza's initial alarm hadn't subsided when he felt the hairs on his body stand on end again, and he didn't even bother to warn the other Ratman. He immediately spurred the giant rat beneath him to unleash his most exquisite talent skill, Charge. After 2 years of hard training, its charge has reached a level of proficiency, making it a seasoned veteran. Tukeza and the giant rat beneath it vanished in a flash, rushing behind the black monster with a gust of wind and a roar in the blink of an eye. However, the 5 giant rat riders following it were not so lucky. When Tukeza looked back, he felt a lingering fear. In the next instant, a torrent of scorching red magma spewed from the monster's mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth. The very spot where it had just stood would have been the first to be affected. If it hadn't avoided it, it would likely have been the first to suffer. The pillar of magma not only instantly transformed the previously cold and damp sewer pipes into a furnace, but also illuminated the cramped environment, even casting a crimson reflection outside the sewer opening. In less than a breath, the black monster had caused molten lava at temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius to cover the corner of the pipe. It completely enveloped all 5 giant rat riders it brought, like a sandwich filling. At first, Tukeza could still hear squeaking howls, but after a few breaths, the howls of the Ratman and the giant rats stopped abruptly. Before Tukeza could even process what was happening, half of the 10 corpses in front of him had already been swallowed up by the lava at thousands of degrees Celsius. The remaining Ratman corpses, like half-cooked shrimp, were curled up in a ball, exactly like the Ratman when they were born. In the cramped environment, besides the still blazing lava, the aroma of meat gradually filled the air. This is the aroma of roasted meat. In the past, Tukeza would have considered this a gift from the gods, but now that it was the price of his own people being reduced to ashes, its heart and emotions are beyond the comprehension of outsiders. The joy and doubt that had been there before were gone from its scarlet eyes. Filled with fear and panic, it realized it had nowhere to retreat. The flaw in charge prevents it from adjusting its angle immediately, so once used, it cannot control its general direction and can only rush behind the black monster, still 5 meters away from the white-haired human. The lava blocked the way, and behind it was an iron fence. Even with the strength of the Ratman, they couldn't break through this fence made of pig iron in earlier years, even if they used charge. For Tukeza right now, it's a desperate situation. However, it still did not give up. Suddenly, in a flash, it saw the dark golden vertical pupils and immediately thought of the white-haired human girl who was so close to it. She, too, had the same eyes. So it immediately had a plan in mind, but it did not act immediately. Instead, it slowly drove the giant rat behind it backward. He stammered as he spoke. You're not Victor, so who are you? However, before he could finish speaking, the hideous black monster in front of him charged straight at him like a cannonball. A gust of wind surged in front of its enormous body, covered in black scales. Tukeza recognized this move. It is one of the advanced talents of the giant rat knight, Charge. It was instantly terrified, its soul leaving its body. It abandoned all pretense and frantically tried to turn around and grab onto that last straw, taking the white-haired girl hostage whether it would be effective or not. Tukeza could only try anything as a last resort. However, the black monster in front of it was faster. Before Tukeza's lance could even touch within a meter of the white-haired girl, a loud boom was heard. Tukeza, along with his giant rat mount, was launched directly onto the iron fence by the black cannonball. Then it fell straight to the ground, not even managing to grip its lance. With a few crisp thuds, the lance, more than half a meter long, rolled to the black monster's feet and stopped in front of its sharp claws. However, Tukeza felt like his whole body was about to fall apart, and blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth from the impact of the charge. His mind was completely blank. The giant rat, the black monster's primary target, was on its last legs and unable to move beside it. The white-haired human girl beside him immediately moved away from Tukeza and climbed to the side of the black monster, her expression somewhat timid. The much larger girl, however, seemed more like a pet in the face of this black monster, delicate and docile. Then, accompanied by footsteps, Tukeza felt its body being lifted up by a sharp claw, which grabbed its neck, which it didn't even know it had. Then, he heard the familiar Ratman language, Vicky's voice. "I'm definitely not Victor, sorry." The sound became distorted towards the end, reverting to a sound that Tukeza had never heard before. The rumble was like the wailing of a steam locomotive. Then, Tukeza felt a sharp pain in its tail, and everything went black. The last thing it remembered was a monster covered in jet-black scales revealed its chilling, sharp teeth, and a hint of human-like apology lingered on its lips. Its dark golden vertical pupils looked at it with a hint of greed. "It resembles a delicious dessert." The molten lava had not yet cooled down. Perhaps because of the blunt force of Gordon's eruption, a large crater appeared at the corner, just large enough to contain the massive torrent of lava. From a distance, it looks like a sea of fire and a pool of flames, with bubbling bubbles rising to the surface from time to time. However, a small portion of the magma's surface, which was initially golden, has already turned orange. However, it's still incredibly hot, reaching over 1,000 degrees Celsius. If left on for too long, it could melt your bones. The 10 rat carcasses crammed into the fire pit were nothing but stark white bones and specks of unmelted flesh. Floating on the sea of fire around this corner, its position uncertain. However, Gordon's focus was not on this at the moment, even though this was the first time he had used the lava dragon's innate skill, Magma Spit. But in the memories of the dragon's legacy, this power is utterly insignificant. It should be noted that in the dragon's legacy memories, a 6th-tier adult lava dragon's magma spew can spew out a volume of magma the size of a football field from its chest and abdomen, enough to cover an army of thousands. At this moment, a mere sewer corner, covering an area of several square meters, is not worth his second glance. He was now examining the Ratman corpse in his hand with great curiosity. It appeared to be more robust than the other Ratman. No, to be precise, it was a cluster of light on the corpse. It wasn't the white it had been before, but a glossy black, just like its fur, with a faint metallic sheen. Gordon rubbed his dark golden pupils several times with his claws. They remained glossy black iron orbs, quite conspicuous in the blazing firelight. Could the black one be a higher level fragment? Let's call it black iron talent shard. Gordon thought for a moment, then casually picked up the giant rat on the ground that was still convulsing and had lost its owner. As before, hold the neck and pull the tail. Click. Against the backdrop of bubbling lava, a crisp, pleasant sound of dislocation emanated from the giant rat's body. The convulsing rat instantly became much calmer, its face devoid of any pain. It's an occupational hazard again. He muttered to himself, casually tossing the giant rat aside, and began to guide 11 white orbs of light and 1 black orb with his consciousness. The orbs of light gradually rose from the fire pit and the corpses on the ground, and 12 orbs of light floated in the air. Then it swiftly and methodically entered Gordon's body. At almost the same moment, a dense array of light blue data appeared in Gordon's field of vision, like a computer crashing with a blue screen. Ding! A talent fragment has been detected that the host has inhaled. The system is currently detecting it. Progress 1%. Progress 23%. Ding! Detection successful. Ding! A talent fragment has been detected that the host has inhaled. The system is currently detecting it. Progress 2%. Ding! A talent fragment has been detected that the host has inhaled. The system is currently detecting it. However, the cluttered and messy light blue interface only lasted for 3 breaths, as messages indicating the completion of each test scrolled across the screen. Gordon also realized the results of his magma spit and charge attacks. 11 Tier 1 talent fragments, consisting of 3 dark vision, 2 rats perception, 1 plague source, 3 rats riding proficiency, 1 charge, and 1 lance weapon proficiency, for a total of 6 different talents. Among the talents that interested Gordon were source of plague and charge, while the other talent fragments were broken down into first-tier random fragments. Charge needs no further explanation, but the talent of source of plague is that it can make its claw strikes and bites carry a weak toxin, which is similar to the talent of burning that it learned after growing into a young dragon. Talent scorching, lava dragon's bite and claw attacks will deal additional fire damage equal to its age. Gordon naturally had little aversion to the source of the plague, especially since he was still a fledgling dragon without the protection of his mother, and he was open to any kind of power. If it weren't for the need to imitate voices to mimic the voices of those human children, the Ratman Vicky, in order to lure the giant rat riders outside the sewers into coming in, he said he wouldn't spend a single Tier 1 talent shard to further improve its voice imitation ability. However, this investment was still worthwhile, not counting the fragments given to him by the bright black light. He obtained 11 ordinary Tier 1 talent fragments alone, a truly substantial reward. If someone could see his panel at this moment, they would discover it. Voice imitation had disappeared from his talent list at some point, replaced by a brand new, transformed talent, onomatopoeia. Talent onomatopoeia. As a young dragon grows older, its throat approaches maturity, and it can make any sound that can be heard in the world if it wants to. A young dragon that is well versed in hunting can even perfectly mimic the squeal of a pig to lure predators. This kind of talent is something that almost all other true dragons possess, except for the red dragon among the 5-colored dragons. Sometimes, one has to admit that the true dragons are indeed the favored ones of the creator god, Io. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain the talent that countless intelligent races need to train hard for, while for true dragons, eating and drinking are already a natural process. However, despite his amazing potential for growth, Gordon is currently just a helpless fledgling dragon with no sense of security. Although he has 2 ranks, he is already far ahead of most creatures on the continent of Ion. However, if news of a hatchling dragon in the Kalendo sewers were to spread, countless people would likely flock there to slay it, or the slave hunting teams from the arena would arrive. A 2-tier strength is no match for these people. It could even be said that a 6th-tier adult dragon, without its own retinue, would likely face the fate of being slaughtered or captured. Therefore, Gordon did not give up any opportunity to become stronger, and when he saw the option to activate the Source of Plague talent, he did not hesitate for long. Yes. He subtly touched the screen, but the next second, the talent Source of Plague did not appear in Gordon's talent list as he had hoped. Instead, a completely new line of data appeared. Due to the host's excessively high body temperature, the activation of Source of Plague failed. The system has automatically converted Source of Plague into talent fragments. Gordon's dark golden eyes were momentarily stunned by this scene, appearing somewhat dazed. Is that even possible? Can a talent fail to activate? However, it didn't take long for Gordon to recover from his shock. He slowly exhaled, and he roughly understood the principle behind the activation failure. It roughly means the virus in the source of the epidemic. It wouldn't last a second inside his body before being completely corroded by his scorching dragon blood. The path of using the seeds of deadly poison is simply not viable for the lava dragon. But Gordon quickly recovered from his discouragement and turned his attention to a line of data in bright black font that was stuck at the bottom of the table. Activate the charge talent. Below the styling suffix, there are 2 much smaller, delicate fonts. Proficient. Clearly, judging from the font color alone, it's a level above the previous 11 fragments. This is precisely the black iron talent that Gordon obtained from the ratman he knocked away with charge. A higher level than the beginner level, charge. One of the necessary conditions for advancing to the 2nd-tier knight. Charge skilled. Comments. Is the charge talent activated? Proficient. This is a more powerful charge than the beginner level. Although it's called a talent, it's more like a skill. Gordon still doesn't know how the system determined it to be a talent. However, the most urgent task is naturally to activate this talent. He had already tried using the charge skill once. The experience alone made him feel incredibly comfortable. He felt his frail and heavy body suddenly become lighter, and the air resistance was much less, as if a strong wind was blowing under every scale of his body. It could increase its speed by 3 times in a short period of time compared to its normal running speed. If it could maintain this speed, it felt that it would have no need to hide around corners to ambush these giant rat riders. Unfortunately, it can only last for a maximum of 10 seconds, and if you stop halfway through, the remaining time cannot be accumulated and it will automatically enter a cooldown state. But in the blink of an eye, he had already covered dozens of meters with a gust of wind, and directly used his sideways arm and folded dragon wings to smash the rat man and the giant rat against the iron fence. His charging stance was somewhat like the Iron Mountain lean stance, not the kind of dragon chariot that Gordon knew from his previous life. I wonder what it will be like to master the charge skill? However, he won't have to wait too long for that. After his consciousness gently touched the yes button in the information bar, the 2nd-tier talent fragment was loaded and read in no time. In his talent list, the original beginner level charge, 1/15, has been replaced with charge, proficient, 1/8. It is also one of only 2 talents in his entire talent list that does not end with the plus sign. The former is onomatopoeia, and the latter is this charge. It's obvious that the Tier 1 talent fragments are no longer enough to allow for further skill point allocation to charge. Gordon understood this perfectly well. This time, the loading process was just like the first time. Many memories flooded his mind, memories of the Ratman's numerous training sessions charge. However, this time the charge technique, experience, insights, and momentum were richer, more refined, and more skillful than the last time. After processing the fragments that had entered my mind, Gordon discovered that his body had unconsciously developed muscle memory. So much so that when he moves, his lower limbs and arms are unconsciously positioned in the optimal posture for a charge. Like a cheetah always ready to hunt, it crouches low, poised to pounce. Clearly, the impact of this event was greater than Gordon had anticipated, so much so that even the dragon-blooded girl beside him began to curiously scrutinize the somewhat strangely behaving black dragon. Nina, lacking in knowledge, only knew dragons by their colors, and only recognized evil dragons. It's not that Nina didn't recognize the metal dragons, but for her, the intimidation posed by the evil dragons was far greater than that of the metal dragons in the lawful alignment. The memories are also more profound. Nina's recollection of the dragons' names was also quite simple. Black is the black dragon, white is the white dragon, and so on. However, there are no dense forests like the Great Forest or dark, eerie swamps near Calando and Blanche, making it difficult to find black and green dragons. Even if they do, it will only be a brief stop. They have no intention of establishing a nest there. As for the active volcanoes that the red dragons love most, and the frosty lands that the white dragons love, those are nowhere to be found here. Therefore, if you want to find the 5-colored dragons in this area, you'll probably have to try your luck in the Suriel Desert west of Kalandu. It is said that travelers have discovered traces of a blue dragon in the desert oasis, including footprints and the dragon's mischievous play. The entire oasis's water source was murky and foul-smelling due to the blue dragon's sewage spell, making it undrinkable even for livestock. Nina learned these things from the loud conversations of adventurers or merchants in the Iron Forge Tavern. Nina's gaze was very cautious, as if she was afraid that even a glance would disturb the dragon that was making strange poses in front of her. However, the fear in her eyes had largely disappeared, replaced by curiosity. Perhaps in her eyes, it was the black dragon who saved her from the ratman. It seems to be somewhat different from what Grandma Oran said. It's not the short-tempered black dragon that readily eats people and consumes their marrow. He seemed open to communication. After all, Nina had clearly heard Gordon's onomatopoeia earlier. Her imitations of the voices of children her age were so lifelike that if Gordon hadn't been right in front of her, she would never have believed that such a voice could come from a black dragon. Gordon sensed the changes within his body and noticed the dragonborn girl's cautious gaze, so he simply walked over to the dragonborn girl who was squatting on the ground. Unfortunately, even when squatting, Gordon could only tilt his head slightly upwards to meet the gaze of the dragonborn girl. He folded his slightly open wings and looked at the dragonborn girl in front of him, who was a head taller than him even when she was squatting. "May I have your name?" The voice wasn't loud, it was Gordon's original voice, carrying a hint of the immaturity of a newborn dragon. However, the lava dragon's vocal cords are wide and thick, but relatively narrow, which is why its voice has a somewhat drawn-out and harsh ending. It was buzzing, like an echo. Completely different from the tender hisses of ordinary fledgling dragons. No one who heard this voice would have guessed that it came from a fledgling dragon that had just been born. "Nina. My name is Nina." Nina's eyes could barely see the cement floor covered with dark blue ferns. She dared not look directly at the black dragon and answered honestly in a trembling voice. "Nina, you can call me Gordon." Gordon had his own reasons for asking the girl's name. Now that he has come into this world, the first thing he needs to do is to understand his surroundings. And when it comes to understanding the environment, who knows more than this well-behaved dragon-blooded girl before them? Otherwise, this fledgling dragon wouldn't survive long in this world. It would either be sent to the arena or become another experimental subject on a wizard's workbench. "Mr. Gordon, is there anything I can do to help you?" Nina breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the black dragon announce its name. She tried to address the black dragon using the etiquette Grandma Oran had taught her, but before she could finish, her stomach growled loudly. Nina blushed instantly, embarrassed and speechless. Gordon didn't say anything either. His dark golden vertical pupils stared unblinkingly at the slightly blushing dragon-blooded girl before him. Then he walked straight behind Nina, and under her curious gaze, picked up the 2 dead rats lying there and placed them in front of her. Then, from an inconspicuous recess on the left side of the sewer's iron fence, they pulled out the 2 original rat carcasses that had been hidden there. He placed it back in front of Nina before speaking slowly and deliberately. "Let's talk while we eat. In the legacy of the dragon, the ratmen will become servants of the true dragon, and also serve as appetizers for the true dragon when it is bored. After all, to the true dragon, these squeaking little creatures were just like the cattle and horses it usually ate food, no different from anything else. One is a main meal, and the other is dessert. 4 rat carcasses, 2 giant rats, and 2 ratmen. Except for the rat being smaller than Gordon, the other 2 giant rats were larger than Gordon. However, Gordon wasn't worried about not being able to finish the food. The baby dragons had a huge appetite, especially when they were newly born, as they needed to consume a lot of nutrients to make up for the energy they had lost during their first period of slumber. Moreover, the previous magma eruption had already exhausted Gordon's strength. Although he didn't feel hungry now, he felt his stomach was empty. "Yes, Mr. Gordon." Nina squatted down in front, speaking obediently. She wasn't averse to the rat carcasses, even though these monsters were sewer creatures. But these monsters were clearly healthy before they died, according to Nina, who had rummaged through leftovers. Eating rats isn't even a psychological barrier for them. When faced with hunger, these things are simply not a problem. "All right, please wait a moment." Then, Gordon followed the method from the dragon's legacy memories to prepare the raw materials before him. He grabbed the 2 giant rats by their tails, dragged them all the way to a nearby lava pool, and then put them down. The countdown began silently, its 2 dark golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the giant rat's transformation within the lava pool. The giant rat's carcass visibly burned its fur and shrank its flesh before beginning to melt. Gordon picked them up, twisted off the heads of the 2 giant rats, and carelessly tossed them into the lava pool to keep their skeletal remains company. It must be said that the way the lava dragon eats meat, according to its inherited memories, is actually quite similar to Gordon's favorite cooking method in his previous life, hot pot. They all involve simmering the ingredients in boiling liquid. The only difference is that one is magma at temperatures reaching thousands of degrees Celsius, while the other is a carefully prepared hot pot broth. but the general idea is the same. The aroma of roasted meat once again filled the sewer pipes, and Gordon offered a giant rat hind leg to the dragonborn girl in front of him, whose mouth was practically watering. Then they began to feast. Nina didn't hesitate. Her stomach had been protesting for 2 days, longing for a sumptuous, fresh meal. She had no reason to refuse, even without any seasoning. It tasted sweet and delicious to her. Nina ate a very full meal. Her tummy was bulging. As Nina spoke contentedly, Gordon began to gradually learn about the world around him. Calindo, Blanche, the Great Desert of Shuril. Of course, the majority of the area is the sewer. Comments. Previous. The commotion that was occurring one after another in the sewer pipes had already alerted the somewhat frustrated giant rat riders below. They were initially annoyed and resentful that they hadn't trained hard enough, which was why they hadn't been chosen by Lord Tuka. Now, this golden opportunity to shine before the High Priest and his fellow ratmen has been wasted. But now, with the appearance of strange and frightening noises, the already somewhat dazed giant rat rider was thrown into complete chaos. Some ratmen said they would go back and report to the priest, while others scolded them for forgetting chivalry. We will never abandon any comrade who can be saved. And we will never shrink back on the battlefield, even if the enemy is a real dragon. As knights, they must urge their mounts to unleash their strongest spear. This is the spirit of chivalry. Now that Tukeza is gone, these giant rat riders feel like a group of rats without a leader, like headless flies. A series of noisy squeaking sounds filled the air. However, these ratmen were still the best of the ratman tribe. Each one of them was an elite member of the tribe, otherwise, they would not have been able to advance to become giant rat knights. They quickly established their rules. Go up and observe secretly first. If there is any movement from the enemy, then act accordingly. If the situation is serious, then quickly return to report to the tribal priest. Soon, they left 2 giant rat riders waiting outside. The 3 giant rat riders, led by a ratman named Terry, entered the sewer pipe, which was radiating heat and a blazing red light, 1 in front and 2 behind. However, when Terry went up to look, he couldn't find even a single hair of his own kind, let alone any of his companions. Besides the bright orange light that illuminated the entire curved pipe, there was also a wave of scorching heat. The giant rat beneath him, which had been docile, began to stir, shifting its position from time to time. Perhaps it was afraid of some unknown danger in the sewer pipes and wanted to escape, or perhaps the cement slab under its feet was too hot. After all, these giant rats, who live in damp and dark environments year-round, have never experienced such a hot place before. However, despite the ratman's reassurance, they remained silent. When the 3 rats reached halfway to the source of the fire, the giant rat beneath them stopped and refused to move forward an inch, no matter how they urged it. But from this position, you can't see anything. Terry, the leader, had no choice but to dismount from the giant rat, put down his lance, and step onto the scorching cement slab. Terry endured the burning sensation and jogged forward a little while, wanting to check what was happening ahead. Then Terry discovered the horrifying scene he would never forget. The small pool of lava was crowded with white skeletons floating and sinking, while the lava gurgled and bubbled. Terry could naturally identify the skeletons as ratmen from their outlines, but where did these skeletons come from? Naturally, this was the giant rat rider's companion who had just entered the pipe in high spirits to capture human cubs. Otherwise, the current situation would be inexplicable. Although it was impossible to see how many skeletons were in the lava, judging from the commotion just now and the fact that their companions were now completely missing, it seemed that the entire army had been wiped out. Terry instantly felt a cool sensation rise from the solace of his feet and spread throughout his body. Even the unbearably hot air seemed to cool down considerably. Beads of cold sweat seeped from its forehead, but were quickly evaporated by the scorching air. Run! Run quickly! Tell the high priest everything that has happened here. They're all dead. They're all dead. Countless thoughts swirled in Terry's mind, but he restrained his somewhat curious desires and slowly backed away. Not daring to make a sound, he quickly gestured the retreat hand signals he used during training to his 2 ratman companions. Then, they mounted the now restless and agitated giant rat again, and together with the other 2 ratmen, 1 in front and 1 behind, quickly left the sewer where the 7 giant rat riders were buried. Only a bone spear that they hadn't had time to take away testifies to their presence. After Terry went down, feeling the long-lost dampness and coolness, he didn't have time to explain to his companions, and simply said, "Let's go back to find the high priest. Lord Tuka has likely perished." "Terry, what did you see?" One of the ratmen traveling with them blurted out the question, something it would have asked long ago if it weren't afraid of disturbing the others inside. "Bones, all skeletons? None of them survived." Terry's scarlet eyes were filled with terror, as if the horrifying scene was still vivid in his mind. "Even the skin and flesh are gone, it's all turned into bones. This is beyond our control. We must quickly report to the high priest," Terry emphasized. Upon hearing this, the other giant rat riders also showed a hint of panic in their eyes, even though they had expected it. But they still found it hard to accept that Terry would personally tell them the outcome of their total annihilation. After all, no one could accept that half of the giant rat riders, who had just been so happy and full of pride, were about to go in and capture human cubs. In an instant, everyone was trapped in an unknown sewer pipe. They don't even know who the culprit or the mastermind is. Terry and the others didn't have much time to talk. Their immediate priority was to return to the tribe and inform the high priest about the matter. So, in no time at all, the 5 giant rat riders quickly set off and disappeared at the end of the sewer corridor. However, if you look closely, you can still see it in the darkness. I saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring at the cave entrance illuminated by the firelight. Even after they left, they remembered to leave one person behind to keep watch and provide backup. After exchanging information with Nina, Gordon naturally knew that he couldn't stay there any longer. Although Nina told her that there were no monsters near the sewer opening before, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to spend several months here peacefully. The giant rat rider's attack may have been purely accidental, but he wouldn't let his guard down, even though he had just swiftly annihilated quite a few respectable monsters. But after all, this is AIO, and a second-tier hatchling dragon is nothing special in this sewer. While there aren't many that are stronger than it, there are indeed some. A lich hiding in the sewers, a high-ranking vengeful spirit, or even a kobold priest could easily make him suffer. Moreover, a Ratman tribe capable of producing so many standard Tier 1 monsters must be quite formidable. There might even be a few Tier 2 or Tier 3 Ratmen among them. Therefore, after luring and killing the giant rat rider, he had already prepared to leave. Otherwise, would they just stay put and wait to be the boss? Perhaps only those red dragons, no, white dragons, would fearlessly stand still and wait for the enemy to come and settle scores. However, before leaving, it needs to properly repair the environment here and try to extricate itself from the chaos, to prevent later visitors from noticing any traces of fledgling dragon activity here, Gordon thought to himself. Then, to Nina's astonishment, with a splash, it plunged into the lava. The first step is to start eliminating the odor. Terry, you're finally back. Ritual Master. The giant rat rider, who was secretly keeping watch, heard a rustling sound behind him and turned around to look. Seeing Terry return after going back to communicate, especially seeing a giant ratman in a black robe following behind him, was quite a surprise. The whole mouse became excited and immediately said respectfully, "How is it? What happened?" Terry, the first to step forward, inquired. "I've been here since you left your post, and apart from the firelight dimming a bit, there hasn't been a sound from that cave entrance." The giant rat rider who was keeping watch answered honestly. Terry nodded. He believed the giant rat rider was not lying. So, with a serious expression, it turned back and reported everything to the giant rat man. He also warned that the culprit who killed the giant rat knight's companion might still be in the cave, and urged the priest to be careful. Having personally witnessed the scorching lava, it still harbors fear of the creature capable of creating such a mass of lava. Even though the priest before it was omnipotent in its eyes, its heart still could not be at peace. The giant ratman was actually about the same height as an adult human in Kalando, but he was covered in a black robe, so nothing could be seen from him. Aside from its scarlet eyes and its barely concealed rat tail, its identity was clearly revealed. After listening to Terry's words, the Ratman priest remained silent for a long time, then turned his head and softly squeaked towards the eternal darkness behind him. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very penetrating and resonant, giving Terry the feeling that the entire sewer could hear it. If a seasoned adventurer were present, they would surely recognize that the voice emanating from the giant Ratman before them was the one in a million talent that only the king among the Ratmen could learn, summoning the rat swarm. No matter when or where, one can transmit one's information to any of the Ratmen under one's command, making it a kind of otherworldly version of unlimited long-distance telepathy. Furthermore, Ratmen and giant rats that hear the Rat King's summons will experience a 20% increase in both attack and movement speed. In simpler terms, they will have a temporary agility boost. Before Terry could even feel the passage of time, several Ratmen professionals clad in leather armor suddenly emerged from the shadows before him. The weapons they held varied, including bows and crossbows, daggers, and even dual swords. With their sharp eyes and superior equipment, Terry, as a giant rat rider, felt somewhat intimidated compared to them. It has nothing but its giant rat mount. To Terry's great surprise, these Ratmen clad in leather armor were all clearly at the second tier, and their aura was far stronger than before. Moreover, he recognized all these Ratmen. They were powerful figures from the same era as Lord Tuka in the Ratman tribe, who had transformed into rogues or rangers. Originally, according to rumors, some Ratmen had already reached tier 2, but Terry didn't believe it at the time. After all, the elite Ratman rogue or elite Ratman ranger, which are equivalent to the second tier giant rat knight, are not so easy to break through. Although Ratmen have a natural advantage in agility, their weapon proficiency requirement is the same as that of their great knights. Similarly, there are proficiency requirements for daggers and ranged bows and crossbows. Proficiency in these weapons is not easy to achieve, it requires time and countless battles to master. However, Terry thought about it again and felt relieved. After all, even the closest Tuka to the second rank was just one step away from reaching the rank of Grand Knight. It's perfectly normal that those Ratmen who have changed their class to rogues and rangers are faster than it. After emerging from the shadows, these Ratmen, who had already reached the second-tier professional level, humbly knelt before the giant Ratman and said in unison, "Ritual Master, Ritual Master." The four voices were powerful and resonant, as if they were ready to die at any moment, waiting only for the giant Ratman before them to give the order. "The pipeline ahead has been identified, report back." The Ratman priest, clad in a black robe, his scarlet eyes flickering, finally issued the above command from within his robe. "Yes." The four Ratman professionals squeaked in agreement, and just as they were about to leave, they felt a chill on their bodies, and their vision blurred. I discovered that a layer of frost blue diamond-shaped shield had somehow enveloped me. At the same time, they also heard the still calm Ratman language coming from behind. With this, there's no need to worry about the fire demon's curse in the pipes. It was the Ratman priest who cast a group frost shield on them, a relatively uncommon third-tier spell. However, it is a very useful buff-type defensive spell when exploring and fighting in deserts or hot areas. The spell not only increases external armor, but also makes the recipient immune to the scourge of the fire demon's curse. The curse of the flame demon, also known as heat stroke, can affect even professionals. Every year, a considerable number of poor people die due to the region's cold and heat. The curse of the ballrobe kills even more poor people than those who die at the hands of goblins and kobolds. After all, this thing doesn't care whether you're in the wilderness or the city, as long as you're under the sun's rays, you'll be affected. The Ratman priestess was already known from Terry, the giant rat rider. The temperature there remained above 100 degrees Celsius, and he still had blisters on his feet from the burns. With the frost shield, these tier 2 Ratman rogues and rangers can unleash their full potential. They could contend with the monsters in the passage without being affected by the high temperature. Terry wanted to go too, but hesitated for a moment. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the 4 professionals crawled into the sewer pipe entrance, which was emitting an orange-red glow not far away. It was still afraid of holding them back, and it felt a bit averse to the densely packed white Ratman skeletons in the lava, not wanting to see that hellish scene again. However, the 4 second-tier professional Ratman scouts came out carrying some things not long after they went in. The sharp-eyed Terry naturally noticed that among them was the bone spear that it had inadvertently dropped when it left. Resolved? So fast. Just as Terry was filled with doubts, the second-tier professionals also arrived before the Ratman priest with the items they were carrying. They recounted what they saw and heard inside the cave. When the Ratman priest heard that there were no more creatures left in the cave, he had the second-tier Ratman lead the way. He also shielded his body with an ice shield and followed them into the sewer opening. As an adult-sized Ratman priest, he naturally could not walk upright like other Ratman scouts. It could only hunch over and wriggle forward, its black robe bulging beneath it, and it was hard to tell whether those were hands or feet. Before long, the Ratman priest and the 4 second-tier Ratman arrived at the lava pool at the corner. However, the once unbearably hot lava pool has now turned a dark red, clearly indicating that the temperature has approached the lowest level of the magma. If the Ratman had arrived any later for their sacrifice, they might have only found a pile of cooled lava rocks. At the end of the corner, the iron fence had been twisted open by something unknown, revealing an exit large enough for any creature capable of entering the sewers to pass through. Around the lava pool, both the ground and the rock walls were splashed with clumps of black material, which was undoubtedly cooled magma. Above the corner pipe, there was a considerable space that had been widened by a sharp tool. That spot was clearly higher than the rest of the area. Even the Ratman priests there don't need to bend over, they can stand or lie down. Your Excellency, this is the place. One of the second-tier Ratman wanderers pointed in a direction and stood respectfully before the Ratman priest. The Ratman priest followed the wanderer's directions to an area obscured by rubble, where blood-red patterns were visible. Judging from the edges and corners peeking out from under the rubble, it resembles a circular 6-pointed star magic circle, with patterns on the outer ring that look like artistic lettering. It has a classic aesthetic and a touch of refinement. This is the language of the abyss. Summoning array. The Ratman priest was somewhat taken aback, clearly surprised by the appearance of the abyssal monster in the sewers. This is precisely why Gordon was so confident that he could conceal his true nature. After all, magma has nothing to do with dragons. With a little inducement, and by drawing a few abyss summoning arrays from the dragon's inherited memories, it's easy to succeed. There's no need to draw the whole thing, people will naturally fill in the blanks themselves. In this way, its existence was completely eliminated in the sewers. As for the smell of dragons, amidst the stench of sulfurous lava, can you distinguish any other smells? So, while the Ratman priest was inspecting the sewer pipes, Gordon had already taken the dragonborn girl to a safer sewer pipe. That marked the beginning of the young dragon's first period of hibernation. Shortly after birth, the baby dragons actually enter a 1-day hibernation period. During this period of dormancy, the fledgling dragon can fully absorb the nutrients from the eggshell, allowing its vital organs to begin to grow. This is why, in Gordon's personal talent list, apart from Big Eater which showed some progress at the beginning, the others were all in single digits. Other talents will only begin to grow automatically after the fledgling dragon enters its first period of slumber. In a dried-up section of the sewer, piles of rocks, dead wood, and garbage have accumulated, forming small, insurmountable mounds. Beneath an unmarked pile of garbage lies a small space made of broken planks and stones. A black fledgling dragon and a white-haired girl, not even 10 years old, were fast asleep on a wooden door panel that was already missing a corner. The concealment here is quite good, but even the monsters commonly found in sewers rarely hide in this kind of river. Firstly, the space is not suitable for a tribe to live in, and cleaning it would require a lot of manpower. However, tribes with that many people would generally not choose to build their nests in such river channels. Secondly, the place is incredibly smelly. Without water, the silt in the riverbed is exposed again, freely releasing its stench. The thick, fishy odor, accumulated from countless years of rotting garbage, is so strong that just smelling it can be intoxicating. And this was precisely the best hiding place Gordon had specifically chosen from Nina's description of the sewer environment, the only one of its kind. Not far from the sewers where they used to live, there is also this natural odor barrier. Furthermore, even amidst the piles of rocks, it's still quite easy to find a space large enough to accommodate a fledgling dragon and a human girl, making them very convenient to hide. If this isn't the best, then what is? When Gordon awoke from his slumber, he found himself seemingly being held by something. It was very soft and loose, and he could easily break free. Gordon didn't think too much about it and simply broke free by inertia. His original position was curled up. As he broke free and stretched out, the movement naturally woke Nina, who was sleeping with Gordon in her arms. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, looked at the awakened Gordon, and completely froze. The sounds emanating from his mouth betrayed his excitement, and there was a slight stutter. "Mr. Gordon, you're awake? I thought you were going to sleep for a long time." "Oh, that's not what I meant. Your body smells absolutely wonderful." "No, that's not what I meant either." Nina's speech became increasingly incoherent, bordering on rambling. In the end, he could only lower his head, his short, silvery white hair drooping, and remain silent. It's like a primary school student being caught red-handed by their parents for doing something wrong. "Nina, how long have I been asleep?" Gordon ignored the girl's ramblings and instead asked the dragonborn girl he had only recently met. Nina breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Gordon wasn't angry about her previous inappropriate behavior, and then quickly said, "Mr. Gordon, you've slept for about a day, and now it's nighttime on the dark streets above ground. This is also the time when those monsters are most active." She added, "Clearly, there's been quite a commotion on the river tonight." "No, it's more accurate to say that this is the normal state of a sewer system." As for the time, Nina judged it by the moonlight shining through the broken manhole cover not far away. Of course, if Gordon hadn't been there, Nina would probably have been cowering in fear, trembling, and wouldn't have had the mind to observe her surroundings. After all, this place wasn't far from the Ratman's territory. Every time Nina heard the sound of heavy footsteps, her heart would leap into her throat, fearing that they had discovered their tracks and were coming to the river to capture her and Gordon. Fortunately, the day ended without any major incidents. Just one day. Although the Dragon Legacy had already told Gordon that the young dragon's slumber would only last for one day, but he would still ask routine questions, since he was unconscious and could only make judgments based on external objects. Nina knew more about this than he did. "Yes, Mr. Gordon. You still have those things I gave you yesterday, Nina." Gordon raised his head, opened his wings which had been closed for a long time, and asked Nina as he stretched his stiff limbs, tail, wings, and head. "Everyone's here." Nina pulled a small bag from her tattered linen dress. Inside was the 6th coccyx bone that Gordon had taken from the giant rats the day before when he left. There are exactly 7 coccygeal vertebrae, no more and no less. The 3-foot-long, translucent white jade bone appeared deathly pale in the darkness. The giant rat's tailbone is a material for spell casting, something Gordon learned from the Dragon Legacy. Heaven knows why the Dragon's Legacy contains so much advanced knowledge, causing Gordon to automatically recognize it upon a single glance. It can be used as a medium to summon animal companions. Its spirituality is below average, but it is cheap and common. It is a common material for novice mages, druids, and warlocks, and they always carry it with them until they master the talent spell reduction material. Since Gordon wasn't a mage, warlock, or druid, he naturally had no use for these materials and was too lazy to collect them. But before he left, he saw Nina eating rat meat like a starving ghost, her clothes tattered and torn. Naturally, one must consider, what is most important when integrating into another world? Money? No. It's a resource? And resources need someone to help him acquire them. Nina, who is currently in a predicament, is the best person to win over at the moment. After all, this was the only person he knew, but Gordon was still quite satisfied with Nina's current performance. Although he looked delicate and frail, he did everything he was told to do, and did it very well. Moreover, he had managed to survive in the sewers for so long, so he must have some skills. When it comes to judging people, Gordon believes he rarely makes a mistake. To win someone over, you naturally need to make them willingly submit. This isn't about empty talk or trying to tame them with words, it requires concrete action. Money, however, is an unavoidable obstacle. It can eat dirt when it's hungry, but Nina can't, her teeth aren't that strong yet. However, it is still a fledgling dragon that is struggling to survive and is out of place in human society, so it will be difficult for it to obtain money. But for Gordon, Nina's help is essential for him to survive, and thrive, in the sewers of Kalando. Unless he leaves Kalando and ventures into the wilderness, he will only need to worry about what to eat for today and what to eat for the next meal. But the wilderness is not safe either. Gnolls, trolls, and ogres are not uncommon in the wilderness, and many humanoid creatures also enslave dragons. For example, frost giants enslave young white dragons or hunt them. Dragon cubs are highly sought after, both in human society and in the wilderness. People will try to catch them whenever possible. Therefore, these 7 giant rat tail vertebrae were Gordon's plan to have Nina exchange them for his first pot of gold, and then gradually make his move. When it gets light, go to the alchemy shop in the commoners district as you said. They should accept this. Yes, Mr. Gordon. Nina nodded emphatically as she took back the small bag, then put it away carefully. Only after patting the fabric through the cloth and feeling its rough texture did Nina feel at ease. Then you should get some rest. After Gordon finished explaining, he naturally noticed the exhaustion on Nina's face. She had lived in constant fear all day. It's impossible to be without pressure and fear, but that's what Gordon can do now. It was simply to let her get a good night's sleep and replenish her energy. Good night, Mr. Gordon. Nina readily agreed, then found a corner, curled up in a ball, and closed her eyes. Nina slept soundly in the sulphurous air, especially after learning that Gordon had woken up. Gordon saw that Nina had gone to sleep, and since there was nothing else to do, he figured it was fine. He then opened his personal panel, in intending to see what changes had occurred to his talent list after this period of slumber. And, that rather generous reward. He hasn't even used any of the 11 Tier 1 talent fragments yet. The next second, the pale blue data screen reappeared on Gordon's retina. The pale blue light screen suddenly stopped in Gordon's field of vision, and he quickly glanced at it with practiced ease. Golden Alduin Targaryen. Title, None. Race, Lava Dragon. Age, Hatchling, 0 to 5 years old. Life, 34/34. Equivalent stage, 2. Talents, Hard Armor, 4/10, Sharp Claws, 3/5, Robust, 4/20, Low Tier Fire Magic Resistance, 2/12, Dragon Hatchling Intimidation, 2/4, Gluttony, 5/9, Dark Sight, 4/11, Onomatopoeia Charge, Proficient, 1/8. Skills, Fire Immunity, Bite Claw Strike, Lava Breath. Soul Talent, Talent Stealing. Free Talent Fragments, Tier 1 Fragments *11. Gordon was slightly surprised. A single period of slumber could increase its power so much. He wondered what changes would occur after the fledgling dragon advanced to become a young dragon. He had a general idea of the data above, but what intrigued him was that the talent Robust seemed to be linked to his health points, meaning that 3 points of robustness would give him 3 points of health points in return. However, since Gordon hasn't been injured yet, he doesn't know how much health he would lose if he were stabbed, so he doesn't have a direct comparison with the health increase from Robust. Moreover, he vaguely felt that his strength seemed to have increased considerably, but he was afraid of waking Nina and alerting the monsters in the river, so he did not conduct any experiments. But holding the claw still creates the illusion of power. In terms of percentages, the Robust talent increases health by 10% at once, and may also increase strength. Other talents have also progressed to about half or 1/3 of their respective milestones. Clearly, the gains from this period of slumber were no less than those from killing the 14 rat-like monsters. He looked at the claws, whose scales had darkened slightly and were now gleaming with a cold light. Before falling into slumber, Gordon remembered clearly that his scales were lighter in color and his claws were slightly curved. Now, the curve of his claws had lengthened and they were becoming increasingly sharp. If his claws looked like crescent moons when he was born, now they look like he has several gleaming daggers stuck in his hands. As for Dragon's Might, Low-Tier Fire Magic Resistance, and Gluttony, Gordon couldn't sense any changes at the moment. Even if he were completely out of his mind, he wouldn't unleash his Dragon Might now and cause Nina to panic. Fire Magic Resistance is even more ridiculous. Go find a mage to experience the power of a fireball. Only those idiots from the chaotic evil faction could come up with something like that. The Big Eater hasn't eaten anything and isn't hungry, so it's hard to comment on him yet. However, it seems that Gordon had another rat meat hot pot before the baby dragon's hibernation period. This meant that some of the nutrients from the eggshell in his body had not been fully digested, which is why Gordon didn't feel hungry for the time being. In other words, Gordon is still digesting it. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable that the fledgling dragon in the dragon's legacy memory would immediately start eating voraciously upon waking up. The dragon mother would also prepare a sumptuous feast for them to replenish their bodies. Dark vision had the most significant effect, although it only increased by 3 points. Gordon felt that his whole world had become much clearer, and even in the dark and gray world, a few more colors had vaguely appeared, though not very obviously. But at least it changed his understanding of his surroundings from watching black and white television, giving Gordon the illusion that he had been fitted with a high-definition camera capable of capturing color. The remaining 2 talents, Onomatopoeia and Charge, Proficiency, are either limited to the maximum level or have reached their limit, as it seems impossible to progress further. After all, only the Onomatopoeia suffix lacks a progress bar. All other talents have the suffix N or X. The other Charge, Proficient skill is for those who have already surpassed this level but do not have the corresponding Tier 2 fragments or black iron fragments, so they cannot add points to it. Although there are many talents in the talent list, Gordon quickly prioritized them by weighting them into 3 groups. T1, Charge, Proficient, Hard Armor, Robust. Evaluation, it can fight, withstand attacks, and escape. Nothing could be more suitable. T2, Sharp Claws Dark Vision. Commentary, sometimes, when you can see things that others can't, you've already won half the battle. Also, you can only contribute if you're alive. T3, Dragon Hatchling's Intimidation Low-Tier Fire Magic Resistance. Evaluation, although the fledgling dragon is a true dragon, it lacks strength. If you exude the aura of a true dragon, it will be like a deadly poppy, while the latter is merely a useless thing. Pending, Competitive Eater. Assessment, my stomach didn't tell me anything about the changes happening inside me. After briefly ranking these talents in his mind, Gordon's talent fragments found their place. Although a fledgling dragon only needs to grow slowly, its innate talents will grow along with it. To put it simply, even if Gordon didn't have the cheat code of talent fragments, his talents would naturally reach their maximum value. Then it transforms into a young dragon, and repeats this process until it finally becomes a 6th tier adult dragon. To reach the 7th tier or 8th tier, the dragons themselves need to gain experience and make efforts. Many dragons choose to change their class to druid or priest to enhance their strength. But Gordon hadn't forgotten that he had no mother dragon to protect him. He was just a stray lava dragon cub lost in the human world, hiding in the sewers. The bonuses from talent fragments all take time to be applied, and he wouldn't allow himself to be a miser, hoarding the fragments and refusing to use them. Then, when he truly encounters a powerful enemy, he might want to unleash a burst of power by adding all his points at once. However, if he is not used to his body after adding points, or if the loading of talent fragments during the point allocation process affects his current combat situation, he might face challenges. If it's gone, it's truly gone. Gordon understood this simple truth. Of course, the most important thing is that first-tier fragments are really not worth much money, so you can just squander them. The sewers lack everything, but they have no shortage of monsters. Therefore, Gordon quickly assigned the 11 first-tier blank fragments to Sharp Claws, Robust, and Hard Scales respectively. This is currently the optimal solution according to Gordon. After all, his fragments are enough to max out Sharp Claws and Hard Scales. The 3 Tier 1 talent fragments were immediately invested into Sharp Claws. Sharp Claws, 3/5, 5/5, Upward Arrow. Steel Fangs and Claws, 1/10. Gordon felt a blur before his eyes, and the pale blue talent panel suddenly twisted and changed, revealing a brand new talent in his vision. So fast. This was the first time Gordon had experienced the speed of flying like an airplane. It was completely different from when he activated the charge talent. It unconsciously stretched out its paw and looked around. The claws, which were originally dagger-like, now seemed to be coated with a layer of silver paint, giving the dragon a completely different visual experience. The claws also grew from 4 or 5 centimeters to 7 or 8 centimeters in length, and were terrifyingly sharp. With a soft plop, his sharp claws pierced into a gray rock beside him as easily as cutting tofu. That's incredible. Although his claws were already quite sharp, he dug up a lot of rocks at the site where he disguised himself as a sewer pipe. The feel of it now is like replacing a rusty, dull kitchen knife with a brand new one. With a few swift movements, these stones can be cut into 3 pieces, or deep grooves can be carved out. After playing with his new claws for a while, Gordon turned his attention to his next talent, Robust, without hesitation. Panel, add points. Healthy, 4/20, 7/20, Upward Arrow. Gordon immediately felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, from his tailbone to the top of his head, a warm and comforting sensation, and he felt as if he had inexhaustible energy. Gordon clearly felt an increase in his own power, which also confirmed his previous guess. The health points on the panel jumped from 34 to 37. Watching the health points slowly increase, Gordon's somewhat bewildered heart, which had been wandering through this other world, calmed down considerably. Although the health pool isn't large right now, the future looks promising. After classifying the remaining 6 Tier 1 fragments into hardened scales, he wanted to see what changes would occur after hardened scales, 10/10. Given the previous example of Sharp Claws, he was quite curious about this. Hard Scales, 4/10, 10/10, Upward Arrow. Scale Armor Demonization, 2/20, Upward Arrow. Less than a second. Gordon suddenly felt a heaviness all over his body, as if he were wearing a heavy armor. So rough. Gordon used his claws to fiddle with the 2 to 3 centimeter thick scales on his body that had a strange luster, clicking his tongue in amazement. It also tried touching the scales with its claws, applying slight pressure or tapping them gently, and the scales produced a crisp metallic sound. It is clear that Gordon's defenses have now been greatly improved. The hardened scales talent in the talent list has also vanished without a trace, just like Sharp Claws. Instead, a talent called Scale Enchanting appeared in Gordon's field of vision. And in his talent list, there was another talent that also disappeared silently along with hardened scales. It is low-level fire magic resistance. The low-level magic resistance has disappeared, but the scale armor enchantment has increased by 1 point out of nowhere. The anomalies of these two events were so coincidental that Gordon couldn't help but consider them together and make connections. However, the personal panel did not include artificial intelligence. Although Gordon had some speculation, he did not have any evidence at the moment. We can only tentatively attribute the reason for scale armor enchanting, 2/20, Upward Arrow to the disappearance of low-level fire magic resistance. Gordon didn't know what would happen if he had maxed out fire resistance and then maxed out armor hardening. Now that the die is cast, there's no point in going back, so he stopped dwelling on it. After all, losing an insignificant talent and exchanging it for a point in scale armor demonization that can't be leveled up is clearly a win. It's important to know that scale armor transformation grants resistance to all elemental attributes, including elemental, evocation, and other spells, providing some reduction in damage. Pity. Gordon sighed and looked down at the skill bar. There were already 2 skills with the same suffix as charge, proficient, but without that familiar plus. Next, max out robust, then max out gluttony, and finally dark vision. That night, Gordon began planning for the future and the things he needed to do in the near future. For example, it might find a place to settle in the sewers and recruit some followers to serve as its tools. For example, if possible, make Nina's life better, so she doesn't have to hide in the sewers like a rat, and can have a place in Kalando. Of course, the premise is that Nina must pass through today. The thought flashed through Gordon's mind, but now was not the time to consider such things. Through the dappled moonlight, Gordon's dark golden dragon eyes peered through the gaps in the pile of rubble and wood at the tiny world on the ground, no bigger than a fingernail. It was quiet there, though Gordon could only see a dilapidated European-style wooden window creaking and swaying in the wind. But its eyes were full of longing, even though it couldn't experience the scenery of that other world right now. But from the memories of the dragon's legacy, he could learn just how vast and boundless this continent called Ao truly was. Countless adventurers have also ventured and fought in the dense forests, high mountains, and deep valleys of this continent for wealth and fame. Humanity and bestiality often intertwine, creating a lament for life. In the shadows, strange things whisper amongst themselves, plotting to usher in a new chapter, attempting to overturn the world and create a new legend. Even the highest gods can fight each other for their beliefs, launching divine wars that could affect several duchies and nations, or even sweep across half the continent. At that time, whether strong or weak, all were striving for the same thing, to spread the glory of their gods to the world. This fascinating world, a world that feels almost real. How could Gordon not feel a sense of longing? Of course, this is to avoid becoming a dragon slayer or one of the team's honors. Gordon's immediate plan was to play it safe, farm, level up by fighting monsters, and plunder talents. If you really can't stand living in the sewers, then find an opportunity to leave Kalando and head to the wilderness, or overseas islands, or even the desert if all else fails. But the sewers are indeed the most suitable place for it right now. Although there are many monsters, it's not like the wilderness. If you're unlucky, you might encounter a resting black dragon or a red dragon. Gordon is not one of the 5 chromatic dragons. It is perfectly normal for a true dragon to kill the offspring of other kinds of true dragons. Given its current strength as a fledgling dragon, the probability of it surviving in the wilderness is really small, and even with its special abilities, it seems unlikely to make a difference. In the wilderness, adventurers generally agree that you never know whether an accident or tomorrow will come first. However, in the sewers, Gordon must avoid contact with other humans as much as possible. Of course, if it's truly unavoidable, then thorough preparations must be made. No one who knows of its existence can escape. With lightning speed, all those who know it will be wiped out. If you're going to take action, you can't let a single word slip by. You have to follow the whole procedure of destroying the body and scattering the ashes. It remembered that the priests of this world learned divine magic that could resurrect the dead. Being able to snatch a soul from the clutches of death, Gordon couldn't afford to be careless. Of course, if it realizes it can't win and has no chance of victory, then it can only run away in advance. Call. Gordon exhaled slowly, making the sulfurous smell in the small space even stronger. Nina, huddled in the corner, couldn't help but wrinkle her nose, but a smile graced her innocent face, as if she were having a sweet dream. However, he was shivering and hugging his chest, clearly feeling the cold. The temperature in the sewers can be even cooler than upstairs, especially since cold winds often blow through the river. Gordon glanced at Nina, who was wearing a thin dress, and then at the cold wind from the river channel that occasionally blew into the small space through the gaps. After thinking about it, I was a little worried that the sewers were constantly drafty and that without the protection of the sewer pipes, this frail girl might catch a cold. But I hesitated for a moment, but later I simply stopped thinking about it. With small, quick steps, he lay down behind Nina with a soft thud. Actually, a human pillow isn't so bad. It was muttering something, as if trying to convince someone, or perhaps trying to justify its own actions. It could still feel the soft touch when Gordon woke up, even through its scales. It was quite comfortable, but he was still a little unaccustomed to sleeping with someone. After all, he had always been alone in his previous life. Even though it has now become a dragon, it still feels somewhat unsettling. After lying down, my body naturally blocked the gap behind me to prevent the cold wind from getting in. The dragon's head, somewhat disproportionate to its body, was leaning to one side. Fortunately, Nina's hair was relatively short, so Gordon's head didn't press down on it. With him here as her portable hand warmer, she should be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Gordon looked around with satisfaction, intending to stay there until dawn, and discuss other matters after Nina returned from Kalando. However, after a short while, Gordon still felt uneasy. After thinking for a moment, it opened its right wing and placed its tiny, less than 2-day-old wing on Nina's slightly flattened belly. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking that this way his tool wouldn't catch a cold. Gordon lay there with his eyes open, listening to the occasional sounds coming from the river, until the first ray of light shone through the gaps in the wooden frame and the broken edge of the manhole cover. The sewers became quiet. Gordon had used up a lot of his brain power thinking about all night and making plans for the future. The baby dragon's head was already small, and now it seemed even bigger. Plus, having been lying down for so long, drowsiness was creeping in relentlessly. Gordon finally couldn't hold on any longer and drifted off to sleep with the first rays of dawn. And so, the slumbering dragonborn girl and the sleeping young dragon lay head to head, tail to tail, bare feet in the dilapidated ruins of the sewers, black dragon wings drooping between the girl's slender body. One dragon and one man, sticking together for warmth. It created a stunningly beautiful scene. Warm and beautiful. Meanwhile, not long after Gordon fell asleep, the dragon-blooded girl's biological clock had already started to kick in. She opened her eyes and saw the familiar dragon wings draped over her. Comments. Nina looked at the dragon wings covered in black scales, then at the dilapidated walls completely obscured by Gordon's body, and a strange light shone in her eyes. Although she is not yet 10 years old, she is not a child who knows nothing. Her experiences may be richer than those of many adults. She grew up in an orphanage and had no friends except for Grandma Oran and her sister Celia. Back then, the children in the orphanage seemed to call her only two things, BD or monster. She grew up hearing these words. The children in the orphanage seemed to agree that criticizing her was the only way to fit in. Nina was isolated, and she grew up in this somewhat desperate environment. But she didn't dare bother Grandma Oran or complain, because that would definitely make Grandma angry and sad. But she didn't want to upset Grandma Oran, not at all. It wasn't until later, when her sister Celia came to the orphanage, that she had someone to confide in. Unfortunately, this happy period didn't last long. Not long after, Celia was adopted by someone else. Then Grandma Oran left too, and her only place of refuge, the orphanage, was demolished by a nobleman to build shops. A piece of land in a town near the Free City, along a trade route, is still worth quite a bit of money. It's such a waste to use it to build an orphanage. If Oran weren't so popular with the townspeople, the nobles would have already demolished that dilapidated and poorly maintained orphanage. Afterwards, Nina traveled from Blanche to the dark streets of Kalando, where she spent a year struggling and experiencing the malice in the hearts of countless people. Some coveted her beauty, others were angry about her impure bloodline, and of course, the biggest reason was her poverty. She had no money, and if she hadn't met a few kind adventurers along the way, she might have died long ago in the wilderness more than 100 miles between Blanche and Kalando. She died at the hands of goblins, gnolls, and kobolds. I heard they eat people, and that larger tribes even raise humans like cattle and sheep. If Nina hadn't met them, she might have ended up the same way. However, their reason for rescuing Nina was also to bring her to the City of Freedom and sell her for a good price, since there were quite a few nobles in the city who had a taste for this. After overhearing the adventurers' conversation in the middle of the night, Nina took advantage of her dark vision to escape in the dark. Fortunately, the campsite was not far from Kalando at that time, and the monsters within a 10-mile radius had just been swept away by adventurers and the army. In addition, Nina was quite cautious, so she didn't encounter any monsters along the way, avoiding them from a distance, and then entered this magnificent City of Freedom. She had thought her life would continue like this. Perhaps one day she would be injured or fall ill and, unable to receive timely treatment, die in a sewer and rot into a skeleton. If she had been discovered back then, perhaps no one would have thought she was a BD or a monster in her previous life. Sometimes Nina thinks like this. If it weren't for Grandma Oran's dying words, urging her to live on, she might have already drifted with the tide. Being a plaything wouldn't have been so bad, at least she wouldn't have to scavenge for food in garbage dumps or compete with the city's stray dogs. Living such a tiring life is really meaningless. Therefore, when she saw the dragon wings, which were already beginning to take shape, draped over her body, she felt a mix of emotions. Perhaps only Mr. Gordon, who shares the same eyes, would recognize her as one of its kind. Let us pity and protect her. Nina thought for a moment, then gently and carefully moved her body, her small hands supporting the dragon wings that Gordon had draped over her, afraid of disturbing the sleeping baby dragon. Unfortunately, it still startled Gordon. The fledgling dragon, covered in thick black scales, opened its dark golden eyes. The dragon's might was already taking shape in his eyes, and Nina felt a sense of reverence when they met his gaze. It was as if what lay before them was not a newly hatched dragon, but a mature dragon soaring across the heavens and earth, its wings whipping up storms capable of blowing people away. Mr. Gordon, I apologize for disturbing your rest, Nina said somewhat embarrassedly, inwardly blaming herself for not being gentler, which might have prevented Gordon from waking up. It's all right, it's dawn now. A flash of dragon-like arrogance appeared in Gordon's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He was a light sleeper to begin with, and any noise Nina made would definitely wake him up. After all, he was still in the sewers, unless it was a deep sleep like a slumber. The young dragons are quite alert, sometimes even the slightest sound can startle them. Yes, it's dawn, Mr. Gordon. Nina agreed, then seemed to realize something and quickly added, I have to go now, Mr. Gordon. If you're any later, you might not be able to get in. Nina spoke quickly and urgently. Gordon didn't ask her why she couldn't enter the civilian district because it was late. He simply nodded slightly and watched her quietly. Seeing that Gordon nodded in agreement, Nina quickly began to use whatever materials were available to tidy up her appearance. This time, she didn't use the inhumane makeup again. Instead, she used some concealer and mud to cover her fair skin, making people think at first glance that she was just an inconspicuous, dirty wild child. It's not that Nina let her guard down, but rather that this attire would make it easier to conduct transactions at the alchemy shop later. After all, those spellcasting apprentices were all superior to others. If they saw Nina walking in covered in a foul odor and red spots and white lichen, they would probably kick her out at first glance. She did all of this very quickly, mainly because time didn't allow her to dawdle any longer. Before the commoners fully woke up, she needed to quickly enter the alchemy shop in the commoners' district to exchange goods. If she arrives too late, Nina might be discovered by busybodies, and she would end up in the same situation as a few days ago, being driven out of the slums. Being hit by vegetable leaves, thrown stones, and splashed with manure had become commonplace. She didn't care about being kicked out, she was used to it. But if she delayed the task Mr. Gordon had entrusted to her, that would be a serious offense. Before long, with the morning mist still lingering, Nina was already fully dressed and ready to go. In her disguise, she was completely unrecognizable as the fair-skinned and innocent little girl she had been before. Mr. Gordon, I'll be going now, she said softly. Okay, be careful on the road. After receiving a nod from Gordon, Nina tiptoed and hunched over as she left the cramped temporary dwelling. Before leaving, she patted the slightly prickly material around her waist, her eyes full of anticipation, thinking that these things could really be as Mr. Gordon had said. It can be exchanged for a considerable sum of money. After leaving her residence, Nina's petite figure nimbly darted between the various obstacles in the river, displaying remarkable agility and nimbleness. This was also her specialty. Although she lacked strength, her speed was still quite impressive, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to survive in the mouths of the sewer monsters. Before long, they arrived at a manhole cover with a crack, outside which was a small alley, the third alley of the Black Street. Nina is very familiar with her. This is considered one of the safer exits, because it's some distance from where the thugs and hooligans of the underworld live. Normally, there are more rats than people in this place, but the alley leads to the main street of the Black Street. It's easy to bump into people on this route, so Nina would never take this route back except when she goes out in the morning. For some reason, Nina still felt uneasy, whether it was the wealth she was carrying or the quiet, dark streets that morning that made her uneasy. After waiting for 1 or 2 minutes and glancing up through the gap to make sure there was no movement, she laboriously pushed the manhole cover open. The manhole cover emitted a screeching sound as it scraped against the ground, making Nina's heart pound even harder. After making a gap large enough for her to pass through, Nina nimbly climbed out of the sewer. With my body hunched over, I touched my tailbone, which felt slightly rough even through the linen cloth, and entered the misty white fog of the early morning. Down below the sewer, Nina hadn't been gone long. Gordon, with his short legs, also left the dwelling that had been asleep all day. It also has things to do now. Comments. 7 pieces of spellcasting material of tier 1 quality, giant rat tailbone. Not bad. The appearance and texture are perfect, and there's not a trace of blood, it's very clean. Here are 6 silver coins and 55 copper coins. Here, take them. In the commoner's district of Kalando, before the morning mist had dissipated, a light shone from an alchemy hut named Fran. A half-elf woman, dressed in a light blue robe and appearing to be around 21 or 22 years old, spoke to Nina. She played with the fluorescent skeleton in the bag handed to her by the little dragon-descended girl in her slender, jade-like hands, and nodded in satisfaction. He readily took out 6 gleaming silver coins from his pocket, then handed over a small, heavy bag filled with copper coins. After all, most adventurers in the past didn't process the materials from monsters. Some even brought her monster corpses, claiming they were novel, which she found utterly inhumane. In comparison, even though the dragonborn girl before her had a dirty face and wore a tattered linen dress, the half-elf woman found her quite pleasing to the eye. Of course, there is another reason that cannot be said. They are both of mixed race. One is a half-elf, the other a dragonborn. Both are humans with mixed bloodlines from other races, so there's bound to be a sense of mutual respect between them. In any intelligent society, it is perfectly normal for hybrids to be labeled as bastards or monsters. They disliked each other. However, half-elves are much more acceptable than dragonborn, mainly because elves have always been peaceful and have little conflict with humans. After all, one lives in dense forests and the other in vast plains. To be honest, elves dislike humans more. It's important to know that elven female slaves have always commanded high prices in Kalando, and are practically unavailable on the black market. Meanwhile, the 5-collared dragons wreak havoc on the continent of Iome every day. Greedy creatures enjoy toying with passing travelers and robbing them of their treasures. Although news of successful dragon slaying occasionally comes, the greatest losses are still suffered by humans. However, the little dragon girl seemed stunned and hesitated to accept the money. It wasn't until the half-elf woman urged him several times that he seemed to snap out of his daze, suddenly realizing what was happening, and hurriedly took the money handed to him from her hand. This is a fair price. They didn't take advantage of her young age to lower the price. Before they left, Gordon had already told Nina the approximate price of Tier 1 materials, which would generally fluctuate between 70 copper coins and 1 silver coin to 10 copper coins. The half-elf woman in front of her was offering Nina a price of around 90 copper coins, which was already very high. These 7 silver coins are almost equivalent to 4 months' income for a farmer in a baron's territory. It's important to know that beneath the copper coins was a form of currency, grain or wheat, which served as a means of bartering and to fill gaps and address deficiencies. Of course, the above methods of repairing leaks are not applicable in Kalando, because the cheapest price here starts at 1 copper coin. But a single copper coin could also buy enough black bread, or more accurately, bran bread, to feed a family of 3 for a day. Black bread mixed with sawdust and bran, so hard it could be used as a weapon. When monsters attacked the village, quite a few goblins and kobolds died from being hit by black breadsticks. Therefore, Nina thanked them softly for this justice. Thank you. May the gods bless you. This is standard phrasing. Grandma Oran always greeted people like this. After all, people have different beliefs, and there are so many benevolent gods that you can't tell which person is a follower of which god. Like a female warrior wielding a flail and clad in heavy armor, she was clearly a follower of the god of war. But once she removes her armor, she transforms into a delicate young woman in a white dress. If you only see her once, can you guess her beliefs? After expressing her gratitude, Nina took the coins from the half-elf, put them into her purse, and then hid them at her waist. Because of the loose fit of her dress, it was impossible to tell from the outside that she was hiding a bulging purse. Only Nina could sense the little cutie hidden inside her dress. It's all right. If you need any more materials next time, you can come find me. My name is Franville. I usually stay in this alchemy hut in Fran. When I need to go out, I hang a sign on the door. The half-elf? Oh no, Franvello said to Nina with a smile. Clearly, this was a common tactic used by the half-elf to cultivate long-term clients. With her clever mind, the half-elf had already guessed that the dragonborn girl in front of her was nothing more than a gopher. Someone else could produce 7 Tier 1 fragments, and it's very likely that it's the Lone Ranger who just arrived in Kalendo not long ago. To be able to take down 7 giant rats in the sewers, one must be at least a second-tier professional. These high-quality customers are the key targets that Fran is trying to win over. After all, whether as a seller or a buyer, this kind of profession, if it becomes stable, can bring her a considerable income. Okay, I will. After saying that, Nina hurriedly left. Her feelings at this moment were hard to describe. Although she had only been gone a short while, she was already eager to go back and excited to see Mr. Gordon with the money. As time passed, the morning mist was gradually dispelled by the sunlight, the road became clearer, the majestic city walls appeared in the distance, and the clamor of curses and children's cries filled the air. They gradually appeared in the streets of the commoners' district. At this time in the past, Nina would have been looking for food in the back alley of the Iron Furnace Tavern and would have had no time to pay attention to these things, her mind filled with nothing but hunger. However, she didn't linger here any longer, naturally to avoid any unforeseen complications. She was carrying a huge sum of nearly 7 silver coins. In the underworld, even a copper coin could be used to kill someone, let alone silver coins. Fran's alchemy hut wasn't far from Black Street, so Nina returned to the Black Street intersection in the same amount of time it took to get there. Compared to the clean and tidy streets of the working-class area, this place was filled with sewage and littered with garbage. Nina could even see eggshells that they had thrown over a few days ago. As for the vegetable leaves, it's unclear whether they were taken by a dog or picked up and eaten by someone in the underworld. Nina didn't stay put. She quickly left the entrance to the dark street and headed down a secluded path she always took. Being cautious, she didn't choose to return the way she came, but rather proceeded with care. Little did she know, someone was already following her from a distance. Because Nina's makeup wasn't very obvious this time, as soon as she entered, some idle thugs in the shadows of the dark street noticed this somewhat unfamiliar girl. Only after seeing those unmistakable obsidian-like dragon eyes did I realize that she was that sickly, festering sore dragon-born beggar. Nina's new appearance took these street thugs by surprise, but they were also furious that they had been tricked by a little girl for so long. So the 3 of them followed, intending to cause trouble for Nina, or at the very least, to torment her and vent their anger. As they drew closer, Nina heard footsteps behind her, but she didn't dare turn around. Unsure if the person behind her was looking for her, she cautiously quickened her pace. Then, the footsteps behind her became more frequent. This made Nina's heart sink, it really was aimed at her. But she's still a block away from the nearest sewer entrance, over 200 meters away. If she walks in a straight line, she definitely can't outrun these adults. Besides, if that manhole cover hadn't been pushed open, she wouldn't have been able to escape at all. After all, no matter how agile she is, her age is a factor. Her physical strength and speed are obviously inferior to those of an adult. At most, her reaction speed is just a little faster. So Nina ran straight into a small alley ahead. The alley was a maze of interconnected alleys, and she wanted to use the terrain she knew best to shake off her pursuers. So Nina dashed towards the alley entrance, hoping that once inside, she could escape and return to the sewers. The people behind seemed to notice Nina's strange behavior as well, so they abandoned their cat and mouse game and quickly sped up to catch up. After all, if someone were to accidentally capsize here, they would be laughed at for a year. However, with a loud bang, Nina felt herself collide with a soft body, followed by a rebound force that sent her sprawling to the ground. Nina felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave as she listened to the barely concealed laughter and footsteps behind her. There's no escaping it. She turned her head in alarm to look at the 3 gangsters who had surrounded her, and hurriedly tried to get up. At that moment, a slender, fair hand reached out, accompanied by a slightly familiar voice, a voice buried deep in my memory. Nina? Only then did Nina raise her head and see who had caused her to fall to the ground. This is a young girl dressed in a fitted black robe. The brim of the black hood is low, covering half of her face, revealing only the delicate lower half of her face and her slender neck. Looking at the lower half of her face alone, there's no doubt she's a beauty, and the black robe embroidered with patterns covering her body gives her an air of mystery. Nina listened to the voice as if in a dream, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face beneath the black-robed girl, and said in a tone of astonishment and disbelief, "You're the older sister? Celia, the older sister. How did you get here?" Celia never expected to run into Nina, the girl she had spent time with at the orphanage, here. However, it is clear that the girl who once suffered hardship in the orphanage is still living a life of hardship in Corando, and her situation has become even worse. Celia looked at Nina, who was dirty and whose long, silvery white hair had been cut short, and said hesitantly, "It really is you? Weren't you in Blanche? How is Grandma Oran? And how did you end up in Calando?" Celia had many questions she wanted to ask. Although her time at the orphanage was short, it was something she would cherish for a long time. The kind Grandma Oran and Nina, who was like a sister to her, were all wonderful memories. She especially missed life in the orphanage after being kicked out of the home by the seemingly kind couple who treated her like a monster. After Celia successfully awakened her wind elementalist bloodline, she embarked on a long adventure that lasted for more than a year. During her rest periods, she would occasionally reminisce about it. Unfortunately, she and her companions had always been active in the north and never had the chance to return to Blanche in the south. Coming to the free city of Calando was the closest she had ever come to Blanche. She was overjoyed to find her friends from the orphanage, so she asked several questions in a row. However, after seeing Nina's dark golden eyes dim, Celia, who had experienced many life and death separations, naturally understood what it meant. The orphanage is gone, and Grandma Oran is gone too, otherwise, Nina wouldn't have ended up in Calando, looking the same as she does now. Her once silvery white hair, which could rival her grey hair, had turned white, become dry, and lost all its color. Her hair had also turned into a messy, ear-length bob. Just as Celia was observing Nina, Nina spoke up anxiously, saying that she had heard footsteps approaching from around the corner behind her. "This isn't the time to talk about this, Celia. You need to run. The people behind us are here to arrest me." Nina hadn't forgotten the three gangsters closing in from behind. She tried to push away Celia's outstretched hand and let her leave. "After all, if I've fallen into a fire pit myself, I can't let my sister, whom I've just met, fall into the abyss with me." "You BD? Trying to run again? You can't escape this time." Accompanied by contemptuous laughter, three figures blocked the alley's exit. Nina didn't need to turn around to know that the three thugs had caught up and were right in front of her. When the three gangsters saw Nina fall, they were already playing cat and mouse with her. In their eyes, Nina was already theirs after the fall, and now it was time for endless humiliation. They laughed scornfully as they watched Nina fall to the muddy ground, her already filthy clothes now stained with black. "Hey, you in the black robe, this is the Black Street Dragon Hunter Gang. If you don't want to incur Boss Finch's wrath, I advise you to leave now." Some people also saw the figure in the mysterious black robe, but apart from the dark hood, they couldn't see Celia's face. After so many years in the underworld, they know who they can mess with and who they can avoid. They have always kept their distance from mysterious figures like these, dressed in black robes. Heaven knows what the mysterious man is hiding beneath his black robe: a dagger, twin swords, or a staff. Therefore, they did not want to clash with this man in black robes, so they used the name of Finch Gran, the leader of the Dragon Hunter Gang, who had once killed a third-tier dragon beast, to intimidate him. The name Finch the Dragon Hunter was not only highly respected in the underworld, but also frequently mentioned among the nobles of Calando. However, when they saw the face that had risen from beneath the black robe, they were immediately stunned. They initially thought the person in the black robe was just a thin young man. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a beautiful young woman with long, soft gray hair. Even the most beautiful call girl in the Black Street Tavern couldn't compare to her. Suddenly, the ringleader had an idea and said to the gray-haired girl, "Who are you to this BD? She stole our stuff, and we're on orders from Boss Finch to take her back." He wanted to use Nina to coerce the girl, at least in his opinion. In the underworld, this girl who looked only 14 or 15 years old was definitely not among the people he dared not offend. "I didn't steal anything from you," Nina retorted, then quickly tried to persuade the gray-haired girl in front of her. "Sister Celia, don't pay them any attention, leave quickly. They're bad guys, they have bad intentions." The scoundrel scoffed. "If you didn't take anything, why did you run away?" He chuckled smugly, clearly quite pleased with his excuse. Nina was speechless, but before she could speak, someone spoke up for her. It was Celia, who had been squatting down and then stood up. She removed the hood from her black robe, revealing her face, which was completely exposed. Her deep gray eyes looked directly at the villain who had spoken earlier, and she spoke softly. "Did she really steal your things?" Her voice seemed to possess a certain magic. If a professional were present, they would certainly be able to tell that this girl was a spellcaster. Moreover, the spell used was the most criticized one, Charm. While ineffective against trained professionals, it works wonders against nobles without magical artifacts for protection, let alone these street thugs. The villain stared at those gray eyes, paused for a moment after hearing this, and then seemed to be bewitched, his eyes unfocused as he spoke blankly. "No. Then why did you frame her?" the voice asked again. "Because I want to threaten you, to do things I like." The villain remained rigid and answered honestly. The other two thugs felt a chill run down their spines, a cold shiver rising within them. A single thought involuntarily crossed their minds. "Master. It must be that unapproachable mage. But why would a noble mage come to the black market? Why isn't he staying in the noble district? What is he doing in this filthy black market?" They roared inwardly, but their actual behavior was like that of a frightened quail. He shrank back and watched as the gray-haired girl questioned the ringleader. Such people who bully the weak and fear the strong react in the same way when they encounter someone powerful. The two thugs were already in despair. Even if they invoked Finch's name, they probably wouldn't be able to save themselves. Finch wouldn't risk angering a spellcaster of unknown rank over the lives of those two villains. Upon hearing the villain's reply, the gray-haired girl showed no anger whatsoever. She looked at the other two villains and smiled. Do either of you have anything to add? That smile was nothing short of a demon's laugh in the eyes of those villains. They didn't even dare to look at this girl with a face that was a blend of elf and angel. Respected mage, our leader is Finch of the Dragon Hunter gang, and he's also his cousin. The villain pointed at the dazed street thug who was being controlled by the charm human, trying to increase his own leverage. Master, we will never dare to do it again. Some people still wanted to make a final struggle or beg for mercy, but less than 2 breaths later, they heard the girl's sneer. Is that all? Before they could say anything more, the girl uttered a strange phi sound. A miniature vortex quickly appeared in the girl's hand, stirring up gusts of wind. The breeze from the cyclone caused her long, flowing gray hair to flutter, and her black robes with gold trim to rustle in the wind. 2 arrow-like miniature elemental arrows, each a foot long, formed from wind, instantly appeared in his palm. Wind Arrow, a first-level spell. Fires wind arrows at targets within 30 feet. The number of wind arrows is determined by the caster's arbitrary splitting, but the damage of the wind arrows will be reduced. The accuracy of the wind arrows is determined by the caster's level of concentration. The elemental arrow took less than 3 seconds to condense from the vortex into its final form. The two thugs only had time to look around and run less than 3 meters before the pursuing elemental arrow pierced their throats. Blood, like water from a turned-on faucet, spilled onto the muddy, dark street, gradually turning the muddy ground a dark red. The blood gushing from the villain's throat also severely agitated the last remaining gangster controlled by charming human. He woke up with a start, broke free of control, but what lay before him was a scene of utter chaos. His companion, who had been laughing and joking with him, was now lying on the ground, the look of panic still etched on his face, blood pooling around him. He stared tremblingly at the gray-haired girl before him, his eyes no longer filled with greed, but with fear. He stammered. You can't kill me. I'm Finch's cousin. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. A foul odor emanated from beneath him, but he paid no heed to his wet pants, continuing to repeat the same phrase. He desperately tried to escape with his life from the gray-haired girl. He slowly backed away, and seeing that the girl made no move, he was overjoyed. His trembling body stopped shaking. Had she really let him go? Sure enough, she was still afraid of her cousin Finch, who was known as the Dragon Hunter. A slight smile appeared on his lips, but he quickly closed it again. He wouldn't make any threats, doing so would only further enrage a female mage, no, a sorceress who had just killed someone, and bring her no benefit whatsoever. He hadn't yet enjoyed the nightingales near the Black Street Tavern, he hadn't tasted the elves, the beast women, or the dragonborn. He didn't want to die here. He smiled obsequiously at the gray-haired girl in the distance, then turned and ran, trying to leave the dark alley without looking back. Just as he relaxed his guard slightly, a swift black shadow suddenly darted out from the shadows under the eaves. It streaked across the sky with lightning speed, heading straight for him, making his soul tremble and a chill suddenly rise up his spine. Then, he felt as if a hole had been torn in his neck, and warm, fishy-smelling liquid gushed from his throat, soaking his clothes. A sharp pain shot through his throat, so intense that he could only manage a low, guttural moan when he tried to speak. The subsequent chain reaction was that his limbs went weak, until finally, he lay dizzy and lightheaded in a dried-up ditch filled with several centimeters of black sludge. Warm liquid flowed from his neck, down his chin, lips, and bridge of his nose, before filling his eye sockets. Finally, everything went from red to black before my eyes, and I lost consciousness completely. Sister Celia, are you a mage now? Nina looked at the 3 corpses without any discomfort, having spent nearly a year in the underworld. Having lost all fear of death, she was now more curious about the wondrous magic Celia had just used, which resembled the witches in the fairy tales Grandma Oran had told her. I am not a mage, I am a warlock. Mages need to learn, but I am born with it. Celia explained that there is a big difference between warlocks and mages, and if Nina is interested, she would be willing to spend a lot of time explaining it to her. What about that dark figure from earlier? Nina clearly saw the charm of humans and wind arrow technique from before, as well as a strange creature helping them. Oh, that's Miss Liz, my companion. Miss Liz? Partner. Nina wondered, could it be the same kind of creature as Mr. Gordon? Seeing Nina's puzzled look, Celia simply smiled. She uttered a strange syllable, Sar, as if calling out. Then a swift shadow darted out from under the eaves, allowing Nina to see Celia's magical pet clearly. A tiny silver dragon, about the size of a house cat and covered in dense scales, landed on Celia's shoulder. It was turning its head, shaking its silver dragon wings, which seemed to still be covered in red liquid, and then using its long, thin, forked tongue to lick the bloodstains that hadn't been shaken off. After finishing licking, it nestled its long neck against Celia's other shoulder and lay down, pretending to sleep. They clearly have a very high level of intimacy. This is a pseudo-dragon from the north, a first-tier creature, and also Celia's contracted magical pet. This is Miss Liz, a pseudo-dragon with the bloodline of a northern silver dragon, my companion. Celia pointed to the fake dragon and introduced it to Nina. The northern pseudo-dragon also opened its golden vertical pupils in perfect compliance, looking at what seemed to be its master's childhood playmate, a little dragon-born girl. but after looking at it and sniffing it, it felt a shiver run down its spine. The sulfur carried a majestic, familiar aura of a true dragon. But how could the dragonborn before him smell like a real dragon? The pseudo-dragon's brain completely went blank. As the name suggests, a false dragon is a relative of a true dragon. Unlike dragon people and dragon beasts, false dragons are listed separately within the dragon race. Because, apart from lacking the power to match that of a true dragon, they are no less intelligent than ordinary adult dragons when they reach adulthood. However, because they are too weak, most true dragons do not acknowledge any connection between them and true dragons, and simply regard them as slightly intelligent dragon beasts. Like the true dragon, the adventurers did not believe that this cat-sized creature was a real dragon, so over time, the name false dragon spread throughout the entire continent of Ion. Liz is a pseudo-dragon who has just turned 30 years old. She is a female pseudo-dragon still in her adolescence. Unlike the shy and timid nature of ordinary pseudo-dragons, Liz is full of curiosity about the outside world and has wanted to leave the ice plains to see the human world since she was a child. I've heard there are countless wonderful stories, amazing things, and endless delicious food there. It, who prides itself on being a pseudo-dragon gourmet, is tired of its damned life of eating insects, mice, squirrels, rabbits, and snakes every day. So, by chance, more precisely, attracted by the aroma of roasted black pine sturgeon, it formed a magical pet contract with Celia, becoming her magical pet, and thus left the northern ice plains as it wished. In any case, both true dragons and pseudo-dragons have long lifespans. Even if a warlock possesses bloodline power or elven blessings, they generally won't outlive a dragon. Its time can be spent lavishly, enjoying the cultural landscape of Io and tasting local delicacies. Although they are said to be magical pets, their relationship is more like that of partners. Celia would never force it to do anything, it could only do it if it wanted to. The villain we just saw was the one it readily agreed to, which is why it attacked. Throughout the journey, Yi Long and Yi Ren helped and encouraged each other in this way. They had already developed a deep bond. In addition, although it is female, it also disapproves of anyone coveting Celia. Celia belongs to it, now and in the future. If I had to give a time frame, it will probably only think of leaving when Celia stops feeding it grilled black pine sturgeon. Since Liz and Celia formed a contract, their adventure party, Dawn and Blossoms, has been together. Over the past 6 months, she has taken on 5 or 6 missions of varying sizes, and has encountered countless professionals and monsters. Liz prides herself on being a seasoned veteran, but she has never felt any danger, because she has indeed never taken on any dangerous missions. But today, from a dirty dragon-descended girl, it smelled the scent of a true dragon, ancient and lingering. It must have spent time with a real dragon, and at close range for a period of time, otherwise the smell wouldn't exist at all. Although the scent was faint, it possessed the unique heritage of a pseudo-dragon and was familiar with the scents of various dragons, so it would never make a mistake. Even with a strong sulfur smell to mask it, the faint, pungent odor of real dragon blood couldn't be concealed. What did the smell of sulfurous dragon scent mean? Having read too many novels about human court intrigue, Liz felt as if she could smell a conspiracy. Its first rule of thumb was that the sulfurous creature couldn't possibly be a metallic dragon, whether it was bronze, brass, or gold. They preferred the cool mountain caves in the forest to the active volcanoes that erupted frequently. Only the red dragon fits the description of someone who likes to stay in a volcano and is most likely to be tainted by the smell of sulfur. It could also be that mad and ferocious lava dragon. Neither of them are easy to deal with, especially the latter, which is considered a dangerous element by most true dragons. Its unpredictable temper is even more difficult to fathom than that of the red dragon. For example, that match with Carando before. Here we go again. Liz shuddered again at the thought. A creature that could appear in human society without being discovered was definitely not a fledgling or young dragon, it was at least a young dragon, meaning it had at least the strength of a 4th-tier dragon. While this might not seem like much in Kalando, where even 7th-tier transcendent beings could be found, it was a devastating blow to them, who were currently only 2nd-tier warlocks and 1st-tier magical pets. Thinking of this, Liz shuddered even more. Those dragon lunatics were capable of anything. Celia, who had direct contact with it, turned to look at the strange pseudo-dragon and couldn't help but use telepathy to inquire about its unusual behavior. What's wrong, Liz? Evil. Let's hurry and get out of here. Liz suddenly realized that if Celia knew, her attitude might be completely different from before. And if that mad dragon were to take human form and secretly observe from the shadows. So it decisively changed its mind, deciding not to tell Celia the truth, but simply urging her to leave quickly. It's not too late to tell her after we leave the City of Freedom. That's right, Nina. Let's go. I'll take you to meet some friends I've met recently. Seeing the corpses scattered everywhere, Celia seemed to understand that this wasn't the right place to chat, so she ruffled Liz's hair and invited Nina to join her. May the gods protect us? If you were to ask the pseudo-dragon what its current mindset is, it might reply with these words. It avoids you like the plague, and you invite her back as a guest? You think you've lived too long on the continent of Ion? Are you so eager to return to the embrace of the mother goddess? At this moment, Liz was filled with despair, but she still managed to dissuade her in time, responding to Celia with her telepathic connection. Don't we have a mission in Freedom City? Bringing her along might be inconvenient. Let's finish the mission first. It didn't intend to tell Celia that her former friend might have been in contact with the red dragon. After all, if she were to act recklessly and try to help her, then his grilled black pine sturgeon would be gone. In order to ensure that they could continue eating black pine sturgeon, Liz tried her best to persuade Celia, but before Liz could convince Celia to give up the idea, Nina was starting to have second thoughts when she heard Celia's invitation. She was also somewhat hesitant. She hadn't forgotten that Mr. Gordon was still waiting for her to return to the sewers. However, she also really wanted to talk more with her former sister, Celia, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a lot to say. But upon hearing that her friends were there, she glanced at Celia's spotless black robe embroidered with gold-edged runes. She looked down at her dirty little hands, clutching a linen skirt covered in fresh black mud. Finally, he raised his head, shook it, and forced a smile. "Sister Celia, no need, I have things to do. I'll definitely come to see you when I'm done." As he spoke, he was about to walk past Celia, brushing past her, and head towards the alley. Celia, who had been somewhat tempted by Liz's persuasion, momentarily forgot to stop her and only had time to ask, "Nina, where do you live?" She planned to bring Nina out of this dark street once this task was completed. It's not that she can't do it now. With the rewards she's received from missions this year, she can still afford to rent a hotel in a slum. After all, she was a warlock and didn't need something as expensive as a spellbook. It was simply because Liz said many things that made sense to her. For example, people's hearts are skewed, leaving a child under 10 years old alone in a hotel. Once they've all gone out on missions and haven't returned for several days, the hotel will be almost as dangerous as the Black Street. It would be safer for her to stay in the familiar, dark streets for now. Of course, this only applies if Nina isn't implicated in the deaths of these 3 people. "I'll come find you then. Rose Street, White Horse Inn, I remember, Sister Celia." Nina waved to Celia, indicating that this was truly goodbye. Celia wasn't annoyed that she didn't get Nina's address. Since Nina wasn't willing to tell her, she had ways of finding out. After all, Nina's features were quite obvious. The more important thing now is to handle the aftermath of these 3 bodies properly, without involving Nina. Her gray eyes scanned her surroundings. There were only walls, no windows. With her keen senses, she carefully recalled what had just happened and hadn't noticed any spying glances. The gray-haired girl breathed a sigh of relief, pulled up her black hood to cover her face. They left the place without a word, leaving behind 3 gradually cooling corpses and the lingering stench of blood. Lingering and undying. In the dark street, amidst the cawing of a flock of startled black crows, a group of people stepped onto this land, which had been stained dark red with blood. Pairs of feet clad in leather boots mingled the blood with the sewage, splattering blood everywhere they stepped on the pool of blood. Those people all had a tattoo of a dragon's head holding a sword on their chests or arms, whether large or small. Seeing this, it's no surprise that this is the symbol of the Dragon Hunters, the most notorious gang in the southern part of the Black Street. The leader of the Dragon Hunters, Finch the Dragon Hunter, arrived at the scene with his men, but the scene was no longer the same as when Celia left. The leather boots, belts, vests, and other clothing on the 3 corpses had been looted. He was only wearing a pair of bare underwear, nothing else, but everyone was already used to it. After all, they had seen even more ruthless things before: eyes, limbs, internal organs, all worth a single copper coin to the acquiring merchants. These poor slums can do whatever they want to you, and they don't care whether it's disgusting or taboo. For these people, as long as they can earn copper coins and eat black bread, it's paradise. However, such people are a minority in the underworld. Otherwise, the order in the underworld of Kalando would not be like this, it would only be worse. However, they still considered that the 3 corpses belonged to the Dragon Hunter gang, so they didn't go any further and gave Finch a little face. Finch was a muscular, lean man, around 27 or 28 years old, with hundreds of healed scars covering his bare upper body. The longest and deepest scars are 3 brown scars that run from the right chest to the navel on the lower abdomen. Those in the know understand that this is the origin of Finch's title as the Dragon Hunter, caused by that Tier 3 bipedal wyvern. However, seeing them now still evokes amazement, because they cannot imagine that Finch suffered such injuries. How did he survive and manage to bring the dragon's head back to Kalando? However, Finch, who had never had any close associates before, now had a grey-robed figure standing half a body behind him, whose face was obscured. These things were unknown even to Finch's trusted dragon hunters, who always considered themselves Finch's inner circle. They appeared as if overnight. They could only occasionally make out that a hoarse voice came from inside the black robe, which sounded like that of an elderly woman. The 2 thin, bony hands peeking out from under the black robe further confirmed this fact. Those hands were skin and bone, with not a trace of flesh or blood visible. The wrinkles are layered, like peeling skin. Age spots are also densely packed together, which is very unsettling for people with trypophobia. What bothered them even more was that Finch, the dragon hunter, spoke in a rough voice that sounded like thunder, sending a shiver down their spines. Does anyone know who did this? Looking up, I saw that incredibly gloomy yet familiar face, and those fierce eyes. Clearly, this dragon hunter was on the verge of exploding with rage, and the slightest misstep could unleash his furious wrath. Finch was now seething with anger. He had been in a fairly good mood that morning. After all, anyone would feel relieved and relaxed seeing things completed smoothly and successfully. He had originally planned to treat his men to a relaxing time at a tavern in the trade district, and also have some fun. He'd been holding it in for so long, he needed to let off some steam. But no sooner had he stepped out of the secret warehouse than he was informed that someone had committed murder in the underworld. Murder is common in the underworld, but the fact that the victim was a member of the Dragon Hunters gang, and his cousin at that, infuriated Finch. All these years I've kept a low profile and haven't made a move, yet some rats still dare to come forward and test me. However, he was met with silence from his men. No one knew who had committed the crime. The three of them had acted on a whim and hadn't told anyone else about their objective. Moreover, at that time, most of the people in the underworld were still asleep, and Celia resolved the situation very quickly. It caused absolutely no commotion. The incident was like a tiny, insignificant ripple on a vast lake, unnoticed by anyone. Boss, we heard that the group of people in the west corner are carrying our clothes. Maybe we should go and ask them. Someone asked tentatively. The western corner was a wasteland in the Black Street, but it was recently occupied by a group of gnomes, said to be refugees from across the sea, mostly civilians and women. A few of them had a military bearing and usually worked in the dock area. Occasionally, I'll go out of town to take on missions, but they're always short. I won't stay outside for more than a day. They also have little contact with the gangs in the underworld. Their leader was also a burly man wielding a huge broken sword, taller than Finch and as big as a bear. No need, it probably wasn't them. But you can go ask them, just be polite. Finch's anger subsided slightly, and a twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it really was the norm, then there's nothing he can do about it. Although the burly man looked dull, he fought like a madman, trading injury for injury. Even if he won in the end, it would be a lose-lose situation. He always kept his distance from such people. Moreover, these days, the gnomes have been behaving very well, staying in the western corner and showing no intention of expanding their territory. Besides the fact that there's another group of people robbing the dead in the underworld, these are all minor incidents that Finch can tolerate. There are traces of magic, elemental energy once condensed here. It must have been a spellcaster who did it. The hoarse voice reached Finch's ears. It was the voice of the man in black. At this moment, she found herself squatting at the alley entrance, staring at the marks on the ground, the very spot where Celia had once been. Finch seemed slightly lost in thought after hearing this. Magic? Where would a spellcaster come from in the dark alley? However, upon hearing the old woman's words, his expression changed slightly. He strode forward and asked in a low voice, "Could they be coming for us? The ritual preparations were just completed, and now a spellcaster has arrived. This is rather strange, Lord Vimir. Should we postpone the ritual? It wouldn't be good if it attracted the attention of the temple." He had already disregarded the lives of his three men. He was more concerned with the target of this suddenly appearing spellcaster. There was some worry in his voice, a suspicion that there was more to it than met the eye. "No need. It seems to be just a spellcaster passing by. However, we still need to find a more secluded place to hold the ritual. Your warehouse is really too inconvenient." The woman in black robes named Vermeer spoke calmly, and seeing Finch's somewhat panicked face, she comforted him again in a gentle voice. "Don't be afraid. Those paladins from the temple won't easily set foot in the Black Street. The first people they'll stop if they try to enter the City of Freedom are the noble lords of the noble district. The evil aura emanating from them is no less than that of us cult members." His hoarse voice carried a hint of mockery, clearly indicating that he didn't take the matter to heart. Hearing Vermeer's words, Finch finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, Lord Vermilion. The next shipment should arrive in 3 months, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Then we'll move on to the next phase in the sewers. It's convenient, isn't it?" Finch seemed to be implying something, and Vermeer nodded in agreement. The sewers will do. It's definitely a good place, but transporting that shipment will be a bit of a hassle, a full 500. Vermeer hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. "Leave it to me, not a single one will be missing." However, after hearing this, Finch patted his chest and assured her. "Then it's settled." After finishing speaking, Vermeer stood up and said calmly, "Let's go. Since he's a spellcaster, we shouldn't provoke him for now. If he's really after us, we can deal with him later." Finch nodded helplessly, saying that he naturally understood this principle as well. Even if Vermeer didn't say anything, once he knew it was the spellcaster who did it, he had no intention of seeking revenge. Only the spellcaster can defeat the spellcaster. Sewer. Nina carefully climbed out of the abandoned pipe, her hands still covered in dark blue moss. However, under Nina's dark vision, she saw a familiar yet strange scene of buildings made of piled-up garbage on the dried-up riverbed. "I finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all the twists and turns, I'm finally back." This trip was even more thrilling for Nina than the past year, making her almost forget how she got here, since her forte was returning to the original pipeline. "I wonder if Mr. Gordon is getting impatient with me being gone for so long," Nina thought to herself. She gently jumped down from the pipe, took a few more steps, and descended into the dry riverbed. To avoid stepping on the mud, she searched for a foothold among the scattered garbage. Soon, Nina skipped and hopped back to her lodgings from that morning, a cramped space beneath piles of rubble and wood. That broken door panel was the bed she and Gordon shared yesterday. However, Nina's heart sank as she squeezed into the cramped space. Mr. Gordon, who sheltered her from the wind this morning, and that black fledgling dragon that was only half her height. It's gone? Gordon hadn't gone far, it was dozing under a crevice in the rocks on the right side of the dry riverbed. From this vantage point, one can perfectly observe the activity at the former residence, including a fairly good view of the area above. It's an excellent viewing platform. Gordon sensed Nina's presence the moment she appeared. When it heard the sound of only one person's footsteps echoing in the river, its heart relaxed slightly, its heartbeat slowing down. It seemed the worst had not happened. Hiding here is its backup plan. If Nina really betrayed it and brought people to capture it, it could simply move to a different location and wouldn't be so easily trapped. However, the probability of this happening was very small, but just to be on the safe side, Gordon left after Nina left instead of waiting there. When Gordon saw Nina anxiously crawling out of her dwelling, standing up, looking around with an expression that suggested she wanted to call out but dared not, his feelings were actually quite complicated. He wanted to show up, but he set a time limit for himself, 1 hour. This was also because Nina's only contact was with street thugs, who were often the least patient people. They simply wouldn't believe that a fledgling dragon had the intelligence to play hide-and-seek with them. The most likely explanation was that the dragonborn girl had lost her mind and was lying to them. So, if they were really lying in ambush, they wouldn't have given themselves away so quickly. Fortunately, Nina didn't go out to search. After looking around for a while, she squatted down on a rock. It sat cross-legged, hugging its legs, its face turned towards the entrance of the river. Its expression was hidden from view, only its back was visible. However, Nina didn't stay in this state for long. After finding no movement at the entrance, she crawled into the small space where she had slept the night before. There were rustling sounds, and Gordon couldn't see clearly what they were doing through the cracks. All I knew was that she hadn't slept. Time passed quickly, and the sunlight filtering through the cracks into the sewer grew brighter and brighter. Gordon squeezed himself out of the crevice and slowly walked toward where Nina was. Before he even got close, Gordon heard a soft exclamation, and then saw a figure swiftly emerge from the gap in front of him. It pounced on it, crouched down, and tightly hugged its short, not-so-long neck. "Mr. Gordon, I thought you had left Nina." The dragon-descended girl's voice was plaintive and sorrowful. The long hour-long wait felt like an eternity to her. Countless thoughts intertwined and collided in her mind, only to be rejected one by one. "I just went out for a walk," Gordon answered in a somewhat unnatural voice, clearly a little guilty, but Nina didn't care. After venting her anger, she returned to her previous state. He smiled and tugged at Gordon's forelegs. "Mr. Gordon, come in and see. Nina has prepared your dragon's favorite things for you." Oh, Nina's earlier rustling had indeed piqued Gordon's curiosity. He wondered what she was up to. Then Gordon was the first to squeeze into the somewhat low entrance and saw the surprise Nina had prepared for him inside. On the dilapidated door panel, 55 copper coins were arranged in a circle, neatly arranged, with 6 silvery coins placed in the very center. They formed a small, round coin-shaped disc, just large enough for Gordon to rest his forepaws on. Mr. Gordon may not have much money now, but in the future, his gold coins will surely pile up into a mountain, filling this entire space. Nina, who followed in, climbed to the front and spoke to Gordon, gesturing with her hands to show him her vision of the future. This left Gordon somewhat amused and exasperated, but Nina was right. Most true dragons were extremely obsessed with treasure. However, treasure does not refer to gold coins. Different types of dragons collect different treasures. You might find mountains of gems in a red dragon's lair, but in a blue dragon's lair you'll only find exquisite paintings, works of art, ceramics, jade artifacts, or perhaps a few bards. Music and art are what blue dragon pursues. What the lava dragon wants to collect is different from what other dragons do. These are the minerals and gems buried deep beneath the soil of the continent of Ion. Therefore, the lava dragon is not particularly attached to man-made coins. It might be happier if it were given gold nuggets or copper ingots instead. This isn't its nature, it's simply a memory from the dragon's legacy that tells it to do so. The scent emanating from those gemstones and crystals buried deep underground, and the pleasure they derive from the minerals touching their scales, are unparalleled. It even surpasses primal physiological desires. All many lava dragons want to do is lie in their nests filled with gems and minerals, with their favorite lava lake in front of them, and then go into a deep sleep. If we were to use an analogy, these strange treasures are to the dragon what catnip is to the cat. However, this catnip has no hallucinogenic effect on real dragons, but it can indeed give them a brain OM-like reaction. However, Gordon had no reason to refuse Nina's kindness. He stepped onto the small discs made of copper and silver coins, his nascent, slender limbs moving with ease. The texture was indescribable. After all, Gordon didn't know what the structure of dragons looked like. It only felt a cool sensation flowing into its body from the soles of its feet, a slightly tingling feeling, which was quite nice. However, it didn't forget its main purpose and turned to Nina. "We need to find somewhere else today. We probably won't be able to sleep if we stay here." After all, it had killed quite a few giant rat riders and had always stayed in areas frequented by ratmen. Even if Gordon isn't afraid, Nina will probably be anxious and sleepless all night. "I'm sure I won't get a good night's sleep. Rather than waiting to be killed, I'd better take the initiative." Gordon planned to take advantage of the ratmen's low daytime activity to look for other suitable habitats in the sewers. After all, the sewers weren't just inhabited by ratmen. From Nina, he learned that several other creatures had already divided up their territories, including the kobolds, the most loyal lackeys of the true dragon. However, Gordon is currently just a fledgling dragon. If that kobold tribe reaches more than 100 members, it's easy for kobold warlocks to appear, and then this fledgling dragon would probably be a delicious meal delivered right to their doorstep. Even if Gordon is incredibly powerful, he'd be no match for hundreds of kobolds charging at him with clubs. Therefore, he still needs to conduct an on-site inspection. Furthermore, Nina's explanations weren't detailed enough. She often just avoided monsters when she encountered them, though she did know quite a bit about their distribution. However, the monster's strength remained a mystery. After all, Nina wouldn't be a match for any one of them. Mr. Gordon, are you leaving? Nina was somewhat caught off guard by Gordon's abrupt decision. Although she had only been there for less than 2 days, she had a good impression of the place. Aside from being a bit noisy at night. Or do you want to be unable to sleep night after night? Gordon countered with a question. Actually, we don't have to leave. Tonight. I can help keep watch. She mustered her courage and spoke to Gordon. This was the first time she had raised a question. There are many other monsters in the sewers. Can't we stay here and wait for you to grow up? We'll go out after you're grown up. She continued speaking, clearly trying to persuade Gordon. What about food? A dragon has a huge appetite, especially a newborn hatchling. Someone your size would probably only be a snack. Gordon quipped, realizing that Nina didn't want it to take any risks, even though it could spew deadly lava. Nina was stunned when she heard Gordon's words. It seemed to be true. If she stays here and doesn't actively search for food, she can survive by scavenging through garbage dumps. But if a true dragon were to eat garbage or other people's leftovers, it would probably be expelled from the ranks of true dragons that very day, becoming a disgrace to the dragon race. She hesitated, wanting to say something, but couldn't bring herself to speak. After all, she was only half-starved, and it was Gordon who had given her food yesterday. Come on, as you said last time, show me the sewers here. Gordon said to Nina as he got up from the coin disc on all fours and walked toward the exit of the narrow space. Nina couldn't utter a single word of objection, knowing it was the only option at the moment. She quickly followed, but she didn't forget to collect the coins, put them in a small bag, and then tucked them into her bosom before climbing out. After the man and the dragon left the cramped space, they continued forward until they reached a precipice at the end of the dried-up riverbed. 5 meters below, there is a sewer channel that is still filled with water. This sewer channel was several times wider than the dry riverbed where Gordon lived, wide enough for 3 or 4 carriages to pass side by side, and was clearly the main channel of the sewer. Even from Gordon's view, several stone arch bridges could be seen not far from the sewer, and it was unknown what the original intention of the people who built the sewer was. If the only purpose is drainage, many things are unnecessary. Bridges and steps are superfluous. Rather than a sewer, Gordon looked more and more like an underground palace. However, this underground palace has now been occupied by monsters, and it is filled with garbage and sewage. The area to the right is where ratmen and swamp frogmen roam, and further to the right are kobolds and goblins. That area used to belong to the sludge monsters, but now it's probably taken over by the ratmen. Cross this river, and you'll reach the sewers of the civilian area, which are controlled by other monsters. I can't quite place what they are. She looks very human, with a big head but a small body, and Waka is even thinner than Nina. Nina had initially wanted to say that Gordon's current physique was similar to that of a monster, but then she changed her mind. After all, that creature is ugly and scary, while Gordon looks cute, so how can you compare it to Gordon? They also ride on something like dogs, much larger than the previous giant rat, but it's hairless, completely bald. I went there once before, and I was too scared to go again. Last time I almost got caught. Nina squatted on a rock, carefully adding to Gordon's knowledge. Gordon watched the slowly flowing sewage below, listening quietly. He roughly knew what Nina was talking about. Goblins, and goblin dogs. They prefer to live in caves, dense jungles, or the ruins of buildings abandoned by other races. While its appearance in the sewer was somewhat unexpected, it's also quite plausible upon reflection. Nina, I understand. Gordon nodded. Gordon already had a general idea of the monster's distribution from Nina. The next step was to conduct an on-site investigation. Gordon did not intend to believe Nina's side of the story. She's at the bottom of the food chain in the sewers. She runs away from any monster she sees, so how could she possibly know any real intelligence? He has to experience everything firsthand. Gordon originally didn't want to take Nina with him, but considering that she wasn't safe there and was helpless, he figured it would be better to bring her along for protection. Besides, he does need someone to guide him, otherwise, going would be fine. When it was time to return, Gordon was quite worried that he would get lost in the maze of sewers. That's when things got really funny. So he still brought Nina along. And so, Gordon followed the dragonborn girl with small, careful steps, keeping his distance, as they headed towards the area inhabited by kobolds and goblins. The pitch-black sewer environment and the ever-present, clamorous sound of rushing water were not problems for Yi Long and Yi Ran. Gordon also has pads on the soles of his feet, making him walk as silently as a cat. Although Nina was a little less skilled, she had been working in the sewers for almost a year, and she always had a good grasp of what to do. Along the way, the two of them passed through 3 corridors like ghosts, walked along a river that was over 1,000 meters long, and climbed over a pipe. At that moment, Gordon noticed that Nina, the dragonborn girl in front of him, had suddenly stopped at a corner along the sewer. He then turned back and made a shushing gesture, indicating that there was something going on ahead of Gordon. For a moment, the only sound in the air was the rushing water. There was no other sound except for a faint light coming from ahead. Gordon poked half his head out and saw why Nina had stopped. In a wide open space about 30 or 40 meters from the corner, a bright campfire was burning fiercely, and an unusually large pot of soup was simmering on the fire. In the open space, several small, humanoid creatures were busy around the soup, some adding ingredients, others setting up firewood. The rest of the information was blocked by the corner wall, and Gordon couldn't see it. It dared not stick its head out any further, for fear of being discovered. Before long, the aroma of soup wafted over to Gordon's place on the wind. Gordon sniffed, then immediately closed his nose to breathe. Damn the smell of cilantro, I never thought I could smell it in another world. It observed for a while and, finding no other movement around, he decided to try observing in a different way. After all, he understood the saying better safe than sorry. It turned to Nina and said, "Wait here for me, don't move." Gordon's voice was very low, barely audible, the kind that would be drowned out by the sound of water if you were far away. Nina said nothing, but nodded silently, then completely disappeared into the shadows of the wall. She knew perfectly well that her presence was a burden to Gordon, and although she wanted to change that, it was only the beginning, and she wasn't in a hurry at all. Seeing that Nina was sensible, Gordon looked behind him and, finding no sign of any monsters, he took a few steps back, facing the wall, and with a slight push from his strong hind legs, he pushed off gently. Its wings were not even spread, yet its sharp claws gripped firmly to the uneven walls of the sewer. The entire dragon clung to the somewhat mottled wall, illuminated by the firelight. Then, with a slight exertion of his limbs, he climbed upwards towards the ceiling of the sewer. The top of the sewer was more than 3 meters above the ground. Although it was Gordon's first time climbing it, his dragon-like talent made it feel like walking on flat ground. Under Nina's intense gaze, he quickly climbed to the top of her head, then slowly moved and crawled out of the corner. The top was very high, so high that the humanoid creatures never imagined there would be any life at the top. Their main observation was to occasionally glance at the passageways on both sides. Soon, the appearance of these humanoid creatures became clear in Gordon's eyes. In the firelight, the creatures, averaging over 3 feet tall, were illuminated by their bluish-red skin. They have pointed ears, noses, and teeth, and look weak and emaciated, with a tattered cloth tied between their legs. Without a doubt, this is a goblin. Gordon hadn't expected that the first monster he'd encounter today would be goblins, and not just any goblin, but a small tribe at that. Gordon, climbing atop the sewer, is clearly visible. This open space, including the little goblins playing, looks like it has more than 30 of them. The small tribe had a strict hierarchical order. Gordon observed that the 4 or 5 goblins on the outside, simmering a thick soup with the aroma of coriander, were similar to the goblins inside who were sharpening weapons and forging arrows. They all have one thing in common: they are extremely weak, emaciated, and look malnourished. They were clearly oppressed, lower-class goblins, and deeper into the open space were rows of tent huts built of stone and wood. The powerful and robust goblins lay soundly asleep on a soft mat made of weeds. Clearly, these are the elite of the goblins, just like the giant rat riders we encountered earlier. They are the cream of the crop. They also played a crucial role in the rise and fall of the tribe. Gordon roughly counted the number of elite goblins here, and there were 5 in front of him. Further inside was a well-built stone hut, larger than the others, but it had no windows and the door was tightly closed, so Gordon couldn't see what was inside. But the houses of those elite goblins were all located around stone huts. Clearly, the goblins there held a very high status. It planned to lie in wait there, waiting for its chance. To catch the thief, first catch the king. This is an age-old principle that Gordon understood. So, hanging upside down from the top of the sewer, like a gecko, Gordon began to move. The sound of claws piercing the wall was masked by the crackling of wood burning in the campfire. Its jet-black scales blended seamlessly with the wall, making it impossible to spot the fledgling dragon above without close inspection. Then, Gordon deliberately avoided areas directly exposed to the flames along the way, to prevent the goblins from unknowingly spotting him by observing the reflection of his scales. So, without any danger, it climbed up to the shaded area on the top of the stone hut in front of the more than 30 goblins below. The firelight did not reach this area, further reducing its risk of exposure. However, Gordon did not act rashly. After all, it knew that if it acted rashly and failed to kill the owner of the stone hut, it would be surrounded and attacked by more than 30 goblins. Although it has maxed out its scale armor talent, it wouldn't be foolish enough to test the sharpness of a goblin's weapon with its own body. It believed that all it had to do was wait, and the opportunity would surely come. Because it could already see it, on the campfire in the distance, the surface of the thick soup was bubbling and boiling, clearly indicating that it had already boiled. This means that it's time for these goblins to eat. Sure enough, before long, the elite goblins woke up one after another and emerged from the dilapidated hut. Reaching the campfire, he forcefully shoved aside the weak goblins who had been busy all morning. But instead of eating right away, they picked up the iron pot and started moving it. Moreover, the direction of movement was towards Gordon. It was clear that the owner of the stone hut below was to eat first, and Gordon's heart tightened immediately. It knew that success or failure hinged on this moment. Whether it could easily win this battle depended on this very moment. Galakrond was a goblin warrior who was awakened by hunger, but then he smelled a delicious aroma wafting from under the door. Galakrond knew that everything outside was ready, just waiting for him to open the door and have his meal. What a comfortable and pleasant day, it thought to itself. Soon, after lying there for only a short time, as the aroma grew stronger, Galakrond got up. Then he fastened the rusty but still intact half-armor around his neck to his muscular chest. After putting it on, he took a piece of red silk cotton crotch cloth from the box behind him and tied it around his waist. This is its 5th year, and the high priest said that the 5th year of a goblin is very important. Galakrond kept it in mind, so he planned to wear a red loincloth all year round, because it firmly believes that red is its lucky color. After dressing, Galakrond pushed open the door of the stone hut. The door was too low, so he had to duck to get out. Once outside, it saw the elite goblins holding pots, waiting for it to begin its meal. Galakrond first scanned his surroundings, and only after finding nothing amiss did he begin to speak seriously. Let's eat. 6 elite goblins quickly sat in a circle around the iron pot, leaving one relatively empty seat. It's obviously meant for it to sit on. Galakrond sat down without hesitation, and looking at the reserved goblins around him, he nodded in satisfaction. It seems that the majesty the priest spoke of has indeed been manifested in it. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, I felt an intense heat on the top of my head, and the few hairs I had seemed to curl up from the heat. What's going on? Galakrond sensed something was wrong and was about to look up when he saw a golden red sphere hurtling towards his face with perfect accuracy. Galakrond's pupils contracted slightly, and he hurriedly stretched out his arms, which were wrapped in arm guards, to block. However, the next second, his hands, face, and any exposed skin were filled with excruciating pain. The burning pain, is this flame? Liquid flame? Before Galakrond could figure out what liquid flames were, a dark shadow fell from the sky. It stumped on its head, and its consciousness went black. It lost consciousness. The last image in its mind was its entire body collapsing to the ground, and then, with its vision extremely low, listening to the thunderous roar in its ears. I am the chosen one of Ion, the future great dragon, Gordon. Surrender? Death? Choose one. A black fledgling dragon descended from the sky, stepping on the skull of Galakrond, the strongest warrior in the goblins' hearts, which had been corroded into bones by magma. It roared at the goblin horde that stared in terror at it and the corpses at its feet. Gordon's roar also contained the nascent power of a fledgling dragon, commonly known as dragon's might. While not enough to frighten the goblins into prostrating themselves in worship, their combined appearance was enough to intimidate them and prevent them from approaching. The only drawback is that Gordon's current body is not even as tall as those elite goblins who are rolling on the ground in pain. It was too short, less than a week old, even though its scales were a bit thicker than those of an ordinary baby dragon. Its limbs and torso were also much stronger, but it was only slightly larger than a foal, while the goblin warriors submerged in the lava beneath it were several times its size. If it weren't for Gordon's shocking entrance that stunned the goblins, and the sudden death of the goblin warriors. Perhaps these goblins are timid and cowardly when alone, but incredibly audacious when in a group. They might have already stepped forward with bone clubs to test the depths of this promising future dragon. However, what puzzled Gordon was that although these goblins' eyes showed fear and panic, however, their eyes showed no sign of surrender or retreat. Instead, they formed an encirclement. This doesn't make sense, you should know. Gordon's fresh magma spit attack just now directly covered 3 goblins. None of the goblins survived. The collision of flesh and lava was beyond their physical capabilities to withstand. Even a goblin warrior won't do. Before the battle even began, the goblins had already lost nearly half of their elite forces. The other elite goblins were also burned in the eyes, legs, or arms by the splashing lava, and their combat strength was definitely not as good as usual, greatly reduced. But now, even though the tribe's most powerful forces have been eliminated and weakened one by one, these goblins still have the will to fight. Therefore, there is only one truth. Gordon's dark golden pupils narrowed slightly, as if possessed by the Grim Reaper, and he already had a guess in his mind. His eyes began to scan the surrounding environment rapidly. There is definitely another goblin hidden in this hall, one of higher status, more honor, and greater strength than the goblin warrior beneath it. Unseen by nature, it sustained the morale of this goblin tribe, giving these goblins courage and preventing them from being intimidated by its dragon might. Otherwise, there's no way to explain it. It appeared that the goblin warriors who were the leaders were all dead beyond any doubt, their bare bones exposed in the lava. And these cowardly goblins, not one of them dared to run away. They were truly unworthy of the name goblin. Moreover, Gordon understood perfectly well that the hidden goblin was definitely not a power-type goblin. It was more likely a priest, or a spellcaster. This can be seen from its surroundings. Otherwise, it wouldn't have failed to notice such a unique house, unless it didn't live there. However, goblins, being tribal creatures, would not roam outside of a tribe. As for which spellcaster it was, it had some guesses in its mind. Spellcasters among goblins are mostly referred to as priests, but their professions vary slightly. They may be clerics or sorcerers. After all, some of the spells of goblin priests are not obtained from prayers to gods, but are innate and awakened from birth. However, a tribe of this size would likely not be this large if it had a priest. Moreover, when Gordon was climbing and scrambling at the top of the hall, there were no obvious divine markings or statues in the hall. Therefore, it guessed that among the goblin population, there's also a goblin spellcaster hiding there, and he might even be a warlock, so be careful. After all, even if a true dragon becomes incredibly powerful after reaching adulthood, it is still an adult. It is currently just a fledgling dragon, less than 3 days old, and still a long way from becoming an adult. Not to mention that its scales are not as durable as those of an adult dragon, some of its magical skills are also unusable. To the spellcaster, it is now no different from a slightly ferocious wild beast. What if we unexpectedly lose our way and get taken down by the goblins? If he dies, he's truly dead, heaven knows he might not get a second chance. Therefore, upon seeing the goblins' reactions, Gordon's actions changed swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. Then it flapped its dragon wings, took off into the air, and pretended to be trying to make a quick getaway. The goblins below were stunned when they saw Gordon run away after his slaughter. Just a moment ago it was roaring like a ferocious dragon, but now it can't wait to leave. This enormous difference in size caused many goblins to not even aim their weapons at Gordon. He just stared blankly as Gordon left the empty hall at a leisurely pace befitting a fledgling dragon. Sure enough, not long after Gordon flew, when he was still some distance from the tunnel, he heard a hoarse incantation coming from below. Fu. Almost at the same time Gordon heard the syllable, a chill suddenly rose from his tailbone and spread throughout his body. Even though Gordon had thick black scales, it didn't give it the slightest sense of security. However, Gordon wasn't flying in the sky to escape, he was flying to fish. It aims to lure out the hidden spellcaster within the goblin tribe. That's why it puts itself under the public eye. It refused to believe that the hidden spellcaster would let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One can suppress the urge to act and let it pass. If that's really the case, then Gordon will accept it today. They should just leave. After all, the fledgling dragon has limited stamina. Dealing with a group of low-intelligence goblins is easy, but dealing with a spellcaster as the leader is a different story. Therefore, after hearing the syllables, Gordon discerned the location of the sound and his body reacted immediately. He was already mentally prepared. The dragon's wings ceased flapping, and the entire dragon, like a kite with a broken string, plummeted into the goblin horde. Fortunately, it wasn't very high, and its 4 limbs landed steadily on the ground. Ignoring the goblins' idiotic behavior around them, they quickly changed direction. The incantation came from the northwest corner facing the hall, behind the stone hut. Gordon didn't have time to think about why the spellcaster was hiding in the spot below where it had just been hiding. It instinctively activated the skill that was ingrained in its very being. Charge. A black dragon, slightly larger than a foal, its muscles bulging high beneath its black scales. Almost in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a blur and disappeared from the bewildered goblins' sight, many of them having their crotches blown off. And the spellcaster's magic was already beginning to take shape. Behind the stone hut, the air seemed to be distorted, with ripples of magic spreading outwards. A ball of light, its shadow distorted by the firelight, suddenly appeared out of thin air when Gordon had charged halfway, growing larger as it faced the wind. Almost in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a basketball-sized, dark green ball of light, hovering in the air. Gordon could clearly see the nauseating acid and the twisted black liquid within the ball of light. This is a second circle spell recorded in the Dragon Legacy Acid Pearl that both mages and warlocks can learn. It's a rather obscure spell. Bathed in a kaleidoscope of black light, stood a hunched figure, shorter than any ordinary goblin. Gordon could see it clearly. It was an old goblin wearing an unknown ring on its head and leaning on a bone staff. It was so old and frail that green wrinkles formed mountain-like lines on its face, and its withered and emaciated body seemed so fragile that it could barely stand if a breath were to blow on it. If it weren't for the bright and wise eyes that remained open even under the illumination of the 7-colored black light. With that terrifying acid bead hovering above its head, no one would likely mistake it for an ordinary monster. It was the priest of this goblin tribe. After it finished chanting, it saw that Gotan was not far away and immediately let out a huge roar that was inconsistent with its age. Children of the Galak clan, stop it! Stop this vile dragon cub! At this moment, the other goblins seemed to wake up from their daze, as if they had found their leader, and they all began to try to stop Gotan. The goblin closest to Gordon lunged forward to entangle the black fledgling, whose body was about its size. Unfortunately, Gordon's tail swept lightly as he charged, sending the goblin flying dozens of meters away. The goblin that was knocked away had a section of its sternum visibly collapsed. Clearly, even the weakest fledgling dragon is still a true dragon. It's not something a mere goblin, not even an elite one, can stop. Of course, when the elite goblins swung their bone clubs at Gordon, they were deflected by Gordon's thick black scales. Gordon charged forward unaffected, while the goblin was knocked back by the recoil from the bone club. For Gordon in his current state, such ordinary weapons were like a mere tickle. They're all useless. Seeing this, the goblin priest spat softly. It knew it couldn't delay any longer and couldn't rely on this bunch of useless goblins who weren't even elite. It can only make it emotionally unstable, and the spell may fail. Now, it can only rely on itself. Its consciousness began to draw the acidic sphere above its head and connect it with the black-bodied Gordon in the distance. Aim, fire! In one swift motion, the acidic cloud, carrying an unparalleled stench, flew towards Gordon's location at incredible speed, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Continuing forward, moving at high speed towards the goblin priest's groton, I finally experienced a similar perspective to that of the ratmen and goblin warriors I had encountered before. The dark green acidic mass, appearing as a dot, rapidly magnified in Gordon's field of vision. The stench emanating from the acidic mass wafted over even before it arrived, making him want to vomit. Seeing this ball of acid imbued with magical power sent a chill down Gordon's spine. He dared not imagine being hit by that ball of acid. The stench alone was unbearable for even a small animal to smell, so it scanned its surroundings for a place to hide, intending to stop its charge and take cover. However, when he saw a protruding rock on the ground, his dark golden vertical pupils lit up slightly. Got it? Just as the foul-smelling acid mass was about to collide with Gordon's dragon tail curved in an extremely sharp arc, hooking onto a rock embedded in the hall floor beside him. The dragon then moved in an impossible posture, rotating like a pointer to avoid a head-on collision with the acid mass. But my body inevitably brushed against it, and instantly a series of teeth-grinding pains shot through me, like a maggot clinging to my bone. The scales on its back felt like they were about to corrode and create small pits, but the flesh wasn't damaged, so it wasn't a big problem. At the same time, the sound of acid beads hitting the stone slabs of the hall came from behind, along with a hissing sound. The corrosive acid easily melted the rocks on the ground, creating a small pit more than half a foot in size. However, Gordon didn't even glance at the corroded rock pit behind him. The moment he regained his balance, he started running again. They charged toward the hunched goblin priest. The goblin priest was still chanting incantations, and Gordon could sense a magical energy brewing in the air once more. Judging from the faint trace of magic power, it is clearly a spell no weaker than acid pearl. However, without the protection of the goblin warriors, the aging goblin priest could no longer walk. Gordon would not give it a second chance to cast the spell. Gordon had already rushed to the goblin priest's side before the syllable was even half uttered. They grabbed the goblin priest by the throat, silencing him. The magical energy that had been gathering in the air momentarily slowed down, then with a bang, it completely dissipated. Great, true, dragon, Galac's poison staff, willingly, submit. The goblin priest, whose neck was being choked by Gordon, stammered and begged for mercy. However, all that responded to it was Gordon's despairing roar. But, death chose you. Before the goblin priest could say anything more, Gordon's claws mercilessly pierced the old goblin warlock's wrinkled neck, the flowing blood staining Gordon's claws red. However, Gordon didn't care about any of that. It threw the priest's corpse to the ground and stepped forward, stomping on the old head with its eyes wide open in death once more. He roared again at the green-skinned monsters, his voice like rolling thunder. Kneel down? Submit to me? A true dragon's patience won't last until 3. Gordon took a step forward and lifted the goblin priest's skeleton that was under his feet as a show of force. This time, Gordon's roar finally subdued the goblin tribe, which had lost its leader and was almost a disorganized mess. Goblins of all sizes, whether weak or strong, were completely overwhelmed by Gordon's dragon might, prostrating themselves on the ground and muttering something under their breath. However, Gordon had no interest in listening to their grumbling. What it was more concerned about now was that just now, when all the movable goblins in the hall had knelt down before it, a light blue data list suddenly popped up. It was the personal panel that he knew all too well. Golden Alduin Targaryen. Title, Lord of Galac. Race, Lava Dragon. Age, Hatchling, 0 to 5 years old. Lifespan, 32/37. Equivalent stage, 2. Talents, Scale Armor Enhancement, 2/20, Steel Fangs and Claws, 1/10, Robust, 7/20, Dragon Hatchling Intimidation, 2/4, Gluttony, 5/9, Dark Sight, 4/11, Onomatopoeia Charge, Proficient, 1/8. Skills, Fire Immunity, Bite Claw Strike, Lava Breath. Soul Talent, Talent Stealing. Free Talent Fragments, 0. Gordon immediately noticed the change. A new title had appeared in his title bar, Lord of Galac. What kind of title was that? It sounded rather weak. However, just as it was wondering, a line of light blue text appeared on its retina, providing the answer. Lord of Galac, although you are now the master of the Galac clan, your influence is limited to this sewer hall, and most creatures will not take a fledgling dragon who has been reduced to taming goblins as his servant seriously. Wearing effect, dragon's might increases, Galac clan reputation increases. It was better than nothing, but it did open a window of opportunity for Gordon. If it eventually unifies the entire sewer system of Kalando, that title must be something like Kalando's Underground Emperor, or the Ruler in Kalando's Shadow, a title that sounds incredibly powerful and impressive. The novelty of the title was only temporary. Gordon tested the ability to freely change the title. It was no longer surprised by the sudden appearance of the title. It's a beneficial buff anyway, so there's nothing wrong with it. Furthermore, when pronouncing his own name in the future, he can add the phrase Lord of Galac, thus adding a prefix to his name. Thinking of this, Gordon grinned happily. That laugh made the goblins crawling below tremble even more violently. They thought their newly chosen master was starting to show his true colors and was about to devour the poor goblins. After all, the Gordon doesn't look like a vegetarian at all. Even so, the goblins remained completely submissive, trembling but daring not to move. They had to remain prostrate until they heard Gordon's command. This is also to atone for their previous refusal of an invitation from a true dragon. While these things are not their fault, the weak must accept and adapt to the rules of the strong, or they will only face certain death. Of course, goblins are very familiar with this system. After all, that's how it is inside their ranks, a strict hierarchy where the strong prey on the weak. Gordon hadn't forgotten its spoils. It had just killed quite a few goblins. However, what surprised it was the ordinary goblin corpse that was flung away by Gordon's tail did not seem to emit that porcelain-colored glow. It could only guess that the light was too weak, preventing even the lowest level white light cluster from appearing. However, Gordon didn't dwell on it for long. The first order light orb held no appeal for it at the moment. Gordon began rapidly gathering the scattered orbs of light into his chest, merging them, and examining them. Soon, the personal panel on my retina began to pop up, displaying pale blue data information rapidly. The dense array of shapes filled Gordon's entire field of vision, making it easy for him to see everything at a glance. Ding! A talent fragment has been detected that the host has inhaled. The system is currently detecting it. Progress 1%. They are all monotonous and dull information and data. The only difference is the variations in the talents within them. It has made new progress in the talent revealed by the giant rat rider it previously killed. A talent inherent to goblins. Actually, it didn't collect many orbs of light this time, only 5 in total, 2 black and 3 white. However, in terms of practicality, the goblin's talent completely surpasses that of the previous giant rat rider. They are simply incomparable. The 3 white orbs represent endurance, trap mastery, and endurance. Clearly, both of these talents are good skills for Gordon, with stamina being especially useful for whelps. Traps are also its favorite, giving it more ways to avoid direct combat in the future. After all, it had already tasted the sweetness of surprise attacks along the way. If dragons weren't unable to become rogues, it might even consider becoming an assassin. It's not that Gordon doesn't like fair fights, it's just that sneak attacks are just too tempting. Gordon decisively clicked yes twice. The talents Endurance, 1/7, and Trap Mastery, 1/4, also appear in Gordon's talent list. His mind and his heart in his chest also began to absorb the information and energy brought by the talent fragments in sync. Thump, thump, thump. I don't know how much time has passed. It's unclear whether Gordon was mistaken or not, but after it completely absorbed the traps that goblins could create, I felt my heart was stronger and more powerful, and even my back, which had been corroded by the acid, didn't hurt as much anymore. Talent Endurance. Endurance makes you last longer in every aspect. Oh, and it also has a magical recovery effect. Upon seeing this explanation, Gordon felt it was somewhat strange, but literally speaking, the talent was indeed quite remarkable. It can recover, it lasts a long time, it's incredibly powerful, and Trap Mastery did not disappoint Gordon either. It contains methods for making hundreds of traps suitable for use in sewers and wilderness, whether for hunting or harming people. That alone made him feel that this talent fragment was well worth the price. After all, having many skills is never a bad thing, and the same applies to a true dragon. There was also a endurance fragment. Gordon didn't rush to use it, but instead directly decomposed it into a free talent fragment to keep as a candidate. And then, what's left now? The 2 fragments of black iron talent, which appeared from the Goblin Warrior and the Goblin Priest respectively, awaited its confirmation. The test data quickly came into Gordon's view. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as Tier 2 Talent Berserk. Activate talent/not activate. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as Tier 2 Talent Spell Enhancement. Activate talent/not activate. Talent Berserk. Effect: you can activate the power in your bloodline at any time to enter a berserk state. While in berserk mode, your physical attributes, nerve reflexes, and willpower will be greatly enhanced, and you will be immune to certain levels of hypnosis, dizziness, and human charm effects. However, after deactivating berserk mode, you will enter a weakened state, the duration of which is equal to the duration of berserk mode. Note: in berserk mode, your stamina will be consumed at twice the rate. If your stamina is depleted, the berserk state will automatically end. Upon seeing the skill description, Gordon didn't even bother looking at the next one. He immediately clicked yes to activate the talent. Activated instantly, no explanation needed. In Gordon's mind, the berserk talent, which wouldn't cause him to lose his mind or his intelligence, was simply perfect. Fortunately, the Goblin Warrior was killed before it could even use its attack. However, Gordon thought again, berserk doesn't increase health. Even if it were to use it, at that extremely close range, pouring golden juice over its head would probably render 10 berserkers useless. Gordon closed his eyes and carefully experienced the changes that occurred within his body after the berserk talent fragment was activated. After the talent fragment was infused, Gordon's body underwent a silent change. Its bloodline is like dry firewood, and its consciousness is like a spark. He can ignite the power buried deep within his bloodline whenever he wants. Entering a berserk state is a very simple operation, and Gordon felt he already knew it even before trying it out. However, Gordon did not intend to experiment now. It had not forgotten that a black iron talent awaited it. Moreover, the berserk state has after effects. It opened its eyes and focused its gaze once again on the light blue information below the rage talent. Talent Enhanced Spellcasting. Effect: you possess a unique and profound understanding of magic. The spells you cast will be enhanced to a certain extent, and you can decide the direction of the enhancement yourself, choosing from aspects such as damage, duration, and area of effect. Gordon hesitated for a while before finally choosing to activate the talent. Although it doesn't currently possess many spells, it's unclear whether Magma Spit should be categorized as a spitting weapon or a spell. Flame Immunity is merely a passive ability and not considered a spell. but it knows that its future will be either the burning hand awakened in childhood, the scorching ray in adolescence, or the wall of flames awakened in adulthood. All of this means that its identity as a spellcaster is inescapable. It was originally a magical dragon. Now that spell enhancement can strengthen the spells it awakens in the future, it's not unreasonable for Gordon to plan ahead. Although it doesn't seem to have mastered any magic right now. Yes. Gordon silently activated his talent, and a brand new talent appeared in the talent list in a flash. It is listed alongside the Rage, 1/18th, that was just activated. Spell Enhancement, 1/50th. When Gordon saw the denominator following Spell Enhancement, he couldn't help but gasp. This is the highest progress bar of the talent it has seen so far, assuming its comprehension is correct. If it doesn't train and learn spell knowledge, it will require 49 black iron talent fragments to transform Spell Enhancement. That's nearly 50 second-tier monsters. Thinking about it that way, the spellcaster is truly terrifying. We can't afford to mess with them. But then I thought about it, and it's perfectly normal. People spend years honing their talents to the extreme. If it has the chance in the future, it can take a trip around the Abyss battlefield and collect hundreds or thousands of low-level free space fragments, provided it can come back alive. It won't be able to add whatever it wants then. This kind of talent advancement speed is already incredibly fast, and the spellcaster doesn't seem so abnormal anymore. Thinking about it this way, Gordon felt much better. After digesting the spell enhancement talent fragments in my mind, those infinitely profound magical theories, practical experience in spellcasting, and magical techniques. Just like before, it was imprinted in its mind. The memories it acquired out of thin air seemed to be innate, but they were more like a piece of data that had been randomly transmitted. But Gordon felt that he could actually do what the effects promised. I'm optimizing my spells, but I don't have any spells to practice with right now. With the talent fragments phase coming to an end, Gordon suddenly felt there was still one thing he hadn't done. That means looting corpses. Although it's a bit late to do it now, it's not too late. However, Gordon glanced at them and abandoned his plan to find loot from them. The most valuable bone staff, it seemed, was casually broken off while trying to stop the spell, as was the ring on the goblin priest's head. It's nothing more than a piece of wire coated with silver paint, something you can see everywhere. It's purely an ornament used to show off its status in the goblin tribe. The goblin warrior was even worse. Apart from a rusty, heavy half-armor that was clearly not meant for a human to wear, all he had was a red silk blouse. Worthless, poverty that is visible to the naked eye. Never mind. Gordon could only sigh. He didn't expect to get anything of value from the goblin. However, there are some things they should know, namely the accurate information about this sewer system, which Nina, hiding in the sewers, naturally wouldn't know. These monsters probably know more than Nina, Gordon thought to himself. So he looked at the goblin still trembling and crawling on the ground not far away, pointed at one at random, and called out, "You, come here." This is the goblin closest to Gordon. It has green skin, pointed ears, a strong body, and muscles that bulge beneath its green skin. It is also a head taller than an average goblin. It was one of the few remaining elite goblins, and because it was sitting some distance away from the goblin warrior, it became the lucky one to survive the magma eruption. However, it looked extremely disheveled. Its left palm and elbow joint were charred black, and the soles of its feet were covered with blisters from the lava. His entire body reeked of a foul, acrid smell, clearly indicating that what he had just done had not been without its price. When the elite goblin saw Gordon calling it, it immediately shuddered. But Gordon's words were not to be ignored. It obediently bowed and walked up to Gordon, then knelt on the ground, letting the thick blood of the goblin priest stain its knees red. It looked up at the black fledgling dragon crouching before it, feeling an indescribable pressure and majesty. The closer it got, the more fearful it became. His green-skinned face was contorted into a pretzel shape, but it still answered in an extremely humble voice. "Great dragon, supreme ruler of our Galak clan, what are your commands to your most loyal servant? Tell me, who's the strongest in the sewers?" The majestic voice of the black dragon chick rang in its ears. "Of course it's you, my master." The goblin replied without hesitation, his expression fawning. "And who else but me?" Gordon frowned slightly, looking at the elite goblin kneeling before him, half a head shorter than him, wondering if this green-skinned creature had lost its mind and couldn't understand what he meant. But Gordon quickly dismissed his doubts. "Besides you, no creature in the sewers deserves to be called a strongman. They are nothing but lowly reptiles crawling beneath your wings." Gordon was helpless. Looking at the elite goblin with a fawning and obsequious expression, Gordon felt that it was beyond saving. We had to try a different approach and ask the elite goblins. "Map? Do you have a map of the sewers? It needs a more intuitive floor plan, and then elite goblins to provide guidance, in order to have a general understanding of the division of power in the sewers." "Yes, there is a map in that old man's room. I saw it hanging on his wall when I went into his room once." The elite goblin betrayed it without the slightest hesitation before the corpse of its most revered priest. It revealed everything it knew to its new master, a black fledgling dragon. Gordon was overjoyed upon hearing this. Since it was a map collected by a spellcaster, it must be very detailed, perhaps even including the distribution of power. It gave the order. "Then what are you waiting for? Bring it over now. And if there's anything else, bring it over too." However, Gordon added after seeing its charred left arm, "Call a few people to come with you." "Yes, my master." The elite goblins hurriedly agreed, and then, right in front of Gordon, they ordered a few goblins, not exactly elite, but still strong and healthy, to help with the carrying. The shrine hut wasn't far from here, but it would still take some time to move things back and forth, especially since this goblin tribe had already been completely subdued. Gordon then remembered little Nina, who was still hiding in the shadows around the corner. Without hesitation, it walked out of the hall amidst the worship of a group of goblins and headed into the shadows of the passageway. Nina, who was anxiously listening to the sound against the wall, was nudged. Nina was startled when she saw a black baby dragon silently approach her and nudge her with its claws. She only regained her composure when she saw Gordon and quickly asked him in a low voice, "What is this? Mr. Gordon, are you all right?" However, after quickly scanning the area, Nina saw that Gordon was unharmed except for some slight bending of the scales on its back, which were not bleeding, and no other injuries. She assumed it was all right and whispered praises to the gods in the sky. "Phew, thank you, gods, for your protection." She didn't know which deity to attribute this to, so she could only refer to it that way. She is a believer in many religions, not that she has no faith, but that she believes in many gods, but has never been truly loyal to any of them. She had prayed to the god of travel to bless Celia with a safe journey after her departure. Because of Grandma Oran's illness, they would also go to the only temple in Blanche, the temple of the Earth Goddess, to pray for her protection and safety. They would also pray to the storm god for protection during storms, hoping the fishermen would return safely, otherwise the orphanage would have no fish to eat. However, the consequences of Nina's lack of unwavering faith were, after death, no other divine messenger will guide you to the kingdom of God. You will either enter the river Styx or be embedded in the wall of the unbelievers. On the continent of Ion, there are many people without faith. They may have lived well in life, but their souls will be subjected to the harshest treatment after death. Getting back to the main point, Gordon felt a warmth in his heart when he saw Nina's genuine concern for him, and gently patted Nina's head as she squatted down. "I'm fine," it said. As it spoke, it expertly scratched Nina's palm with its long dragon tail, making it tickle. Hehe, well. Nina was amused by Gordon's actions, and she was about to ask Mr. Gordon how his harvest had been this time when the warm and cozy atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden burst of noise from the lobby. "Master? My most exalted master. Where are you? Do not forsake your most loyal servant." A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the hall. Other chattering sounds, like goblin language, continued to drift from the hall across the passageway. It was clear that the elite goblins who had gone in to move things came out and, finding Gordon missing, became somewhat anxious. Nina was somewhat confused by the voice, and looked at Gordon, asking, "Mr. Gordon, what's wrong with them? They seem very sad." Gordon didn't explain, but said to Nina, "Come on, Nina. We have a new place to stay. We won't have to sleep in that drafty pile of junk anymore." "But what's over there?" Nina wanted to say there were monsters over there, but seeing that Gordon had already taken the lead, she could only grit her teeth and follow him out. A bright campfire was burning, and the hall was brightly lit. Nina could see the group of monsters crawling on the ground in the center of the hall. At a glance, there seemed to be about 20 or 30 of them. Nina was so frightened that she quickly grabbed Gordon's tail and tried to drag him back into the tunnel. However, before Nina could make a move, the previous shrill roar came again. "My most revered master, I knew you would not abandon your most loyal servant." This time, however, it was a joyful and excited voice. If it weren't for the identical voice, Nina wouldn't have been able to tell that it was the same person at all. The face-swapping speed is faster than flipping through a book, like the mangy dog behind the fireplace tavern. She also saw the owner of the voice. A strong goblin, even taller than her, made even the strongest thugs in the underworld look like babies in its presence, despite being about the same height. However, it seemed to be injured, its left arm was charred black, and it walked with a limp, but this did not affect its speed. Song first. Even if Nina was naive at this point, she knew that the situation wasn't what she thought. It seemed that, as Mr. Gordon had said, it had subdued the monsters. She hadn't even finished speaking. They stared in disbelief at the tall goblin who was rushing towards them despite the pain in his foot. With a loud thud, the tall goblin immediately bent over, his knees buckled, and he prostrated himself before Mr. Gordon. He muttered the same praise that had given him goosebumps earlier. Nina had no doubt that if you gave this green monster a tail, it would probably wag faster than Aunt Vernie's windmill. Gordon gave Nina, who was standing there dumbfounded, an awkward smile, revealing his sharp teeth. "I'm sorry, I startled you. I didn't know they were like that." It's all right, Mr. Gordon, you can continue with your work." Nina quickly waved her hand in response. "All right." Gordon nodded, then spoke to the elite goblins who were still kneeling on the ground. "Did you find the map?" "Yes, my master. Under your wise guidance, your servant has successfully moved the map out of that old man's room." Gordon ignored the long sentence that followed and, without a second thought, led Nina toward the goblin gathering place. The place where it had just been was now empty. The sacrificial corpse had been moved, but the bloodstains remained on the ground. However, a number of items had been haphazardly placed on the bloodstains. These were things that had been taken from the goblin priest's room. The desk, bookshelves, bed, and even the quill pen, all built to goblin height, are miniature. There were also 7 or 8 books scattered on the ground, with a long parchment map on top of them. Gordon was slightly taken aback when it saw the contents. It had thought there was only one map, but it hadn't expected there to be so many books as well. These books were quite a good thing. However, it is more concerned about the map layout now. It is eager to know its location and the distribution of monsters nearby. He walked over to the books and picked up a scattered parchment map from a book whose cover was written in common language as the guide to becoming a mage. He spread it out on the bloodless ground, pressed down the curled-up corner of the map, and began to examine it carefully. Nina also helped hold down the other side. The parchment map appeared perfectly flat in Gordon's eyes. The map is very detailed, and it's not a map of the Black Street sewers, but rather a map of Corando, divided into 2 layers. Above is the street, and below is the sewer system. Many areas were marked with various monster skull-like patterns in ink. The ink was very fresh, indicating that it had been applied recently. Nina was the first to find her old home, and pointed there to Gordon. "Mr. Gordon, this is where you were born." Gordon followed Nina's finger and saw an inconspicuous intersection of pipe tunnel markings in the northwest corner of the map. There are also 2 skull monster markers nearby. One label depicts rodents, while the other depicts sludge-like substances. They are arranged sequentially. These are clearly the ratman and sludge monsters Nina mentioned. That's really meticulous. Gordon noticed this and was amazed, but unfortunately, there was one drawback. The monster criteria seemed to be limited to the underworld. Other areas, such as the trading district, the commoners district, and the sewers of the noble district, are not marked except for sewer road maps. However, that's enough. Gordon and Nina spent about an hour memorizing all the monster nodes on this chapter's map. First of all, the race that occupies the largest area and has the strongest fighting power in the sewers is actually the goblins, which Gordon did not expect. They firmly occupy the north side of Black Street, that is, north of the main river channel, at the outlet near the ocean, bordering the sewers of the civilian area. But even though they are the strongest, they do not expand. They guard their own small territory and will not attack unless other monsters go there. Otherwise, in the Black Street sewers right now, aside from the swamp frogmen who might escape unscathed, all the other monsters would be trembling in the shadow of the goblins. The southwest is a different story altogether, where ratmen occupy half of the sewers, and other monsters such as swamp frogmen, carrion beasts, and mud monsters are scattered throughout. Meanwhile, in the southeastern part of the sewers where Gordon is now located, kobolds and goblins are locked in a power struggle. There are 2 other goblin clans in the southeast region that are similar in size to Galak, but they are far apart. It's not that they don't want to get closer. The problem is that the goblins of these 3 tribes are not united and often fight amongst themselves, resorting to violence whenever they meet. The kobolds, on the other hand, consist of only 1 tribe, estimated to number over 100. They are located in the southeast corner, near the walls of the City of Freedom. Furthermore, Gordon also marked it on the map next to the kobold skull symbol. I also saw the familiar monster symbol, with a dragon head, 2 wings, and 4 claws. This is a dragon? Are there other dragons in the sewers? Gordon felt a slight chill run down his spine. Upon seeing the map markings, he almost immediately summoned the elite goblins who were waiting nearby and asked them a question. "Are there any other true dragons like me in the kobold tribe? What kind?" The elite goblin was taken aback when it heard its new master's words, but when it saw the mark that Gordon's claws were pointing to on the parchment, he looked completely bewildered and said blankly, "Great master, I've never heard of any other dragons in the sewers. That old man never said that, and if the kobolds had real dragons, our Galak clan probably wouldn't have survived to this day. Those ugly lizard-headed pups." "Oh, master? That's not what I meant," the elite goblin explained, grumbling as it spoke of the kobolds, clearly indicating a long-standing feud and intense resentment. But as it was cursing, it suddenly remembered that its owner also had a lizard head, and hurriedly began to explain. "There won't be a next time? Go on." Gordon looked intently at the goblin prostrate on the ground explaining, and said calmly, "Although it doesn't seem to care about goblins' words, it also seems indifferent. However, in order to maintain the majesty of the true dragon, it doesn't mind making an example of someone. A true dragon cannot be insulted. Square root." "Yes." The goblin, still shaken, nodded quickly, indicating it wouldn't do it again, and continued explaining to Gordon. "If those kobolds really have dragons backing them, our tribe would probably have been subdued or become their dinner long ago. I'll never encounter such a great and benevolent master again." Every 2 or 3 words the elite goblins uttered, they would glance at Gordon's expression, and only when they found no change would they dare to continue cautiously. "Yes, indeed." Gordon ignored the second sentence, nodded, and admitted that it did make some sense. It was also thinking to itself that if the kobolds really did have a dragon behind them, then the goblins wouldn't be sharing the land with the kobolds in this region. It's important to understand that this is not a difficult task for a true dragon. He doesn't even need to waste a single soldier. He can simply show himself and subdue these fickle goblins. Like the goblin priest it killed, they will become the most loyal servants in the face of absolute power. Moreover, dragons are magical creatures with a strong sense of territory, even those without magical abilities. They would not tolerate the presence of other threatening creatures near their lair, let alone true dragons. Even now, Gordon is already sketching out in his mind how to incorporate the other 2 goblin tribes in a few days. Then, finally, conquer the most powerful kobold faction. If it had this intention, it's impossible that the dragon didn't. Unless, there isn't? The thought crossed Gordon's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, nothing happens without a reason. The existence of this mark indicates that there must be a cause. Even if Gordon doesn't believe it, it still needs to take it to heart, be extremely cautious, and be careful not to crash. However, conquering the kobolds is an essential part of its future plan. Whether there's a dragon behind the kobolds can be found out by testing them with some goblins, Gordon thought to himself. While looking at the map, it had already conceived its first 5-year plan for the sewers. Try to do so before entering the hibernation period as a young dragon. In the sewers, acquiring enough territory not to rule the underworld sewers, but at least to completely control an area is essential. This is its first step in the sewer system, it's important and crucial. This is the world of Io, the paradise of the gods, and the proving ground for adventurers. Even the strongest dragon, fighting alone, can be overthrown by those despicable adventurers. Moreover, it's still just a fledgling dragon. Even if it slaughters all the monsters in the sewers, its strength is still limited. Could it really be possible to use a bunch of talent fragments, the highest being no more than tier 3, to challenge opponents of higher tiers? It's important to know that the locations of those dragon nests in the continent of Io were clearly exposed, yet the ancient red dragons and primordial blue dragons are still alive and well. They all share the commonality of being local lords, mountain overlords, and monster armies numbering in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. They could rule a region for thousands of years, and neither parliaments nor kings could control them. The gods in the heavens all turn a blind eye, not to mention the adventurers, who don't even have the courage to face it. At most, they'll accept commissions to help deal with the monsters causing trouble under their command. As for the person in question, I'll definitely do it next time. Goodbye. This is why some true dragons like to gather and subdue their followers whenever they arrive at a new place. The sheer number of their retinue and servants means that adventurers and armies are often discovered before they even get close to the dragons. Then, you'll be subjected to a relentless battle with monsters, lasting for an unknown duration, with no time to rest in between. You might go to great lengths to reach the dragon's lair, only to find an empty cave with not a single gold coin left. The dragons, sensing the danger, had already packed up their treasures and made their escape. Therefore, Gordon understood this point very well. Once it controls the entire sewer system of Black Street, every move within that sewer will be under its surveillance. In that case, it will not be afraid no matter how many adventurers come. After all, if you can't beat them, you just run away. It's a traditional skill of the true dragon, and it doesn't see anything wrong with it. They'll outlive you anyway, why would they do anything dangerous? Having clarified these points, Gordon stopped worrying about the dragon icon on the map. In any case, it wouldn't attack that kobold tribe unless it was 98% certain. However, it would be impolite to refuse the remaining 2 goblin tribes. However, the breath attack weapon has reached its limit today, and it will have to wait until tomorrow to recover. The magic within the lava dragon's body is generating magma, which will take quite some time. Unlike adult lava dragons, which can vomit 8 times in a single battle without issue, and in large quantities. If only it could be reused. Gordon glanced at the magma that had cooled to an orange-red color not far away, but quickly dismissed the thought. Eating what you've vomited up always feels weird, especially since lava doesn't come out of the stomach. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Also, tell them to get up, and bring over some food from over there. Gordon gave an order to the goblin in front of him, telling it not to kneel down anymore, and then instructed it to bring some food. It still remembered that neither Nina nor it had eaten. After saying that, it continued to discuss with Nina the areas on the parchment map other than the Black Street. After all, this was the first time it had ever seen a map of the free city of Kalando, and it didn't know how long it would stay here in the future. Is it childhood? Or adolescence? Leaving is still uncertain. But it's always good to know more about sewer systems. Meanwhile, the elite goblins who overheard Gordon's words reacted in an exaggerated and flamboyant manner, looking extremely grateful, almost as if they were about to hug Gordon's legs. Master? Even if Galac's ancestors were resurrected from the river Styx, they wouldn't be as merciful as you. I'll go prepare breakfast for you and your retinue right away. Upon seeing the black dragon frown slightly again, the elite goblin quickly interrupted his praise. He began to meticulously follow Gordon's instructions. The Galac clan has no shortage of food, this is the sewer, they can get whatever they want. The goblins who had been kneeling not far away finally stood up, and the solemn and imposing atmosphere in the hall immediately eased. However, they dared not make a sound, they walked, did things, and spoke very quietly. They were afraid of disturbing the dragon and the person who were squatting on the ground looking at the map. Inside the lobby, the campfire was still burning, and the firewood continued to crackle and pop as it burned. The only difference is that the owner of this hall has changed hands in less than an hour. It was the 3rd day since Gordon was born as a lava dragon cub. In the sewers, they also acquired their first territory, just as Gordon was busily transforming his first territory in the sewers. Above ground, as the soft, golden morning light dispelled the morning mist and haze of the free city, the daily quests of the Adventurers Guild in Kalando began to be issued. Celia was still wearing her black hooded outfit, her unchanging attire concealing her stunning beauty. She knew all too well that a sorceress's allure, if left unchecked, would be a disaster. She, along with hundreds of other adventurers, lined up outside to receive their numbers. Then, the adventurers entered the Adventurers Guild one after another and began browsing the quests hanging on the wall in order. It's not that there are no other places to accept quests besides the Adventurers Guild. There are also many professional guilds, such as the Thieves Guild, the Warriors Guild, and the Church and Temple Guild for priests, all of which offer quests. However, these quests are relatively more specific to certain professions. For example, there are thieves who take on theft missions, warriors who take on escort missions, priests who travel to the villages near the free city to exorcise evil spirits, banshees, and skeletons to save the ignorant villagers in place of the gods, and mages who mostly do things like copying scrolls, and so on. However, the Adventurers Guild's commissions tend to be more broad, more popular, and lower level. Most importantly, the money is quite generous, much more so than in other places, since you can pay with reputation there. Moreover, anyone who is a professional can take on these jobs here. The temple requires faith, and even alignment. Those who are not lawful good cannot accept it. The Adventurers Guild is much more convenient, and the quests aren't too difficult. They usually involve clearing out monsters and protecting caravans. Most adventurers on the continent of Ion are located in areas ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3, making these commissions perfect for them. Of course, the Adventurers Guild also offers high-level quests, and even legendary quests. Hunt down a male ancient white dragon, Narknose. The bounty is 10 million gold coins or an equivalent amount of gems, plus 3 promises from an elderly female silver dragon, and that the player will not violate the faction's promises. This bounty has been up for almost 130 years. Countless adventurers have entered the free city, but no adventure team has ever dared to accept it. After all, that dragon was older than their ancestors for 18 generations combined, except for the elves and dwarves. To be fair, an adventure team capable of slaying an ancient white dragon wouldn't even consider these gold coins or the promise of an old silver dragon. Not to mention that the ancient white dragon's challenge level has reached nearly the 9th tier legendary level, plus its loyal followers, making it exceptionally difficult to kill. It might require the intervention of a deity incarnate as a saint, or a legendary mage who is close to being a demigod and can travel in the astral plane. Otherwise, it's questionable whether a normal team could kill an ancient white dragon. It can run away, it won't just stand there foolishly and fight you to the death. The ancient white dragon is not only immune to all spells below the transcendent level, but it is also a highly skilled spellcaster. In addition to being able to fly, it can also use advanced teleportation. At worst, they could simply plunge headfirst into the glacier. Even a legendary swordsman would be dumbfounded. The glaciers in the north are connected to the endless sea. We can't just drain them dry. Moreover, underwater warfare is not so simple. Even with underwater breathing agents, it is of little use. In conclusion, slaying the ancient white dragon is extremely difficult, requiring many years of preparation, plus a huge amount of luck, to have any chance of success. However, if the dragon slaying is successful, the rewards are also considerable. Not to mention the commission, the treasure trove of the ancient white dragon alone probably contains gold coins that are no less than those of the old silver dragon. The accumulation of thousands of years is no small feat. Whatever other powerful magical weapons, scrolls, materials you desire, you can find them in the dragon's treasury. However, such legendary commissions are rare. Normally, on average, one legendary commission will be completed on the continent of Iome every 20 years or so. If the frequency is high, it might take 10 years. If it's low, it could be as short as 5 years. After all, behind every completed legendary commission lies hidden bloodshed and the fall of a powerful figure. The fall of a legendary level expert is a major event, enough to be spread by word of mouth among humanoid creatures across half of the continent of Ion. Aside from legendary commissions, there are also high-level and master-level commissions. These correspond to the commissions in the 4th to 6th tiers, and the 7th tier transcendent to the 8th tier hero tiers, respectively. A recent commission from a master craftsman was jointly funded and issued by the Merchants Alliance of Rhine City, to repel the Blue Dragon Horde in the Shural Desert, or rather, to solve the trade route problem and prevent the Blue Dragons from attacking merchants. Recently, attacks on caravans by Blue Dragons have become increasingly frequent. Just this week alone, it is said that 3 caravans, with hundreds of merchants, have been lost forever in the endless yellow sand. This was unthinkable in the past. In the past, those Blue Dragons knew to be restrained, only collecting protection money on a regular basis, and only resorting to robbing travelers when they were short of money. Of course, a smarter Blue Dragon would choose a trading method, such as polluting an oasis in the desert and then selling the water to merchants. As for the price, Lanlong is quite satisfied, but whether the passengers are satisfied is another matter. Therefore, given the recent unusual behavior of the Blue Dragons, the Rhine Merchant Alliance hopes to defeat or annihilate the Blue Dragon tribe that is attacking merchants. Or at least they should be removed from the trade route between Rhine Royal City and Kalando. The merchants of Rhine City originally intended to seek help from the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth, since they were the most devout believers in the Free City. For some reason, the Temple of the Goddess has been shorthanded lately, as if they have all been sent out to plunder wealth for the Goddess of Wealth. Moreover, the Goddess of Wealth, who had always been effective in the past, did not respond to their prayers this time, and no divine decree was issued. They donated at least 2 million gold coins, yet it didn't make a ripple. Left with no other option, they had to turn to the Adventurers Guild for help. The commission to exterminate the Blue Dragon was issued, and the commission to escort the caravan was also issued at the same time. The minimum rank requirement was 4th tier adventurers. They couldn't bear to let go of this trade route that was brimming with gold. Spices, porcelain, and silk transported from the eastern continent docked on the eastern coast of the western continent and were then shipped to the Rhine Federation, where the western coast was located. The prices there were not just 10 times the profit, but 100 times. This will undoubtedly anger the Rhine Merchants Alliance. However, none of these requests are things that Celia's team can handle. The highest level of work they can take on is eliminating lone frost giants. She stood in front of the quest panel, browsing through the quests for 5 minutes. She remained calm, which was enough time for her to finish looking through the quests in the lower tier category. She was slowly searching for her target. Low tier request, find the missing Flander. Number of clients, unlimited. Reward for the commission, 1000 gold coins, 100 gold coins if the user dies. Clue, 1 gold coin. Note, clues need to be verified in the Temple of the God of Justice. Celia frowned when she saw the request. This commission isn't finished yet? She thought someone else had already beaten her to it. She went to the Black Street area this morning because she had taken on this missing person case yesterday and wanted to investigate and try her luck. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything out, but we unexpectedly ran into Nina, so the trip wasn't a complete waste. It's hard to find. After thinking it over, Celia decided to give up the job. Although the disappearance occurred in Kalando is so big that searching for it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The divination spells were ineffective. Blindly continuing the search was nothing short of a gamble for the 5 members of the Dawn Adventurer group, who were currently quite poor. Celia, as the vice commander, had no intention of gambling. She was not a gambler. She remembered that keeping Nina by her side would require a considerable amount of money. Ever since she met Nina, she had made up her mind that she couldn't let her suffer in the dark streets anymore. Nina might even be starving right now, so she turned her attention to the rightmost commission in the lower-level commission list. Meanwhile, in the sewers, in the Goblin Hall, a tender, delicious, and plump frog leg was shoved into Nina's mouth. Thank you, Mr. Gordon, but Nina is full, very full. Nina waved her hand, hastily refusing the frog leg Gordon offered her. She patted her round belly, feeling a bit full, but she enjoyed the meal very much. The frog meat, unique to the sewers, was plentiful and tasted great. She was full after eating 3. These sharp-nosed frogs are part of the goblins' food reserves, each one is over a foot long. Seeing that Nina wasn't eating anymore, Gordon, who was standing nearby, ate his fill all by himself. Using still warm lava to scald frog meat creates a unique flavor. It's not spicy, which is a bit of a drawback. Next time, I'll have Nina go up and see if they have any chili peppers or other seasonings to buy, Gordon thought to himself. The other goblins busy in the hall watched their new master devour his food like a glutton. 1 bite at a time, and you're done with a sharp-beaked frog. Tears were almost streaming down my face. This thing was traditionally reserved for high-ranking officials. It was said that eating it would grant them better vision in the dark, and that it tasted very sweet. However, they dared not complain, since even if Gordon wasn't around, they wouldn't have the chance to eat this kind of food. However, he felt a sense of relief as Gordon swallowed. After all, it's a good thing that the new owner is full from eating the sharp-nosed frog, because then he won't want to eat the pitiful and weak goblins. Snap! A crisp sound of a whip striking a rock rang out. This brought the goblins, who were almost unable to move at the sight of food, back to their senses. Oh, I remember now, they still have work to do? Hurry up and get to work. Before our great master rests, finish building its lair. Let him see the skills of the Galak clan? The 10 fastest to finish today can go drink that. The elite goblin with charred elbows wielded a whip in one hand, supervising the group of goblins as they carried out the construction. Although its tone was stern, its words were full of encouragement, and it even pointed with its whip at the large pot of herbs in the distance. As one of the best goblins, it is well aware of the nature of its kind, lazy yet fearful, requiring both gentle persuasion and firmness. Only in this way can one control this weak race whose minds are consumed by nothing but food and mating. Today's task is to dismantle this stone house and build a nest large enough for the great new master, Gordon, to rest in. It didn't want to mess up the task Gordon had given it on the very first day. For Gordon, the commotion here was nothing more than a minor incident. It's still eating. Gordon finally stopped eating when he felt a slight fullness in his lower abdomen. The goblin waiters, who were on standby at all times, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from their brows. If they ate any more, there really wouldn't be a single drop left. It's not that they're reluctant to part with it, it's just that they're afraid of eating it all. If Gordon still wants to eat and takes his anger out on them, then things will get really bad. Serving a ruler is like serving a tiger, the same applies to being next to a true dragon. Who knows, maybe one day it might suddenly feel like trying the taste of green-skinned fruit. That's not impossible. Gordon glanced at his lower abdomen, which wasn't covered by scales like Nina's. After eating a sharp-beaked frog the same size as himself, he didn't even feel the slightest bit bloated in his stomach. Gordon almost thought its mouth was connected to its spatial pocket, unless it felt full from its belly. Although Gordon had already spent 3 days on the dragon's body, he couldn't help but marvel at the exquisite structure of the dragon's body. And it felt its body was still underdeveloped. Oops. No, it was still growing. As time flowed by, dragons grew to their full adult form. Only then can one be considered a chosen one of the creator god Ao. Possessing a colossal heart with a vibrational frequency powerful enough to crush granite, covered in scales of varying sizes, and with a body that can reach over 20 meters in length from head to tail, this mythical creature casts a shadow with its wings spread at low altitudes enough to conceal a 100-person formation. True dragon. It is said that ancient dragons could surpass the physical limitations of ancient dragons, leaping to lengths of over 100 meters and weighing nearly 10,000 tons. However, it's actually quite normal that Gordon doesn't seem to gain weight no matter how much he eats. After digestion, dragons store elemental energy in their blood, not fat. Therefore, the idea that dragons would become fat due to overeating is incorrect. In addition, dragons do not have an obvious way of dissipating body heat. They neither sweat nor pant. This heat is extracted and converted into energy through the basal vessels, the core organs of dragons. The basal vessels then store this energy and convert it into energy corresponding to their own species. It can be said that there is no energy loss at all, making it a perpetual motion machine. It's no exaggeration to say that dragons are the chosen ones of Io, given their ultimate biological weaponry. Gordon no longer looked at the writhing, digesting body inside, it looked at Nina. At this moment, she was lying face down on Carando's map, her buttocks sticking out. She seemed to think that this was better for digestion than lying flat. Nina was intently flipping through a book, her little face serious, as if she were completely absorbed in reading. That paper book with a parchment cover was one of the books the goblins had taken from their shrine chambers, the Wizard's Handbook. Nina was sensitive to Gordon's almost undisguised, burning gaze. It barely lasted 3 seconds before Gordon stared at her. She quickly closed the book, looked up at the black fledgling dragon that was already showing signs of becoming a true dragon, and said cautiously and flusteredly, "Mr. Gordon, are you full?" she asked tentatively. However, Gordon gave an irrelevant answer, looking thoughtfully at the dragonborn girl before him, and asked, "Are you very interested in monks?" No, that's not it either." Nina seemed a little shy about the question, speaking somewhat hesitantly, but she was no longer as reserved as she had been in front of Gordon. She said very sincerely, "I just feel that since Mr. Gordon is protecting me, I should have my own value. If I can't help with anything, Nina will feel useless. Whether it's a mage or a warlock like Celia, as long as it helps Mr. Gordon, Nina is fine with any profession." Nina's voice was low, and her emotions flickered in the firelight, but it was clear that she was somewhat disappointed. When she was in the orphanage, Grandma Oran told her the same thing. What you get, you can't always have. If you want to keep it, you need to take good care of it. Things are the same, and so are feelings. So, she started working around the age of 6, eagerly taking on many chores to continue her life in the orphanage. Unfortunately, in the end, as a half-dragon, she cherishes hard-won love even more and wants to protect it, not wanting to lose it. This is why she is so eager to learn and improve. Gordon originally wanted to say, "Just relax and be a purchasing agent, I'll take care of everything." But then I thought, I'll have to leave eventually, and what if I can't take her with me then? Wouldn't that mean she'd have to go back to that precarious life she was living? It can only protect Nina temporarily, not forever. So, Gordon carefully chose his words and said to Nina, "Sure, if you need it, you can command my goblins to help you find spell materials. And if you're interested in other professions, I support that too. Do whatever you want, Nina." Although Gordon's voice wasn't gentle, Nina still heard concern coming from the black dragon's mouth. Considering Gordon's previous actions, her heart melted. However, she forced back her tears, nodded, and then opened her spellbook to continue studying. Gordon, on the other hand, lay on the ground like a cat, spending most of his time studying the map of the Free City, except for occasionally checking on the progress of the Goblin's Nest. It has 2 floors and covers several blocks. An hour is not enough to see it all. Moreover, it has already begun planning its next 5-year plan. The Underground Emperor of Carando. It's definitely going to be it? Nina, on the other hand, was engrossed in the obscure and difficult introductory knowledge of magic, feeling that her little brain was not quite up to the task. She was tempted to give up, but if she put the book down now, wouldn't she make a fool of herself in front of Mr. Gordon? So Nina gritted her teeth and continued to pick up the book, reading the spellbook and delving into its profound knowledge. I occasionally glance at Mr. Gordon, who is biting his own tail and idly looking at a map. Also, I'm thinking about Celia, whom I just reunited with this morning. I wonder how she is doing? Yawn. In the city of Calando, more than 10 miles outside the city, a carriage is traveling through the wilderness. Celia, who was sitting in the carriage, felt a tickle on the tip of her nose, which made her yawn involuntarily. Her teammates, who were sitting in the same carriage with her, noticed Celia's unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask her for her comfort and concern. "Celia, are you all right?" A female warrior with long, soft golden hair, wearing silver armor, and possessing a serene, half-Eastern face sat opposite Celia and asked with concern. "Should I?" she said, pulling a bottle of diluted holy water from an adventurer's usual pouch. The adventure is about to begin, and the main damage dealer, Miss Warlock, must not be allowed to have any mishaps. "Marglesia? I'm fine, I'll be all right in a bit. I probably caught a chill from the sea breeze because I got up too early today." Celia smiled apologetically from under the black hood and waved her hand in refusal. "All right then, you must tell me what it is." Marguerite Vaughn glanced at the sorceress who had once again bowed her head in meditation, and then fell silent. "Start conserving your energy and rest. This commission is even more difficult than the previous ones in the north. They would never have agreed to let Celia take on this task if they hadn't made specific preparations. Target of the commission, Dragon and Lion Dance. Teams with limited delegation, 1. Reward for completing the task, 300 gold coins or magic items of equivalent value. The carriage continued its journey, and occasionally a rumbling roar could be heard from the forest, a warning from Celia's magical pet, the pseudo-dragon Liz. Let those goblins, gnomes, and kobolds back down in the face of difficulty. It was a natural scout, and Liz herself thoroughly enjoyed it. And so, the carriage carrying Celia traveled south along the desolate road, the City of Liberty, surrounded by towering walls, receding further and further behind until it disappeared from sight. Great, benevolent, and incomparably powerful master, your most loyal servant has accomplished the task you entrusted to him. Gordon awoke instantly from the darkness upon hearing the first syllable. The black fledgling dragon lying in the open space opened its vertical pupils. With 2 pupils, its 2 lenses could easily focus, magnify, and contract, allowing it to see its surroundings clearly. The first thing that caught its eye was the seemingly eternally burning campfire in the hall, with sparks flying everywhere, and the uneven walls covered with dark blue ferns that disappeared into the darkness, a very familiar scene. However, below his field of vision, there was another creature lying on the ground, its head almost touching the earth, looking up at him, an ugly, green-skinned monster. Clearly, the sound just now came from this monster. It recognized it as a recently acquired member of the family. The black fledgling dragon looked around again at the slightly wrinkled, detailed map of the City of Freedom that was lying on top of the books scattered on it. There was also a dragonborn girl sleeping soundly, hugging her own tail, her bare feet touching his forelimbs with their soft, fleshy pads, a cool, gentle touch. Gordon quickly realized that he had dozed off while studying the sewer map. After 2 consecutive battles, the dragon's breath and the burst of physical strength completely drained the energy stored in its body. Not a single drop left? Then it ate a huge meal, and given that it's still in its fledgling stage of growth, it's normal for it to feel sleepy. It gently tugged at the slender tail in the girl's arms, carefully shifting its body. The gentle movements kept the dragonborn girl from waking up. She hadn't slept like this in a very long time, in a warm room, the hall, with the one she loved, the dragon, carefree and without any worries. In her dream, a slight smile played on her lips, clearly indicating that the story in her dream was as beautiful as reality. Gordon stood up from the map and stretched like a cat. The dragon's wings suddenly and silently spread open in the hall, causing the campfire to flicker in the wind. Dragons are described as reptiles covered in scales, and detractors would even say they are giant, flying lizards. However, it is actually a special species that belongs to its own category, and it is not a reptile. Its front half is constructed like that of a large feline, both in terms of skeleton and muscle. However, the muscle tissue running from the cervical vertebrae to the coccyx is the same as that of the python. It must be said that both of them would have been top predators in the natural world of the previous life. Gordon raised his already somewhat elongated neck, first looking around before turning his gaze to the elite goblin whose head was almost buried in the ground. Get up! Its voice was cold and hoarse, the original voice of the lava dragon, without a trace of disguise. However, its voice was very soft, as if it did not want to disturb the sleeping girl. After a quick scan, it spotted a building that had suddenly appeared in the hall. A circular platform about 3 feet off the ground was the nest that it commanded the goblins to build. The building materials were obtained by demolishing the house that was originally intended for goblin warriors and priests. Although it's not a 100% perfect recreation of Gordon's vision, it doesn't nitpick about the goblin's craftsmanship. There's no room for being picky now. If it weren't for the need to project an aura of authority, it would sleep on the ground just the same way. It was sleeping in the garbage dump yesterday. Yes, master. The green goblin's voice was already low, and seeing that even Gordon's voice wasn't loud, it lowered it even further. Fortunately, although dragons do not have external ears, they have a unique ability to detect sounds. Their scales form folds that allow them to hear every sound around them clearly. Therefore, even though there was some distance between them, Gordon could still clearly hear what the green-skinned monster in front of him was muttering. After the green goblin got up, it remained hunched over, trying to keep its height as low as possible, seemingly afraid of displeasing its new master. However, Gordon wasn't thinking about all that, it just glanced at it briefly. He then strode away from where he stood without making a sound, and the goblin behind him hurriedly followed, limping. The damage caused by the lava is not enough to heal in a day. However, its mental pleasure now far outweighed the physical pain, especially after it saw Gordon nod in satisfaction and even lie down on the round platform for a while. Gordon didn't stay lying there for long before leaping down from the 3-foot-high platform. It has to be said that the view is completely different when you're lying at a higher altitude. No wonder so many dragons like to build their nests on high mountains. Let's go, let's take a look around the lobby. After leaping down from the platform, Gordon gave instructions to the goblins following behind him. Yes, my master. The goblin showed no impatience, only respect, of course, it dared not be. After leaving the hall, Gordon nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't noticed it when he came in, but only realized it after calming down and observing carefully. The goblin nests here aren't randomly generated, rather, the location is just too perfect. First, a sewer runs through the goblin hall, and on the other side of the 4 or 5 meter wide sewer is a dark wall with no foothold. This is unlike the previous situation where Gordon saw a foothold on the other side of the dry riverbed, and there was also a bridge connecting them. Moreover, there are only 2 passageways leading out of this hall. One to the left and one to the right. The left side is a few meters away from a corner, which is the direction from which Gordon came, while the right side is a bit longer, but also has a corner. The passageway was only wide enough for one adult to pass through normally, any more and they would be too crowded and fall into the deep, sewage-filled river. Both passageways have corners for concealment, making it difficult for outsiders to detect the light of the bonfire in the hall. Moreover, Gordon also emerged from the lair from the outer perimeter of the hall, that is, from the right-hand passageway. After emerging, it discovered that the route it had taken to enter the goblin's lair was very secluded, hidden in a crack between normal sewer pipes. If an adventurer is wearing armor, and is even slightly strong, it will be difficult for them to squeeze in, even sideways. Having already familiarized himself with the surrounding map, Gordon naturally knew that if he emerged from the crack and found himself on the main road leading to the sewers, just keep going up this road, and then turn left a few times at each intersection. You'll soon encounter or see another goblin tribe. That tribe was called the Haws, which in goblin means favored by the gods, or the tribe favored by the gods. But their strength is only slightly greater than that of the Galak clan that Gordon has conquered today. In the words of his elite goblin comrades, Kars was clearly trying to glorify himself. The goblin spoke of it with some resentment, clearly indicating that their relationship was usually quite tense. However, Gordon has not yet recovered, nor has he fully explored the surrounding area. Therefore, he needs to stay here for a few days before conquering the next enemy. You have to eat one thing at a time, first stabilize the basic base, and then slowly nibble away at the rest. It was still just a fledgling dragon, though its appetite was great, its strength was limited. Gordon understood this fact. So Gordon searched the area several times, but didn't see a single mouse and came up empty-handed. However, its original purpose was simply to familiarize itself with the environment and, incidentally, to match it with the map in its memory. Before long, it brought the goblin back to the hall. However, before returning, it instructed the goblins to set traps in the passageways on both sides to prevent anyone from sneaking in. After all, there are precedents to learn from, and it doesn't want to become part of a vicious cycle. Yes, master. Upon hearing Gordon's instructions, the goblins immediately brought out several ready-made traps from the hall. Large animal traps. Gordon frowned slightly after seeing this, spread his dragon wings, and stopped the goblin from going forward and attacking the nearby passageway. Use this. Its voice carried a hint of doubt. Yes, master. Big and good. The green goblin held up a giant bear trap, as if showing it off. After all, anyone who has seen the smaller ones knows that the larger ones are better. Goblins are the same, in their minds. Whatever it is, bigger is always better than smaller, displaying a kind of battle-hardened familiarity. Gordon couldn't help but facepalm upon hearing this. His subordinates' lack of intelligence was something even he, as their leader, had to worry about. It said calmly, "Put it back? I'll do it." To minimize the risk to his own life, Gordon thought about it and decided against letting the goblins do the work themselves. Entrusting one's life to a group of goblins is an extremely irresponsible act. Gordon quickly scanned his mind and found dozens of alarm traps that matched this terrain. Then Gordon began instructing the goblins waiting nearby to start making it. To be honest, its claws weren't as agile as those of these small goblins. It took Gordon and the goblins almost 2 hours to finally complete the outer perimeter security. As soon as someone triggers it, the goblin scout hiding in the shadows will definitely be able to run back to report immediately. In this way, Gordon will have many options at that time and will not be disrupted by an unexpected attack. Nina, who woke up midway through the night, came to check on Gordon a few times, but she didn't know how to use traps and only watched for a short while. So he went back and continued to study that obscure and difficult introductory book on magic. After finishing all the matters near the territory, Gordon had no idea how much time had passed because there was no time to compare the sky. All I knew was that I was starting to feel hungry in my lower abdomen. Then Gordon returned to the bonfire hall and saw the dragonborn girl leaning against the high platform, reading a book, her little head swaying precariously as if she were dozing off. Gordon smiled helplessly, then gently touched the somewhat drowsy girl's head with his forelimbs. Nina jolted awake. "Mr. Gordon, you're back. Dinner's ready," it said calmly. "Okay." Nina quickly stood up, but she felt unsteady after standing up, having been squatting for so long. It was only when Gordon spread his dragon wings that she was able to support herself and regain her balance. The meal was not served on the high platform, but rather around the campfire. Although it wasn't processed by lava, Gordon could still accept it as long as it wasn't frozen. Before leaving, it glanced back at the high platform. The surface gleamed silver. Clearly, Nina's coins had been scattered on the platform. "Let's go. We'll have frog legs again tonight." Gordon, without turning his head, spoke to Nina behind him. "Mr. Gordon, wait for me." Having finally regained her balance, Nina, whose legs were a little numb, saw Gordon leave and quickly chased after him. The other goblins in the hall looked at the two figures, one human and one dragon, with fear, as they seemed somewhat out of place in the hall, not uttering a sound. The campfire is still burning, and the dinner has already begun. Under the deep blue night sky, the dim stars were hidden in the gray clouds, as if shrouded in a thin veil. Only the incarnation of the moon goddess Surin, a silver moon embedded in grey-white clouds, eternally gazes upon the continent of Ion. Of course, only temple priests or astrologers would pay special attention to the dim starlight. Most commoners, nobles, and adventurers still indulged in the warmth of family, banquets, and taverns by the fireplace, indulging in the most ordinary emotions. The free city of Kalando, a coastal city on the eastern shore of the western continent, is also brightly lit at this time. The trade and aristocratic areas were especially crowded, with people packed shoulder to shoulder. Countless carriages sped along the King's Road, their hooves pounding the ground, seemingly rushing to a noble banquet. Merchants from all over the continent brought countless gold coins, prosperity, and vitality to this city blessed by the Church of the Goddess of Wealth. The dock area was also crowded with dockworkers who had been moving goods all night, sweating profusely and working with great enthusiasm. All because the priest of Talos, the god of storms, came here a few days ago to warn us. A storm is brewing at sea and may sweep across the harbor, they should prepare accordingly. Faced with the warning from the priest of Talos, the god of storms, these sea merchants dared not disbelieve and all paid several times the usual price. They would hire these dockworkers to work overtime, moving cargo overnight, and then relocate their ships to a less storm-affected location to avoid property damage. However, where there is light, there is also darkness. In the cemeteries of civilian areas, you might encounter thieves or corpse thieves hired by mages or sorcerers to steal corpses at night. In contrast, the noble district and cemetery, heavily patrolled by guards, are so quiet that you can hardly hear a dog barking in the vicinity. The silence was terrifying. The only source of light was a small, inconspicuous house with a lamp still on. However, the dim candlelight shining from the hut only illuminated less than 3 feet of soft soil and the pale, ornate tombstone near the edge of the hut. If you get close, you can vaguely see 2 faint, distorted human figures reflected in the glass window. The conversations inside could also be heard clearly. "Where's the goods this time? Bring them out and let me see." An old, hoarse voice came from the small house. "If there are nobles here who frequently visit the cemetery to pay respects to the dead." You could definitely recognize the voice as that of George Norton, the cemetery caretaker who took office 6 months ago. An elderly man with completely white hair, half of his body nearly buried, a persistent cough, blue eyes with distinct Targanese features, and a sickly appearance. The news of his death came the next day, the kind of news that probably wouldn't surprise anyone in the entire noble district. However, it's perfectly normal for George Norton to be in the cemetery, since he's the caretaker there. The other figure appeared after hearing George Norton's words. Somewhat hesitant, he still managed to pull out a closed cylindrical container from below. George Norton immediately had a bad feeling, and his already sickly expression turned fearful. After the person in front of them opened the barrel, wisps of eerie white steam rose from its opening. His face immediately turned even angrier, and he glared at the black-robed man in front of him with a sharp voice. "A white dragon egg. 3 times already? Why is it still this damned white dragon egg?" The bucket contained a 1-foot-tall white dragon egg with ice blue patterns, its body radiating a chilling aura. Without a doubt, it was the white dragon's egg. "These are the worst quality materials imaginable. Not a single one can last a single round. You're going to waste several months of my time and precious materials again." His cloudy blue eyes were fixed on the mysterious man in front of him, dressed in a black robe that concealed his face, as he loudly questioned him, seemingly demanding an explanation. "George, you know how risky it was last time. I almost got exposed. I really can't afford to risk being exposed again. These eggs are the only ones I can steal. Besides, the white dragon egg is also a real dragon, isn't it? I haven't broken our agreement." The mysterious man spread his hands, indicating that he was somewhat powerless to help. He understood the old man before him, who had already sacrificed a great deal for the forbidden art. However, he was also very rational and clearly aware that he had put in just as much effort as the other man. They just didn't suffer as much as him. Ever since the lava dragon attacked Kalando, he was almost divined by the bishops of the temple residing in Kalando and the archmages atop the White Tower. If he hadn't prayed to his worshipped goddess, Lyra, the goddess of deception and illusion, for help in time, he might already be burning at the stake to appease the anger of the masses. But he paid a heavy price. Having reached the 7th level transcendent in his profession, his soul after death will forever belong to Lyra and serve her. But, after I injected that damned white dragon egg with my concoction, its chances of hatching are 50% lower than those of other true dragon species, not to mention the 2 subsequent steps. The success rate is extremely low, less than 2%. The probability was almost 0, yet it attracted him like a deadly poison. It's like drawing cards, you know you won't get the desired result, but you still have to try. "Edward, you know I don't have much time left. If I don't succeed in these last few years, we might meet again in the River Styx." As old George spoke, his voice turned into a plea, and he looked at his old friend of many years, Edward Henry, with a praying gesture. They were delusional, hoping he could pull off a miracle and replace the white dragon egg with any other dragon species, anything, as long as it wasn't a white dragon. There's still a 1% chance, maybe it'll succeed. "George, Lady Lucky is smiling, isn't she?" Edward Henry smiled and made a small joke, but seeing George Norton's still gloomy face, he finally sighed. "Next time. I heard the blue dragons in the Suriel desert are stirring up trouble. The merchants have already hired a group of professionals to deal with them. It'll be a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. It might bring you a blue dragon egg, and you can use it until you die. I hope so. The old man sighed as well, put on his gloves, took the dragon egg, which had been kept in a 0-degree environment, out of the barrel, and then said to his old friend, "Let's go. I hope I can hear your good news a few days earlier next month. Now, I must face my own despair. Good luck. Tonight, the moon goddess will bless you." Edward Henry looked at the old man who was leaving his seat with the dragon egg and recited a blessing commonly used by humans in the continent of Ion. Then he walked out of the dimly lit room, straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and strolled into the darkness. Several hours later, the lights in the distance had dimmed somewhat. The old man emerged from the basement of the hut, carrying a black bag filled with broken dragon eggshells. He walked expressionlessly out of the cemetery and headed to the nearest sewer drain. Undoubtedly, it was another failure. Lady Luck did not roll a 20. Even the eggs couldn't be saved, they exploded. However, he was already mentally prepared. He simply threw the dragon shell into the sewer opening and let it be washed away by the water flow. Naturally, some creatures would help him dispose of the remains. Transplantation of basal blood vessels, human dragonification. He was only a piece of paper away from her, but that piece of paper was a barrier she could never break through. Hopefully, the moon goddess will truly protect him. After all, he has always adhered to the rule in his heart, only using the 5-colored dragons and the eggs of other evil, exotic dragons. I have never used a single metal dragon egg. His hunched figure, like a ghost, slowly returned to the hut. Tonight, he would still be accompanied by the spirits beneath the tombstones. Sewer. The Broken Toe Cats is known among the Cats clan for its distinctive 4 toes. Today it was its turn to lead 10 goblin guards to patrol the area around the clan, preventing those vile and ugly kobolds from launching sneak attacks or raiding among their own kind. However, the former is the main issue. Recently, those kobolds seem to have gone mad. Lone goblins are easily swarmed by them and then taken back to their tribe to be eaten. You see, they used to kill goblins but never bring them back, so they've clearly become desperate for food. Perhaps their tribe has grown considerably, in which case it will have to go back and work hard for the prosperity of its clan. This can't go on. Cars, who had lost his mind, was not paying attention until he turned the corner and a light caught his eye. Look, what's this? A bright yellow copper coin. The one-toed Kaz was quite amused, leading the goblin towards the corner. Although it was a bit off the patrol route, it felt it was worth it for a copper coin. After all, this thing has considerable purchasing power underground. Many intelligent races are willing to trade with them for food, not for the purpose of using it, but to pay tribute to the black dragons in their territories. After all, the black dragon's favorite thing is coins. With 10 goblins by his side, Cars the One-Toe walked to the corner, picked up the copper coin, and, just as I was about to turn back, I couldn't help but catch a glimpse of light out of the corner of my eye. A bright yellow copper coin. Is today my lucky day for losing a toe? Cars, with the physique of an elite goblin, was somewhat pleased. It seems it's going to be lucky enough to find money too. All the goblins in the clan will probably be incredibly envious of its luck. It is the true goblin favored by the gods. After picking up the copper coin, the one-toed Kaz squinted its eyes and looked around, trying to see if any had escaped. Sure enough, there was another one ahead, and it had a different luster than the previous copper coins, shining with a brilliant silver light. By the gods, it's a silver coin. Cars, who had lost his mind due to the enormous surprise, hurriedly tried to lead the 10 people behind him forward to pick up the silver coin. It was incredibly grateful to the High Priest for creating the duty roster. It was its turn today, otherwise all of this would have ended up in the hands of that damned sharp-eyed cats. Praise be to the gods. With the ferocity of a hungry tiger, the one-toed cats pounced on the ground and picked up the silver coin. But just as it was about to get up, it suddenly noticed a group of dark figures appear around the corner ahead, enveloping the area. There were countless goblins, including 3 elite ones. Damn it, those greenskins from the Galak clan. It's a trap? Even the dimwit Kars with the broken toe knew he'd fallen into a trap and frantically tried to turn back and run away. Then, at another corner in the passageway, a dark figure appeared. It wasn't tall, but its slightly outstretched wings, its prominent forehead and sharp claws, along with its thick black scales, made it a formidable creature. This is... Countless images flashed through Kars's mind as he struggled to utter 2 syllables. True dragon? A real dragon, along with goblins, blocked their path? Gods above? Am I dreaming? Kars the One-Toe screamed inwardly, trembling as he watched the true dragon approach step by step, too afraid to even move. The other goblins under his command had long since succumbed to the dragon's roach intimidation released by Gordon, their legs buckling and collapsing to the ground, with yellow urine stains even leaking from their groins. In an instant, this 11-member monster squad made a complete fool of themselves. With the Lord of Galak title buff, most ordinary goblins, especially those with weaker constitutions, simply couldn't withstand its dragon's might. This was already tested on the Galak clan yesterday by Gordon. Everything that happened today is not unexpected. Knock them out. A cold, harsh common tongue echoed through the passageway. The Galak clan goblins who heard the words responded in unison, knocking out the Kaz clan goblins one by one before tying them up with the ropes they carried. Gordon knew that these elite goblins could rebel at any time before the priest fell, so to avoid chaos, it chose to play it safe. They knocked the goblins out and that was it. After all, these goblins weren't part of their plan. Before long, the goblins were bound tightly and all of them were unconscious. Take away. Gordon gave the order. Then the 11 unconscious goblins were placed in the prepared imprisonment location, and that very passageway, which had started there, fell silent once more. As before, at the corner of the passageway, Gordon, hanging upside down in the shadows at the top, waits silently, like a black stone statue. Below it, in the center of your field of vision, is a bright yellow copper coin. It lay quietly on the moss-covered stone slab, which had a slightly fishy smell, waiting. The next lucky one. The toeless cat awoke from a severe headache. It tried to cover its head, but found its hands and feet were firmly bound. It could also faintly hear someone cursing in the goblin language nearby. You greenskins of the Galak clan, all you know is sneak attacks. If you've got the guts, come and fight me fair and square. The voice was rough and slightly sharp. Broken Toe Kaz recognized it immediately. It was Sharp-Eyed Kaz's voice. However, aside from its sound, there was no response. It seemed they couldn't be bothered to bother. The only sounds were the whooshing wind through the sewers and the dim torch that greeted my eyes. This allows Katz, who has lost his toe, to clearly see his surroundings. A secluded and spacious open space, not far from their Kaz clan. But they rarely come to this place because it's a dead end. Besides the environment, it also saw the green figures lying scattered on the ground all around. At first glance, there were 10 goblins lying on the ground, and 3 elite goblins were lying next to it. There was one sharp-eyed creature, Katz, who had heard the sound. The other 2 were unconscious but appeared to be alive. Kaz the One-Toe, you're awake. The sharp-eyed Kaz's familiar tone reached its ears, as if it had noticed the groans of pain from the severed toe. Even with a broken toe, it could only turn its head away to meet its gaze. They found that its face showed no sign of defeat, but rather high spirits, as if it were ready to cooperate with its old rival. Come on. Let's curse those unethical green-skinned bastards who launched a sneak attack. They've disgraced us goblins. They're no different from pigs. You haven't met. Looking at Sharp Eyes, One-Toe Cat seemed to think it had never seen that terrifying dragon before. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't be feeling this way right now. However, it stopped midway through its sentence because it heard. The only passageway was filled with the sound of countless footsteps. Someone has arrived. It shut its mouth and remained silent. But Sharp-Eyed Cat, like a mad dog enraged, began to bark wildly, his angry curses never ceasing. Sure enough, its sound seemed to have alerted the creature making noise at the other end of the tunnel, and its footsteps quickened. In the dim light, goblins carrying unconscious and bound prisoners appeared in Broken Toe's field of vision. The one-toed Ha squinted, sizing up the Galak clan that had appeared. I felt a little flustered. Another batch. There are probably only 10 goblins left in the tribe, less than 10. All the elites are here. It is estimated that only their clan leader, Hammer Kars, a goblin warrior, remains of the Kars clan, and Relekaz, a rare female goblin spellcaster, who worships Hamriel, the god of goblins. Thump, thump, thump. The prisoners were thrown to the ground one by one, bound like caterpillars, without any concern that the carelessness would awaken the green goblins. The goblins of the Galak clan, watching their former enemies lying motionless on the ground, felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. But thoughts like, following a powerful master is definitely a good thing, flashed through the minds of these goblins. The insults from Sharp-Eyed Kaz continued, but the goblins did not attack it. The main problem was that these Galak clan goblins seemed to have a rather wicked sense of humor, looking at their mortal enemies with a strange sense of amusement. Let it hurl insults at me. Coward. Pig King. Let's have a one-on-one fight? You're trash. Alright, knock it out. Although I'd like to continue listening to its wails, our master is waiting for us to get back. This time, we're going to fight them head-on, fair and square. That's enough of the pre-battle festivities? Brothers of the Galak clan. Hurrah! Hurrah! An elite goblin stepped forward and spoke, and the other goblins echoed him, swiftly knocking out the incessantly chattering, sharp-eyed Kaz with a single blow of their clubs. His head was smashed open, and blood was everywhere. This discipline and unity made the man with the broken toe, who was secretly observing him with squinted eyes, feel a chill run down his spine. Master. It seems to be that black dragon. However, it's unlike the black dragon, which has a skull head. The black dragon that Broken Toe Kars saw was much stronger, with no trace of its slender neck or fleshless head. However, Katz, with his toe severed, no longer had time to dwell on those details, because it had already heard what the elite goblins were about to do from their words. Are they going to attack their tribe? Thought the one-toed Kaz, filled with unease. I don't know if the clan leader and the others can hold out. I hope they don't get scattered. Kars with the broken toe prayed silently in his heart, for there was only one black dragon, and as long as it wasn't separated, there was still a chance. This is the only way it, with its tiny brain, can imagine not being defeated. The clan chief and the priest must never be separated, otherwise they will be defeated one by one, and the Kaz clan will be truly finished. The race favored by the gods is about to be reduced to the servants of a creature resembling a black dragon. While it may not seem shameful, relying on the strong often comes at a heavy price. Even a 3-year-old dog in the sewer understands this principle. But now it's trapped here, its whole body bound. How can it possibly escape and spread the word? Call. All it can do now is pray to the gods in heaven for protection of the Haas clan. Hamriel above, bless the Haas clan. Kars the hammer sat irritably on a wooden chair, which creaked under its weight. Relicaz, who was resting with her eyes closed, frowned slightly, opened her eyes with their scarlet irises, and said impatiently, "If you break the chair I just fixed again, you're getting out of here right now, and I'll give you a good thud. But, Your Excellency, those children from the tribe haven't returned for a long time. 10 of them, 10 as many as that? Sharp-Eyed and Broken Toe have also disappeared. Could it be that kobold?" The goblin warrior didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. It hasn't even been a full sunset yet, it'll probably come back by itself tonight. Maybe it's just playing around outside, chasing mice. Relicat waved her hand dismissively. In her opinion, it was perfectly normal for these green-skinned bastards to do such a thing, given their limited intelligence. As a spellcaster, she has always looked down on her fellow clansmen who share the same blood. Before Chong Chui could say anything more, he was drawn to the commotion outside. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" The goblin's taunting cry. Heavy Hammer Kaz immediately stood up from his chair, bowed his head, and left the somewhat low spellcaster's hut. His pupils contracted, and he clearly saw a group of creatures on the road opposite the clan's territory, 5 or 6 goblins. They were facing away from us, patting their buttocks, which were only covered by their crotches, with great humiliation, while making hurrah hurrah sounds. This instantly ignited a raging fire in the already somewhat annoyed and irritable Hammer Kaz. He grabbed a stone hammer and ran off with a thud. Several clan goblins followed behind them. It roared angrily, "You greenskins of Galak, you're courting death? I'll smash you all into mincemeat and feed you to the rats. Don't run." 5 or 6 goblins scattered in a panic. Karsa's pent-up anger surged even more intensely, and he continued the chase. Behind it, at the top of the sewer, which it couldn't see, a dark shadow slipped silently into the Kaz clan from above. The Gotan, hanging upside down from the ceiling, gripped the rock wall above with its claws, approaching the Kaz tribe, which was no different from the campfire hall, without making a sound. However, the indistinct totems here are far more numerous than those of the Galak clan. Almost every building is adorned with totem-like images. However, since it possesses no magical power, it must simply be a form of faith. After realizing that there was nothing wrong with the totem, Gordon casually slipped from the top into the very center of the Kaz clan, into the small hut that it had first seen, built with heavy hammers. The cottage was exquisitely built, and the pleasant fragrance emanating from it contrasted sharply with the stinking houses next to it. Clearly, this is a room reserved for people of high status. As expected, it's a spellcaster from the Kaz clan. Gordon couldn't help but marvel at this. The Kalindo sewers were indeed full of hidden talents, with spellcasters from 2 consecutive tribes. Keep in mind that in the wilderness, you might kill 1,000 animals and still not encounter a single spellcaster. After all, if they were to encounter such an event, the adventurer would likely face a disastrous outcome. It didn't go down immediately. Although there were even fewer goblins here than before, Gordon would never act rashly unless absolutely necessary. After all, surprise is the most suitable strategic approach for Gordon at present. Time is not lacking. Relicaz slowly opened her eyes, exhaled, and this round of prayers came to an end. It felt its divine power increase slightly, and perhaps it would soon surpass that old geezer. Relicaz had always dreamed of uniting the 3 goblin tribes in the Black Street sewers. Unfortunately, the priest of the Galak clan, who was also a spellcaster, stood in her way, and would not do as she wished. This is something that has always troubled her. Thinking of this, Relicaz frowned slightly, finding everything irritating. Especially the chair that was about to fall apart when Kars was sitting on it after being hit hard. Just throw it away. From now on, she can simply refuse him entry, saving her from ruining her carefully decorated little house. This was a fragrance she had painstakingly extracted from a pile of oils, which aided her meditation and prayers. It's been contaminated. I'm truly devastated. Thinking it over, Relicaz picked up the broken chair and went out of the hut. A few goblins were busy preparing food or repairing weapons in the hall. Relicaz ignored it completely. It was a perfectly normal scene. But just as she was about to take the next step, she heard it, and hissed. The gasp was very faint, but it didn't escape her ears. "There's something on top of my head." Relicaz is still too young as a spellcaster. The sewers were always protected by heavy hammers, and since this was the territory of the Kaz clan, people had long since let their guard down. She never even considered dodging. She was only interested in seeing what was at the top to satisfy her curiosity as a spellcaster. Then, her pupils contracted sharply. Hamreel above, what is this? She saw a dragon. A real baby dragon. The baby dragon's chest, covered in pale yellow scales, glowed faintly with firelight, which then entered its lungs along with the air. It circulates again into the core organ of the true dragon, the basal blood vessel, and transforms into magma capable of scorching everything, all in less than a breath. A golden red light seemed about to burst forth from the baby dragon's mouth. Relicaz now wanted to run back to the hut and pick up her staff. However, the fledgling dragon, which had anticipated this, was faster than she could go. She leaped effortlessly from the top, landing steadily on the ground like a cat, and in a flash, caught the spellcaster, who was even less skilled than before. Sharp claws pierced her limbs, pinning her firmly to the ground. Hearing the cries and groans of the creatures beneath his claws, Gordon originally wanted to breathe fire to add to the excitement. But I forced myself to swallow it down. There's a goblin warrior coming up later, and this spellcaster is so weak. Let's leave its magma eruption for the next one. Thinking this, its sharp claws slashed through the throat of the spellcaster in front of it. Blood is flowing, the campfire is burning? The sudden commotion in the hall was quickly quelled. When Heavy Hammer Kaz excitedly returned to the Kaz tribe carrying a blood-stained stone hammer, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. It's so quiet here. It's just too quiet. There wasn't a single goblin in sight. Even though the hall was empty, you could at least see a few goblins doing logistical work for the clan. But now he didn't see a single person. The only thing that remained unchanged was the faint fragrance in the air. The aroma emanating from the cabin calmed Kars the Heavy Hammer down a little. However, the scent today is a bit strange, it seems to be mixed with something. But it only lasted a moment before it dismissed that uneasy thought. With Rella around, even if there were enemies, it was impossible for nothing to happen. Come out, you damn brats. The sun hasn't even risen yet and you're already thinking about slacking off. Get out here. Heavy Hammer Kaz roared and cursed throughout the clan, trying to wake up the goblins who were slacking off in tents or dark corners. However, only endless emptiness responded to it. Apart from the crackling sound of wood burning in the campfire, there was no movement whatsoever. Damn it! When I catch you all, I'll hang you all up. Heavy Hammer Kaz swung his stone hammer, which whistled loudly as it slammed through the air. The goblins following behind were so frightened that they stumbled and fell, almost hitting it. Rella? Come out and punish these lazy brats? I've only been gone a short while, and they've already become so lazy? What will they be like in the future? As Hammer Kars surged through the stinking building, he shouted at the exquisite little house. Punishment was usually carried out by priests, and in the name of Hamriel, the goblin god. Kars the Heavy Hammer searched several small huts but couldn't find the goblin that usually hid there to slack off. Coupled with Rella's continued lack of response, and the fragrance in the air unable to suppress its temper, it immediately rushed towards the exquisite cottage, shouting angrily before even pushing open the door. Rella? Why are you ignoring me? Hiss. A normal gasp came from inside the room. The furious Hammer Kars didn't think much of it and pushed the door open. They froze on the spot. Corpses, all corpses. The room was full of goblin corpses, all familiar faces, including Rella, who had angrily chased him away earlier, her throat slashed open by claws. Blood, uncontrollably flowing from her neck, was masked by a fragrance. It is so difficult for it to detect. But what shocked it even more was that atop Rella's corpse sat a ferocious, winged creature, resembling a real dragon. Flames burned in his breast, illuminating the small hut brightly. Then Hammer Kars felt a blinding golden red light, instantly bathing him in high-temperature magma. His body was burning and melting uncontrollably, and his consciousness sank into darkness. Along with consciousness, a murmur was also taken away. I'm sorry? She's dead. I'm so sorry. But this is perfect. Isn't it, little one? Gordon wiped its blood-stained claws, flicked its long dragon tail, and grinned as it looked at the goblin that had retreated 5 or 6 meters away from the doorway with its dark golden vertical pupils. The sewers, the Kaz clan hall. Gordon withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at the goblins outside the door who had escaped the disaster, their crotches soaked. Looking down, I saw the massive goblin warrior's body slowly corroding and melting away beneath the lava. Progress was slow, and it didn't have the same effect as the Ratman's lava bath. Many of the goblins were charred, but flames still ignited in the charred areas. However, these Gotans were already used to seeing such things in the campfire hall. What attracted it more were the dark iron-colored orbs of light floating on the corpses. Every elite monster or spellcaster that Gordon encountered with second-tier combat power was killed by it without exception. It's not that Gordon didn't want them to submit. After all, a living tier 2 is far more useful than a dark iron talent. However, it can also bring danger to oneself, although the danger is not great. Gordon didn't want to take that risk, so for those second-tier monsters, death was the only option. The main reason is, of course, that the environment inside the sewers is not good, with various monster races mixed in, as well as pressure from adventurers from the outside world. Keeping an extra tier 2 subordinate monster by your side is like adding a time bomb that could explode at any moment. It might explode completely after a setback in a battle. This verbal submission, lacking any substantial or useful contractual binding force, is also a crucial factor. Gordon doesn't trust any creatures from the sewers. Without absolute overwhelming power or effective control, it will never seek out subordinates of the same rank during its infancy. Gordon preferred to play it safe rather than take risks. That was his mindset. After all, Gordon is currently just a fledgling dragon with slightly unusual development, but not far behind. He's still too weak, both in Kalindo and in this sewer. Its vertical pupils stared at the all-too-familiar black iron talent light cluster. Without hesitation, Gordon drew the dark iron-colored orb of light from the nearly charred corpse, and the orb quickly disappeared into its chest covered with large scales. Gordon hadn't had a chance to see what talent fragments the spellcaster who killed the Kaz clan had obtained, she had only absorbed them. Now that the matter was settled, it happily used its consciousness to touch the small green dot below its field of vision. The time to reap the rewards and savor the fruits of victory has arrived. A pale blue light screen, along with lines of data that jumped and flashed by, instantly covered Gordon's field of vision. A pale blue light shone into its obsidian-like vertical pupils. Ding! A talent fragment has been detected that the host has inhaled. The system is currently detecting it. Progress 15%. Ding! Detection. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as Tier 1 talent endurance. Ding! Detection successful. The talent detected is Tier 1 Alliance morale. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as a Tier 2 talent heavy weapon mastery. Ding. Detection successful. Detected as Tier 2 talent piety. Activate talent/not activate. Of the goblins killed earlier, only 2 gave it a white orb of light, the rest died meaningless deaths. However, they still had some significance, ensuring that the returning goblin warriors did not notice anything amiss. The remaining 2 second-tier talents were bestowed upon it by 2 powerful figures from the Kaz tribe. Gordon continued reading down the data. The effect of endurance is self-evident. Gordon simply clicked no to dismantle it. It already possesses this talent. Decomposition will grant it agility. The other Tier 1 talent, Alliance Morale, piqued Gordon's curiosity. It seemed to be a buff aura, but after opening the effect panel, Gordon was disappointed. Alliance Morale, when the number of your bloodline allies around you increases, you will receive a small morale bonus. The more allies there are, the higher the morale will be. Note, when 1,000 goblins encounter a wounded ogre, they won't consider serving it as their master. Instead, they'll be thinking about which part of it will taste best. For a goblin, it's indeed a decent talent, but for the lava dragon Gordon, it's not even worth mentioning. After all, it doesn't even know how many of its own kind there are. However, from the memories of the dragon's heritage, we know that its kind is not common on the continent of Ion. They are far less common than rainbow dragons and metal dragons. No, decompose? Heavy weapon mastery. Gordon felt uncomfortable just looking at it. Did this talent expect a dragon to stand upright, not using its perfectly good claws, but instead grabbing a hammer to fight monsters? What's the use of a hammer? However, as long as it can be broken down, there are no major problems, and Gordon was quite calm about it. The final talent, devotion. Effect, your piety will be known to all the gods, and your prayers will be more easily heard by the deities you believe in. 1 day of your prayers will be equivalent to 10 days of prayers by an ordinary believer. If Gordon were a dragon with faith, this effect would indeed be quite good. After all, a priest's divine magic relies entirely on divine gifts. If the gods are pleased, it wouldn't be difficult to instantly elevate a believer to the status of a legendary. There are countless examples like this on the continent of Io. Whether it was the former elf queen of the Underdark, Lolth the Spider Queen, or Lord of Dawn, Lozanda, they all did similar things. Even the battle between the moon goddess Surin and the night goddess Shar created a powerful deity, the first goddess of magic, Misreal. But it doesn't even know whether it believes in Tiamat or Bahamut, so what's the use of this buff that increases faith? No? Decompose? Yes? With a single click, the 3-part combo ended, and Gordon gained nothing except 4 fragments of freedom. However, this was all within Gordon's expectations. Trying to find good talent in goblins was less realistic than hoping that a dragon would willingly give you its treasure vault. Including the previous harvest, this time he had a total of 5 free talent fragments, and Gordon had already made plans for how to distribute them. 2 of the 3 Tier 1 free fragments were added to Dragon Hatchling's Intimidation, 2/4. It initially thought this was a useless skill, but it turned out to be quite effective against groups of low-level monsters. This is a talent that has been buried. Given that there are still kobolds, goblins, and other creatures to deal with later, Gordon is not stingy with the 2 talent fragments. The Might of the Young Dragon, 2/4, 4/4, Upward Arrow. Roar of the Young Dragon, 1/8. The familiar distortions. The familiar panel changes. Gordon was already quite adept at it. It clicked on this second-tier talent, which was completely out of place for its age, and became somewhat curious. Talent Roar of the Young Dragon. After a long slumber, you grow into a second-stage true dragon, with your internal organs gradually taking shape. Your charged dragon roar can make a will judgment on all creatures around you that can hear it. If the judgment fails, the creatures will fall into random negative states such as stun, madness, confusion, paralysis, etc. Gordon opened his mouth wide, making a hoarse sound from his throat, as if he were talking to himself. I've missed so much. His gaze began to turn to the talents that were inherent to his character from birth, as if those were the ones most suitable for him. Looking at the brand new Roar of the Young Dragon effect, Gordon's mind wavered for a moment, and he suddenly realized that he had been doing something that was roundabout and unnecessary all along. The reason why the true dragon is so strong is precisely because its bloodline and talents are all top-notch on the continent of Ion. No matter how strong the talents of other creatures are, can they be as strong as the true dragon? Moreover, these are just tiny ratmen, goblins with exceptional talent. However, it's not too late to look back now. Gordon originally intended to use the 2 second-tier talent fragments to upgrade the newly released Berserk. Now, is there even a choice? Without hesitation, I allocated my talent points to scale armor demonization. Being tough is the only true measure of strength. After all, Gordon is quite resilient, especially after he was nearly hit by the goblin spellcaster's acid or blast time, enduring the pain of acid corrosion, and even having small dents in his scales on his back. Its pursuit of defense outweighs its pursuit of offense, and its lifespan is also very long. A true dragon can live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Throughout its long journey, all it needs to do is survive. Soon, after Gordon finished distributing the remaining Tier 1 and Tier 2 fragments, the suffixes of the 2 talents in the talent list also jumped up a small space instantly. Healthy, July 20th, August 20th, Upward Arrow. Scale Armor Demonization, 2/20, 4/20, Upward Arrow. Immediately afterwards, Gordon felt his body sink slightly, as if he were carrying dozens of kilograms of weight, but the power surging in his chest quickly counteracted this sudden gravity. Gordon paused for only a few seconds before resuming his cat-like agility, moving about without making a sound. Its current appearance is the same as before, but it looks slightly larger, much bigger than a foal. I don't know if it was the effect of robustness, but Gordon no longer looks like a fledgling dragon that has just been born. Instead, it was a fledgling dragon that looked like it was a little over a year old, and with its thick scales covering its body, people would believe it was 3 or 4 years old. However, compared to a 3 or 4-year-old fledgling, it appeared somewhat underdeveloped. But if we were to announce to the public that this is a baby dragon less than a week old, people would probably think we're crazy. Are you crazy? Even if an ordinary true dragon can grow incredibly fast, its growth rate couldn't possibly be this fast, unless it's a legendary dragon. It is said to be one of the 3 legendary dragons, the formless and odorless force field dragon. When it hatches, it is about the size of a farmer's house, much larger than other types of dragons in their juvenile stage. This alone is enough to show why it is called legendary, not to mention the time dragon hatchling that reached the 9th level legendary at birth. The unlimited time stop is terrifying. By adulthood, it can happen every 6 seconds. An existence comparable to the gods in heaven. But there's no point in saying all this. Gordon is currently in a stage where it's neither the best nor the worst. After sensing the changes in his body, Gordon looked around at the black scales that were now coated with a magical sheen. The first impression of its newly refurbished scales is that they are brighter than before, and the reflective luster is much stronger. It tapped twice with the sharp part of its claws out of curiosity, producing a sound different from the metallic clanging it made the last time it touched me. Thump, thump. The voice that came through this time sounded somewhat muffled and deep, a reassuring sound. Gordon hadn't expected that 2 talent fragments could cause such a significant change. However, if it thinks about it carefully, it will understand that the growth cycle of a fledgling dragon is 0 to 5 years old, and that of a young dragon is 6 to 15 years old. Scale armor demonization fully matures within 10 years, while the 2 second-tier talent fragments directly offset 1 year of its growth cycle. The changes in a year may not be visible in an adult dragon, but for a fledgling or young dragon that is still growing, it is no exaggeration to say that it changes every year. Thinking about it that way, it makes perfect sense. After allocating the talents, Gordon began his usual post-battle debriefing. Organize your thoughts, review the battle for any oversights, and remind yourself not to repeat them next time. However, the post-battle debriefing was perfect. Whether it was the stealth, the cleanup, or the strategy, it could all be described as a textbook example of a battle. From the initial enticement, to the subsequent provocation, infiltration, assassination, silencing, concealing the presence, and finally waiting for the prey to come to them. Gordon has done everything he could. If we must find a mistake, it's that the spellcaster's head should have been snapped off instead of her throat, causing the smell of blood to permeate the air. If it weren't for the fragrance masking it, the goblin warrior might have discovered it. However, the discovery was harmless. In fact, Gordon even thought it would give it a chance to practice. It had prepared for a berserk attack, but it hadn't expected these second-tier monsters to be so weak. Gordon wandered aimlessly through the Haas clan hall, waiting for the group of late-arriving Galak clan goblins. While Gordon was idly flipping through a meditation potion recipe, which he didn't know who had written it down, in his spellcaster's hut. Finally, movement came from outside the door. Footsteps rustled through the empty hall, accompanied by the green-skinned monster's classic sinister laugh, somewhat like an owl. Clearly, they are quite satisfied with the current state of their former mortal enemies, but they still know who brought this upon themselves. As the elite goblins of the Galak clan knelt down outside the house one by one, they shouted in unison. Great and noble master, your most loyal servants, bringing the defeated, come to pay homage to you. The ordinary goblin beside them, clearly less intelligent, shouted noisily, Master. However, the final shout of hurrah was inexplicably synchronized. No wonder Kars with the broken toe thought they were a group of well-trained goblins. Now that I think about it, he was probably overthinking it. Goblins' chaotic nature is unchangeable. Only when they become powerful enough to face stronger opponents will they restrain that instinct. However, without regulation, their chaotic nature will still be exposed. That's just biological instinct. It's the same principle as a leopard can't change its spots. Gordon, his limbs now somewhat elongated, walked out of the spellcaster's hut and looked at the hall, which was crowded with goblins standing, lying down, and kneeling, in all sorts of positions. At first glance, there seemed to be 40 or 50 of them, but the elite goblins were pitifully few, only the 3 he had brought with him at the beginning. However, there seemed to be 4 elite goblins among the captives, looking at it with fearful eyes, but none of them dared to meet its gaze, all avoiding its eyes. The other ordinary goblins were even worse off, and the hall reeked of a unique stench of urine. Gordon stepped forward and, without beating around the bush, addressed the goblins who were bound in the arena. Humble offerings of your worthless loyalty to the great dragon. The roar that erupted carried an undeniable air of authority. A goblin with a broken head and bleeding tried to say something, but only managed to utter a single syllable. Us. Not humble enough. After a sigh, Gordon charged forward and flipped it to the ground with a single claw. Its sharp claws slashed 4 deep, bone-revealing gashes into its chest, revealing its heart pounding as flesh writhed in the blood. Gordon stood nimbly in front of another elite goblin and spoke again. Kneel down. This time, the goblin, who was already terrified, immediately lowered his head, knelt down, and spoke in the loudest voice he had ever used, both humble and mournful. Great true dragon, Kars the One-Toed is willing to submit. You will be my one and only master in this life. Its voice was urgent and sharp, as if it were shouting at the top of its lungs, as if afraid that if it didn't last even half a second, it would be unable to speak. Seeing this, the other goblins seemed to have found their leader and responded in unison, shouting in a scattered manner. There is submission, and there is a master, and there is loyalty, which I don't know where it was learned from. The only thing they had in common was that they all bowed their heads, showing extreme awe and extreme fear. After saying that, Kars with the severed toe felt a strange sensation in his heart. His submission seemed to have disappointed the true dragon before him. It seemed to be angry that its bones weren't as hard as the previous sharp-eyed cats. But goblins are just that kind of creature, aren't they? With each cry of submission, Gordon gained another title on its character panel, Kaz Conqueror. Kaz Conqueror, you used your overwhelming power to shatter the fragile confidence of the Kaz clan and crush their self-proclaimed glory as a divinely favored race. However, even so, conquering a greenskin tribe as a true dragon is nothing to boast about. You are still a disgrace to the true dragons. Wearing effect, when attacking, there is a certain chance to put the opponent into a round of will test. If the test is failed, the opponent's will be destroyed, and they will lose all fighting spirit and confidence. Unlike Lord of Galak, Kaz Conqueror's effect seems quite interesting, it's just unclear whether the probability is extremely low or extremely high. What surprised Gordon even more was that he could wear both titles in the title bar at the same time. There was no conflict, and you can only equip one title. Moreover, it can be removed at any time, and I don't know if there is a limit to the title slots. A blue light reflected in Gordon's obsidian-like vertical pupils, and his thoughts drifted. Pack these up? Take them back? Nina might need them. Gordon hadn't forgotten Nina's desire to become a spellcaster, so he ordered the goblins to move some useful items from the spellcaster's hut and the Kaz clan to see if they were of any use. After nearly emptying the Kaz tribe, Gordon immediately ordered his men to leave, and before leaving, he set a large fire. This territory, originally belonging to a divinely favored race, was reduced to ashes, burning to the ground and leaving only a desolate wasteland. This place isn't as secluded as the campfire hall, so there's no real point in keeping it. It would be better to burn it down completely, erasing all traces of itself, even though it seems to have left no mark at all. Gordon returned to the campfire hall with about 20 goblins when he set out, and about 50 when he returned. They also brought some miscellaneous items, but luckily the campfire hall was quite large with enough space to settle them. Besides, ordinary goblins don't have the right to sleep in houses. The original 6 huts have simply been restored to their original number. Afterwards, Gordon chatted with Nina, who was very excited to see it return, about what had happened that day. Before long, Gordon dismissed her with what he had obtained from the spellcaster's hut that day. He still has some follow-up matters to deal with, and he doesn't have time to listen to Nina's constant nagging. After a joint analysis, Gordon's current strength is as follows. 6 elite tier 1 goblins, plus 20 relatively strong ordinary goblins, and over 30 goblins with weak logistics who were unable to participate in the battle. Gordon pulled a lot of these goblins today to make up the numbers. Today's battle resulted in no casualties except for the 2 goblins who died at the hands of Hammer Kaz, and 1 goblin who twisted his ankle while running. Its goblin population has swelled to a size larger than any previous goblin tribe. However, it's still a little lacking compared to the kobolds. After all, the kobolds' everyone is a soldier mentality is no joke. In fact, they're also jokingly called everyone's mining. My favorite thing to do is carry a mining pickaxe with me. As long as life goes on, mining never stops. There is no more hard-working worker than it. If it weren't for its extreme weakness and low intelligence, unlike the Grey Dwarves, it would surely have become one of the most beloved servants of all the true dragons. Moreover, the probability of a dog-headed human transforming into a dragon is extremely low. It might not happen even to 1 out of thousands. Even if a true dragon bestows its bloodline, usually no kobold can withstand the blood of a true dragon. Rather, some gnolls and ogres are the best vessels for the blood of a true dragon. We've strayed a bit from the topic, but in short, whether it's the number of cannon fodder or elite troops, plus their own combat strength, Gordon is still quite different from the kobolds and barbarians. After all, it hadn't forgotten that there were dragon markers on the map, if there were any dragons. Gordon is more inclined to believe that the kobold tribe kept the dragon, otherwise, there's no way to explain why the dragon didn't fight for territory. Historical legends suggest that kobold tribes kept real dragons, especially among the kobolds of the north. Adventurers encounter kobold tribes that raise white dragon hatchlings every year. In the Dark Swamp, there are also kobold tribes that raise black dragon hatchlings. After all, apart from the black dragon and the white dragon, the offspring of other true dragons are born with an intelligence level of 10, which is equivalent to the intelligence of a normal adult human. If they were kept by kobolds, who knows who would be keeping whom? Only white dragons, which resemble wild beasts in their hatchling stage, and black dragons, which are not very bright at birth, are likely to be domesticated. Only domestication could possibly explain why the kobold tribe was in dire need of food, yet did not expand. The kobolds didn't keep dragons for fighting, they worshipped them, treating them like bodhisattvas. That's the meaning. Only when a tribe faces a crisis will they bring out their god for a show. Although the kobolds usually put chains or other restraints on their gods to prevent them from escaping, the dragons at this time were more like dogs. But that doesn't diminish the majestic aura of these dragons. However, these are all just Gordon's guesses. To find out the truth, they need to investigate on-site, and of course, they will send goblins to investigate. Gordon is only in charge of remote control, but all of that can be discussed after tomorrow. The investigation can only be carried out on the third day at the latest. It hadn't forgotten that there was still a goblin tribe waiting to be conquered, and it was also quite curious about the effect of the next title. Gordon also asked about the name of the goblin tribe. Their name was Dika. In Goblin, it means unity, and their tribes are said to have no spellcasters. However, the fact that they managed to avoid being swallowed up by the other two tribes clearly shows that their leader was quite capable. Moreover, its location is the closest to the kobold tribe, so its ability to avoid being gradually devoured must have its own unique advantages. However, Gordon learned all of this from the older goblins. It is said that the goblin race did not have so many clans in the past. There was only one clan, called the Kino clan, which was once a powerful force in the sewers and was even called the Underground Goblin Kingdom by some enthusiasts. They could be found in the trading district, the noble district, and even the sewers of the dock area. But later, with the development of Kalando and the arrogance of the goblins themselves, pedestrians were often robbed and plundered by them in the shadows at night. Finally, guided by money, they attracted a terrifying creature known as the Adventurer. It is said that back then, a goblin's right ear in the Kalando sewers was worth 10 copper coins. This price is practically 5 times higher than the current 2 copper coins. This led to the Kalando sewers being overcrowded. If it weren't for the fact that there were far more goblins than goblins in the later stages, you could find a whole goblin tribe in the countryside in the time it takes to find one goblin in the sewers and then go back and forth. This caused the craze to subside, and the remaining goblins subsequently coalesced into 3 clans, who, due to their differing stances, looked down on each other. The spellcasters of the Galak clan survived from that period. Upon hearing this, Gordon roughly understood why the goblins in the sewers were so different from those in the wilderness. It turned out their ancestors had once been wealthy. No wonder, no wonder. After hearing all this, and learning more about the Dika clan from the goblins, Gordon began to make some plans. However, the magma eruption hasn't fully recovered yet, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow to deal with it. After all, this is one of its most lethal weapons. Sometimes Gordon was incredibly envious of those baby dragons. At least they could release their breath without limit every day. Gordon's dragons, during their hatchling stage, can only spit once a day. However, this also demonstrates the terrifying nature of Gordon as a species of lava dragon. Even as a hatchling, its combat power far surpasses that of the other 4 types of dragons among the 5-colored dragons, and is approaching that of the red dragon. After finishing his business, Gordon had nothing else to do, so he lay down on the platform, rubbing a few silver coins under his paws. Then I saw Nina holding the spellbook, looking drowsy. Then, as I watched, it also became drowsy and soon fell into a deep sleep. It was quite tired today. Hatchlings need sufficient sleep to grow rapidly. Zzz. I'm going to sleep too. When Nina woke up, she found that the baby dragon that had been lying next to her had disappeared. Only the lingering warmth on the high platform and the scattered coins testify to the traces of where it once lay. Nina sat up and looked out from the platform. Sure enough, there were far fewer goblins in the campfire hall, and not a single elite goblin was there. At first glance, it looks rather empty. Nina knew, of course, that Mr. Gordon was probably out leading his people to conquer other tribes again. I heard it's a goblin tribe called Dika. She knew all that, but when she woke up and didn't see Gordon, she felt a little empty inside. Looking at the scattered coins beside her, she had no time to tidy them up and stared blankly at the empty platform. After a long, blank stare, she picked up the obscure and difficult to understand spellbook again, but she couldn't turn a single page. She closed it again and tossed it aside. I can't stand it anymore. However, her listless state did not last long. As if suddenly realizing something, she swept away her previous slumped appearance. He began to pray with a devout expression. Nina suddenly realized that even if she couldn't stay by Mr. Gordon's side, she could still do her part, however small the gesture. May the gods bless Mr. Gordon, and may today be as smooth as yesterday. Nina closed her eyes and silently prayed to all the gods she knew, even Bahamut, the Lord of the North Wind. If there were a shrine or altar in front of her, Nina might even offer her prayers and the most devout faith, just as she had done in the past when she sought help from the Earth Mother to help Grandma Oran. The belief in gods is deeply ingrained in the hearts of people on the continent of Ion. Whether children or the elderly, everyone knows that gods are omnipotent. At least, in their minds, he is omnipotent. While Nina was praying, Gordon led his goblins to the last goblin tribe in the sewers, the Dika clan. This large group included 6 elite goblins, as well as 30 to 40 ordinary goblins, including the goblins from the Kaz clan who had just surrendered yesterday. They were all carrying newly issued weapons, but what was even more surprising was, at this moment, their expressions were no longer listless as before. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit and looked eager to try. The goblins of the nearby Galak clan were the same. However, when they looked at the neighboring Kaz clan, their expressions were arrogant, as if they were looking down on the losers. Gordon, however, had anticipated this. After all, he had taken a strong medicine when he set off that morning. The formula for this potent medicine is quite simple. It's what we used to call drawing a pie in the sky in the previous life. It was simply to tell these goblins that today they would unify the last Dika clan. The chieftain of the goblin tribe will be chosen from among your bravest men to become the leader of the unified tribe, truly second only to the dragon and above all goblins, becoming the only king among the greenskins. The promise of becoming the Goblin King is simple and direct, yet it is the most effective way to move goblins and ignite their fighting spirit. A goblin that doesn't aspire to be a warrior is not a true goblin. Needless to say, the Goblin King is a figure of immense power and privilege, a status that every goblin knows represents. Everything is understood without words. Therefore, the boost in morale was exactly what Gordon had anticipated. But the effect was so remarkable that Gordon had not expected it. Not to mention the elite goblins, even the physically weak ones were full of energy. In retrospect, this drastic measure was the right decision. It's not very effective against goblins. But upon further reflection, Gordon felt relieved. After all, they can be considered a kind of intelligent life on the continent of Io. All intelligent beings crave power, status, and wealth. Even dragons cannot escape this curse, let alone goblins. With morale high, Gordon now planned a truly head-on battle to prepare for and lay the groundwork for the upcoming war against the kobolds. After all, if there really are dragons in the kobold lairs, then they're bound to encounter them sooner or later. Although lower-level forces do not play a decisive role in battle, they are still somewhat useful, and every little bit of improvement can enhance one's strength. Gordon's never expected them to be able to defeat the kobolds despite being outnumbered. Its demands on them were low, it only hoped that these goblins wouldn't run away before it showed any signs of defeat. Therefore, Gordon hopes that this battle will give these goblins some faith in their master. Of course, confidence isn't something you just talk about, it's something you actually build. Thinking this, Gordon realized that without realizing it, he had led the goblins behind him to a moss-covered underground corridor. If the map in your memory is correct, there's a ramp at the end of the corridor. Go down it and then turn left, and you'll see a circular, abandoned underground hall. That was the place where the Dika clan lived. A clan settlement with over 40 goblins. Ganadika is the current leader of the Dika clan, having taken over 5 years ago from his elderly, dying father. They took over the supreme authority of this clan and have maintained it to this day. Whether it was kobolds or goblin clans from other clans, Ganadika looked down on them all, because it arrogantly believed that the Dika clan was the only legitimate one in the former sewer goblin kingdom. The proof comes from the mysterious power emanating from the unique bloodline of the Dika clan chieftains. As for the goblins from other tribes, they were nothing but incompetent, cowardly, and pathetic creatures. However, it certainly has reason to be proud. Under its leadership, the clan boasts as many as 10 elite goblins, in addition to its own magical abilities. It is not afraid even if spellcasters from the Galak or Haz clans come. It also received news from its subordinates about yesterday's fire at the Kaz clan and is now wondering which force was responsible. Did the kobolds do this? Or are they an immigrant group? Or has something happened in another region? Just as Ganadika's thoughts were wandering, hurried footsteps came from outside the chief's hut where it was. Chief? A lot of goblins have arrived outside the hall? Some are from the Galak clan, and some from the Haz clan. There are 10, 7. The goblin's awkward and complicated counting outside the door instantly woke Ganadika up, leaving him puzzled at first. But then a feeling of absurdity washed over me. The Galak and Haz clans are sworn enemies, so how could they possibly unite to surround the Deka tribe? It would be more believable to say that a dragon came to the door. And chieftain? There's a black dragon in the outer hall. Come out and take a look. Ganadika. Upon hearing the anxious calls, Ganadika immediately pushed open the door and went out. Now was not the time to question whether it was true or not. Whether it's true or false, you'll know once you see it. Soon, after passing through several buildings in the hall, its view opened up. Then they saw 2 groups of goblins facing each other in the hall directly in front of them. One side was their clan members, and the other side was the other clans mentioned earlier. It also saw the incongruous black dragon. After all, a patch of green with a hint of black makes it stand out. This was a black fledgling dragon whose height was far less than that of an elite goblin, and even a regular goblin, which was only a little over 3 feet tall, was taller than it when standing. Ganadika could see it clearly, but this dragon covered in thick black scales was not a black dragon, because it doesn't have those prominent 2 spiral horns parallel to its head, nor does it have a skeletal, bony figure. Instead, it's rather robust. It looks more like a red dragon with black skin. There is no doubt that this is a fledgling dragon, but it is unknown what kind of dragon it is. However, Ganadika felt slightly relieved, because even if the fledgling dragon was strong, it was not that difficult for it to deal with. Now, what Ganadika is more eager to know is, how dare these cowardly goblins cause trouble for the Dika clan? Did they really think they could subdue it with this black fledgling? How ridiculous! It's worth noting that the Goblin Kingdom once kept dragons as pets. Thinking of this, Ganadika's eyes lit up slightly, and its gaze involuntarily drifted towards the black dragon. Suddenly, it had a bold idea. So it stepped forward and looked at the group of goblins from other clans who seemed quite determined to fight with an extremely arrogant attitude. He spoke arrogantly. How dare you invade my territory? Didn't Gullikrond and Haz the Hammer tell you that the Deckard clan is not a place for cowardly and incompetent trash like you? However, I'm in a better mood today. If you leave this fledgling dragon you've raised behind, I can let you go. No sooner had Gonadica finished speaking than he noticed that the goblins opposite him, who had been so full of fighting spirit, were now facing off against him, whether they were elite or ordinary goblins. They all stared at it with strange looks, as if they were looking at a fool. Then it heard the most majestic and solemn thunderous sound of its life. You said, who is the kept one? The sound was like rolling thunder, making it hard for Gonadica to ignore the creature making the sound. The sound came from the mouth of the black dragon that was crouching on the ground. It gave Gonadica a sense of absurdity, as if she were a petite woman speaking with a rough, hoarse male voice. Gordon's size was indeed that of Gonadica, who was about the height of an adult human. However, what it cares about more now is, perhaps I misunderstood. Could it be that this fledgling dragon wasn't raised by goblins? Just as Gonadica watched Gordon fall into deep thought, the goblins opposite it told it the truth quite appropriately, especially the elite goblins, who shouted loudly, "You have insulted our great, benevolent, and supreme master in our hearts. His majesty cannot be insulted. We, the Galax/Kaz clan, will fight you, the Dika clan, to the death." Yura. As soon as these elite goblins started, the other ordinary goblins quickly reacted and joined in the shouting. A fight to the death? Hurrah! Hurrah! The goblins' angry shouts rose and fell, shaking the entire hall. All the goblins looked indignant, but how much of their anger was feigned to impress Gordon was anyone's guess. Although Gonadica showed no fear of these ragtag goblins, he was still slightly surprised to hear that the black dragon before him was the goblins' master. After all, it would be difficult for a mere fledgling dragon to subdue two goblin clans that possessed spellcasters and second-tier warriors. Could there be other creatures lurking in the shadows? Gonadica cautiously looked around at the dark corners, trying to discern something. However, the next moment, a deafening roar, even louder than the goblin's roar, completely drowned out all other sounds in the hall. Roar of the young dragon. Then came that familiar, hoarse, and rough voice. "My kin, take up arms and fight for me. Crush any creature that dares to insult the true dragon. Only surrender and destruction await." Gordon's voice was like a signal, immediately rousing the goblin servants who had been standing still. Like vanguards, they raised their weapons and swung them at the Dika clan not far away. They looked eager to be the first, their fighting spirit high. On the other hand, the imposing and intimidating roar of Gordon from the Dika clan caused many ordinary goblins in the clan to kneel down, their calves trembling involuntarily. Some goblins instinctively tried to flee, and even the elite goblins were affected by the roar, trembling with fear and looking helpless as the goblins charged towards them, leaving them to be slaughtered. Seeing this, Gonadica no longer dared to imagine whether there were others lurking in the shadows. If they continue to overthink and become suspicious, the tribe's warriors might all be slaughtered by these filthy pigs. The most urgent task right now is to get rid of these people in front of us. Gonadica then skillfully drew upon the mysterious power within him. The entire goblin slowly inhaled, and then, as if using all its strength, unleashed its greatest roar, the loudest roar ever heard from the chieftain of the Dika clan, towards the hall. "Warriors, rise! Let this young dragon and its minions remain forever in the Dika clan. I will hang its head on my wall as a trophy." Gonadica's roar seemed to possess a magical power, instantly energizing the Dika clan goblins whose morale had been somewhat shattered. Some goblins instantly struggled out of their dazed, paralyzed state. His trembling body stopped shaking, his chaotic thoughts gradually stabilized, his hands regained their strength, and his expression returned to its usual robust and powerful state. They began to calmly grip their weapons and deal with the attacking enemies. This roar directly saved the Dika clan from collapse under the roar of Gordon. Gordon, of course, also noticed his previously invincible aura and imposing presence. Here, his anger was actually neutralized by a roar from the chieftain-like goblin, which immediately piqued Gordon's interest. Moreover, after their roar, the goblins of the Dika clan seemed to have become even stronger, with their bloodshot eyes, soaring morale, and incredibly agile movements. In the time it took Gordon's goblin retinue to attack 3 times, the Dika clan could launch 4 attacks. If the goblin's physical changes weren't so subtle, Gordon would have believed it was a mass berserk spell. It seems this goblin chieftain is no ordinary person? Gordon narrowed his dark golden eyes, watching the chieftain who had roared and was about to disappear into the goblin horde. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If we just kill it, then no one from the Dika tribe should dare to resist anymore. Thump thump. Thinking of this, Gordon did not hesitate, and with a slight exertion of his limbs, he closed his wings. Its long body, including its tail, is slightly arched, which is the best posture for charging. Whoosh! In the next instant, Gordon, who had been standing still, transformed into a black streak of light, with a visible gale trailing behind his scales. It charged fiercely toward the goblin chieftain, who was still within sight not far away. Second-tier advanced talent, charge. Immediately after letting out his roar, Gonadica felt a chill run down his spine, and his alertness instantly rose. It didn't even have time to glance at the subsequent battle before it immediately retreated behind several goblins. It was this keen awareness and alertness that allowed it to escape unscathed. Bang! A loud crash resounded, and the 2 goblins that had been standing where Gonadica was were sent flying. A black fledgling dragon, sidestepping and charging towards them, appeared before Gonadica in the next second, head held high, looking down at him with a haughty air. Its dark golden vertical pupils were filled with regret, as if it was still somewhat dissatisfied with its own actions. Ganadika initially thought it was something else, but when he looked down and saw it was a small, black fledgling dragon, he was taken aback. Then came a wide, unrestrained laugh. You actually delivered yourself right to my doorstep? Even a red dragon probably wouldn't be as brave as you, little one. As he spoke, Ganadika immediately activated Berserk, and his already strong physique instantly grew even taller. With his imposing body, easily 2 meters tall, he strode toward Gordon, who only reached his knees. This time, it will kill this true dragon in front of all the goblins, so that these goblins will know what the true legitimacy of the kingdom is. It's important to know that it's not only a goblin chieftain, but also a goblin warrior, and a goblin warrior who can go berserk. Little one. Gordon's dragon head tilted, and after listening to what the goblin in front of him said, it also grinned. Without further ado, I directly activated the talent inscribed in my bloodline, Berserk. In the next instant, Gordon's body, which was originally the size of a colt, suddenly grew taller, and the sound of cracking bones emanating from his body could be heard. This time, Gordon's Berserk was even more powerful than Ganadika's. Its size increased by half again, perhaps due to different bloodlines, otherwise, there's no way to explain why Gordon, also Berserk, is so obviously more so. This was also Gordon's first use of rage. It's worth noting that before his rampage, Gordon's height was less than 2 feet, but after the rampage, it reached 1 meter. When crouching, it is 1.3 meters tall, slightly shorter than Nina, and its length, including its tail, is over 2 meters. Although Gordon isn't as big as a goblin after it goes berserk, it's no longer small at all. Gordon asked slowly and deliberately. Just now, you said, who is the little one? Ganadika, standing to the side, opened his mouth, staring at the black fledgling dragon that had suddenly grown in size, but couldn't utter a word. Before he could figure out why dragons could also go berserk. The next second, I felt a huge black shadow rushing towards me with a strong wind. Ganadika stretched out its hands in an attempt to resist, only to find that the power it had always been so proud of was like an egg, easily shattered before that absolute power. Its resistance was futile. The 2-meter-tall, imposing body was instantly knocked to the ground by the Gordon, which was the size of a large dog. After going berserk, Gordon felt as if he had inexhaustible strength. The goblin chieftain's slight resistance beneath its claws was, in its eyes, like a small fist pounding on your chest, a form of resistance that was utterly amusing. So weak and powerless, so easily defeated. Too weak. Gordon looked down at the goblin chieftain with great disappointment. Ganadika wanted to say something more. Gordon then cut off any possibility of it speaking. Its incredibly sharp claws pierced directly into its heart, and blood flowed from its chest, soaking its entire green body. Rage can have side effects, so don't talk, wasting time is not good. Hehe. Ganadika only managed to utter a few meaningless syllables before his voice died. Gordon, rather disappointed, looked around at the other goblins who were engaged in fierce fighting. Both sides on the battlefield had bloodshot eyes, clearly indicating they were truly enraged. Only the goblins near Gordon trembled and dared not move. Seeing their chief die under the claws of the true dragon, they knew that further resistance was pointless, and it would be better to surrender quickly. Gordon's roar of the young dragon was still unable to produce sound, unable to calm the goblins down. However, almost within seconds, Gordon came up with another good way to stop the fight from continuing. The black dragon, as tall as a child, was crouching down. Its head was aimed at the dilapidated dome, which was more than 10 meters high. After estimating the distance and finding that it would not touch it, he took a deep breath, and the gas passed through his throat and lungs, then through his blood vessels, transforming into magma, one of the most turbulent elemental energies. A column of magma, 7 or 8 meters high, erupted from Gordon's mouth, radiating intense heat. Since there was no target to attack, the magma pillars dispersed after reaching their maximum attack range, scattering like a fountain into a shower of meteors. It was scattered in the center of the battlefield. In less than 3 seconds, the goblins who had been fighting fiercely suddenly scrambled to take cover, howling in fear as the still warm lava rained down from the sky. Gordon watched the goblins' behavior and nodded with satisfaction. It should have rained a long time ago to let them calm down. Gordon remained silent, observing the stares of the many goblins looking at him. With one foot planted on the corpse of the dead goblin chieftain, he grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, and addressed the sorrowful-looking goblins of the Dika tribe. Now, kneel at my feet in prayer. Gordon only released the berserk status when the third title gradually appeared in the title bar. After the berserk state subsided, Gordon felt an unprecedented sense of exhaustion wash over him, and he unconsciously slumped down, resting his chin on the corpse. His once robust body deflated like a punctured balloon, returning to its former shape. A black fledgling dragon, slightly larger than a foal. At this moment, although Gordon looked dejected, no goblin dared to make a move. They all lay on the ground, heads bowed, in submission. Without a leader, these elite goblins were like a disorganized rabble, unable to unite without a leader. Only Gordon could blend them together. Therefore, Gordon also took the time to check the newly appeared titles on the panel. Title King of Dika, undoubtedly, your power is enough to instill fear and submission in these goblins born of the Dika clan, especially after the chieftain's death. You will be their only refuge and hope. Now, inherit the will of the previous goblin chieftain and become their sole king? Of course, you will also stray further and further down the path of the true dragon's shame. Wearing effect, strength upward arrow, Deca or clan reputation upward arrow. Because it was in the decline phase after its berserk state, Gordon only felt that his body had been hollowed out, so Gordon could not intuitively feel the power that the title gave him. All I knew was that a warm current surged through my body, but it quickly disappeared, like a clay ox sinking into the sea, vanishing in an instant. However, the effects of this berserk state come on quickly and go off just as fast. In just over 30 seconds, Gordon felt his body brimming with power again, even stronger than before. It stood up, made a loose clenching motion with its paws, then raised its head to look at the goblins who were still respectfully prostrate on the ground. He issued his first order to all the goblin tribes in the sewers after unifying them. Take everything of value here and leave. Gordon had already decided to make the campfire hall his base and hadn't considered opening a branch mine. So it was quite straightforward to do what it had done before in the Haas clan, and do it again. Although the hall was spacious and somewhat secluded, Gordon still felt it wasn't as safe as the bonfire hall in the narrow alley. Moreover, it's more accustomed to that place. The newly subjugated Dika clan dared not refuse the new king's demands, while the goblin clans of other clans were too busy gloating to even think of opposing him. One by one, they joined the demolition team, and in no time, the once quiet hall became busy again. The green-clad figures darted about, carrying materials and supplies that had been piled up in the open space, almost forming a small mountain. Gordon couldn't help but marvel. This goblin tribe was the richest he had ever seen. But then again, it made sense. How could they support 10 elite goblins if they weren't so wealthy? It's important to know that they have an astonishing appetite, and they need to enslave quite a few goblins. Generally speaking, the ratio of elite goblins to ordinary goblins is 1 to 5, or even 1 to 10. In other words, at least 5 goblins are needed to supply one elite goblin. Otherwise, insufficient survival resources will greatly reduce the strength of elite goblins. However, Gordon wasn't in the mood to dwell on where these supplies came from. After all, he could find out by asking around when he got back. What it was now more curious about was what this floating black orb of light would bring it. It vividly remembered how the goblin chieftain had dispelled the oppressive power of the dragon's roar. It was quite interested in that kind of power. Gordon didn't hesitate much and directly absorbed the spoils it had acquired from the chieftain of the Dika clan, a black iron-colored talent orb. The light blue panel opened, and lines of familiar data began to appear, displayed in Gordon's field of vision. Ding! A talent fragment has been detected that the host has inhaled. The system is currently detecting it. Progress 5%. Progress 99%. Ding! Detection successful. Detected as a Tier 2 talent war laws. Activate talent/not activate talent. Talent war laws. Effect: war flows in your blood, and your words and actions exude a captivating charm. You can easily stir the emotions of your subordinates with a single sentence, greatly enhancing their willpower, making them fearless and undaunted by death. Furthermore, with the blessing of your voice, your subordinates will gain a slight increase in agility, strength, stamina, and attack speed. The duration of this effect depends on when the war ends. Note: crush them. For the clan king? Upon seeing this talent, Gordon naturally chose it without hesitation. Although it wasn't as good as Mass Berserk, nor was it the shaman's bloodlust. But something is better than nothing. He hadn't forgotten that his forces had nearly grown to over 100 goblins. There were more than 10 elite goblins. Gordon would love to have more of these talents that can enhance the strength of a group. Ideally, I'd like a few of these: group invisibility, group magic weapon, bear strength, and cat agility. That way, it doesn't even have to lift a finger, its goblins will take care of everything for it. After all, there's a famous saying, when the buff stacks to 100,000 layers, I'll kill even gods. Once the talent fragment was confirmed, it immediately merged into Gordon's body, and the talent list also quietly changed. War laws, 1/18th. At the same time, a method of use similar to Roar of the Young Dragon silently appeared in Gordon's mind. The vocalization method is exactly the same as a dragon's roar, except that it is coordinated with the bloodline within the body, and then manipulates the war laws hidden in the bloodline. Then, the laws of war are used to resonate with the hearts of the dependents, stirring up their inner frenzy. This allows their relatives to be fearless and freely unleash the surging power within them. The process is the same as the Bloodlust spell, except that the Bloodlust spell is simpler and more straightforward, directly using magic to change the recipient's body. War laws, on the other hand, are subtle and clandestine, allowing the recipient to naturally accept the changes occurring in their body. If the former is brutal and tyrannical, then the latter is subtle and pervasive, like a frog being slowly boiled in water. Although the results are not as good as the former, the latter is clearly stronger in terms of sustainable development. After all, the side effects of the Bloodlust spell are no joke. After Gordon finished studying how to use the war laws in his mind, the goblins are all ready and waiting for its command. Looking at the neatly arranged goblins in front of him, numbering nearly 100, Gordon couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. After all, it only took it less than 3 days to reunify the goblin tribe in the sewers from scratch. Although it cannot compare to those true dragons who readily subdue ogres and other dragons of their own kind, it is still remarkable that a fledgling dragon has accomplished this. Gordon was already quite satisfied with himself. You eat your food one bite at a time, don't you? Thinking about it, Gordon's gaze couldn't help but fall on the desolate and broken stone steps in the distance of the hall. Above the stone steps was a stone archway that was 5 or 6 meters high. Beyond that was the familiar environment of the sewers. That direction leads to the kobold's lair. Now, it is the only place in this region that is not under Gordon's control. However, this matter requires careful consideration. Gordon thought of the dragon-shaped pattern marked on the map, and a shadow of gloom flashed in his dark golden vertical pupils. Walk. Gordon rose and, with graceful steps, left the ancient hall. With a command given, and the sound of Gordon gradually fading into the distance, the goblin armies from the 3 clans also set off, quickly forming a long line. They disappeared into the hall. Only a scene of devastation remained, seemingly foreshadowing something. Along the way, Gordon and his group returned safely to the campfire hall without any trouble. They happened to run into Nina, who was cooking. When she saw Gordon return, she didn't even put down the spatula-like utensil she was holding before running up to Gordon, looking him over from all sides. However, after seeing the intact scales and the long line of goblins behind her, Nina smiled and said, "Mr. Gordon, welcome home. The oyster soup is almost ready. Be sure to try Nina's cooking later," she said to Gordon with a rather happy expression. Oyster. Gordon thought that if his memory served him right, this should be something from the sea, so how could it be in the sewer? Yes, there's an underground river beneath the sewers, which connects to the ocean. Although it's just a small overflowing pit, there's still occasional seafood. I only found out by asking the dried seafood in the storage room. Nina waved the implement around, gesturing to Gordon with an expression that said, "Praise me." An underground river. Gordon pondered these words, feeling as if he had a glimmer of inspiration, but he couldn't quite place what it was. "Well done. Take me to see it sometime." Gordon praised Nina, and then, after receiving Nina's repeated nods of affirmation, he said. It tilted its head again, looked back at the goblins behind it, and then spoke to a few elite goblins. "Once they're settled, have them assemble below the platform in the hall. I have something to say." Gordon had thought a lot along the way. Now that he had subdued 3 clans, it was necessary to integrate them. The best way to eliminate the clan barriers was to merge them back together. In other words, it means creating a new clan, a clan that belongs to oneself. In that case, there would no longer be any distinctions like Haz, Galak, and Deka. From then on, these goblins had only one name and only one master, Gordon. It had originally intended to say something along the way, but then it remembered there was a group of goblins in the campfire hall. Gordon dismissed the idea, deciding to wait until they returned to the campfire hall to discuss it together, avoiding repeating himself twice. "Yes, master." The elite goblins all agreed, especially the few elite goblins who had just joined the Dika tribe, who couldn't wait to run to the back of the group to shout and deliver the message. Afterwards, Gordon and Nina went down to the platform to wait for the delicious oyster soup to cook. As the aroma filled the hall, Gordon and Nina finished their large pot of oyster soup. After waiting a little while, all the goblins from the 3 clans stood in the center of the hall, each with a broken bowl of rum beside them. The rum was confiscated from the Dika tribe, and Gordon and Nina each had a glass with them. It hadn't had a chance to find out where it came from, but it figured it must be something from a tavern somewhere above Kalando, and it had no idea how they got it. The goblins below the platform all looked at the real dragon in front of them, and the dragonborn girl Nina beside it, with eyes that were either respectful or fearful. Nina's identity had long been a topic of conversation among the goblins. There have been several versions of the story about the dragonborn girl who has the same eyes as Gordon. Some say she was a real dragon, and the human was just in disguise. Some say she was Gordon's pet. Otherwise, there's no way to explain how a human, weaker than a goblin, could follow a real dragon. Of course, the most outrageous claim is that Nina is Gordon's offspring. Moreover, the goblin was able to provide irrefutable evidence. For example, if 2 people have the same tastes, similar vertical pupils, and even similar tone of voice, what else could they be but offspring? Despite the differing rumors, one thing remains the same in their minds: Nina is someone not to be trifled with. Whether it was due to Gordon's favor or because she was a true dragon hiding her true strength. Neither the former nor the latter are things goblins can mess with. Gordon, unaware of all this, watched as the goblins below quietly awaited its command. They actually held the goblin species, or rather, the goblins in the sewers, in higher regard. Perhaps only a race with such a rigid class system could establish its own kingdom in the sewers. Although that's in the past, at least they were once glorious. Roar. I have summoned you all here today for 3 reasons. Listen carefully. Gordon began with a dragon's roar, devoid of any imposing force. It only spoke slowly when all the goblins' eyes were on it. The first thing is that from now on, neither the Galakrons, nor the Haz, nor the Dekel clan will exist. They will all become one legion, clan. Clan name, Blackfire. And I, the true dragon, Gordon, will become the sole king of your Blackfire clan. Gordon glanced at the fewer than 100 goblins before him and decided to organize them into clans. These words left all the goblins, including the elite ones, somewhat bewildered. You will be united as one, no longer separate. You are all my family. Gordon added another sentence. At this moment, some goblins began to look thoughtfully at the goblins of other clans around them. The master's meaning seems to be that in the future there will be no distinction between the Dika, Kaz, and Galak clans, but rather they will all have the same identity, the master's retinue. The quick-witted goblin had already shouted in response. Blackfire clan? Yura. Hurrah! The other goblins followed suit, unanimously agreeing. Gordon looked at the goblins who were all in agreement, raised his hand, and the goblins who were shouting hurrah, suddenly fell silent. Then Gordon nodded in satisfaction, gave him an approving look, and continued to fill the entire campfire hall with his booming voice, slowly uttering the fourth sentence. The second thing is that a group of people must monitor the kobold lair day and night. If there's any unusual activity, notify me immediately. The other group, in addition to their daily activities, will have time for training, under the guidance of elite goblins. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside my bed? After gathering a group of followers, Gordon naturally needed to begin his training program, since the stronger they were, the better Gordon's war laws would be. Given enough time, Gordon might be able to easily destroy the kobold lair. As soon as Gordon uttered these words, the goblins below erupted in cheers again, with waves of hurrah, rising higher and higher. Kobolds have a history of conflict with goblins, frequently ambushing lone goblins. However, due to their clan structure and sheer numbers, goblins have been unable to mount an effective counterattack against the kobolds and have been forced into a passive defensive posture. Now that they have the chance to take revenge, these vengeful goblins are naturally more than happy to do so. Some goblins couldn't wait to go out and volunteer to keep an eye on those bastards. Yes, the third thing is that you need to compile a list of the monster spawn locations and resources in the sewers, and then go to each location to investigate and collect them. Gordon picked up the sewer map and pointed with his paw at the area that belonged to the goblin region. It's currently supporting these 70 or 80 goblins, and the food they consume every day is a bottomless pit. Without a stable food source, it definitely won't be able to sustain itself. In the past, they could rely on the reserves left by the previous leader to get by, since they could still rob other clans. But now, apart from the kobolds, there are no other large clans or tribes in this area, so trying to survive by plundering is nothing short of a pipe dream. Unless he resorts to robbing the underworld, Gordon is confident that the Adventurers Guild sewer cleaning quest will appear the next day. After all, they don't care about theft, but if someone dares to rob, even in the underworld, the lord and nobles of Kalando will not tolerate it. Therefore, Gordon understands that what it needs to do now is to manage this small plot of land well. Until we receive concrete information from the kobolds, we need to keep the goblins at their peak, or even stronger. It is prepared for a protracted war. Now, to the birth of the Black Fire clan, cheers. Gordon picked up the rum in a glass beside him with his paw and spoke to the goblins below. Then, he threw the glass of rum directly into his mouth, chewing it with his sharp teeth, the pale yellow, foamy rum dripping from between his teeth and onto the copper coins on the high platform. The dragon could eat anything, including the bowl. It wasn't that Gordon was wasting food, it just found that it couldn't pour the food into its mouth, so it could only throw it in. The taste was pretty good, it even had a bit of a potato chip feel to it. Cheers! Hurrah! Seeing Gordon gulp it down, the goblins below the platform also picked up their broken bowls in a similar manner, but they didn't dare to be as bold as Gordon. Instead, they raised their cups to the dragon on the platform from afar, and then drank them down in one gulp. For a moment, the sound of gulping down drinks filled the bonfire hall. The campfire blazed even brighter. Below Gordon's field of vision, the small green dots also began to flicker. When G.E. Dunn clicked on it, he found that the 3 titles that were originally there had now been reduced to 1. Kurohi host. Are you alright, Celia? Inside a dark cave, behind a giant rock at a corner, 2 slender figures were resting against the giant rock. The vigorous running had left them both panting, especially the sorceress, who was not usually known for her physical strength. Magricia's once gleaming silver armor was now riddled with wounds, and the long sword in her hand was no longer as sharp as it used to be. A huge scratch mark on his chest, almost revealing bare skin, was a truly horrifying sight. Even so, Margarithia, the female warrior, still didn't forget to gently care for her companion, the sorceress who had followed her for over a year. She always treated her like a younger sister. Marglesia, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, we wouldn't have taken this mission in the first place. And Wickham and the others wouldn't have. I should be the one facing the dragon and lion. Celia, the girl who originally had soft gray hair and bright gray eyes, was now muttering to herself, her eyes vacant, her face full of self-reproach. She clutched her dry, matted, and slightly split gray hair in frustration, a far cry from the high spirits she had when she accepted the commission. It's not your fault, Celia. It's all fate's choice. Even a prophet can't predict the future. Nobody knew that the mission location wouldn't have 1 dragon lion, but 2, and one of them had already reached the 4th tier. Besides, we all unanimously approved taking on this job. As for Wickham and the others, at this point, Margaritia found herself unable to continue. Just now, in order to entangle that dragon lion, which was a full 4th rank, they bought enough time to escape. The Weekend, Galliot, McFarn. These 3 members of the Dawn and Prosperity Adventurers, a rogue, a warrior, and a ranger, have stayed behind to fight the dragon lion. Wiccan was the last one, a 2nd-tier forest scout, and in the forest, he was even more agile than an ape. But just a few hundred meters away, as they frantically fled into the dark cave, they heard Wiccan's screams and the horrifying sound of bones being chewed coming from the dense forest. Then, with a roar from the dragon and lion, a large flock of birds were stirred up. It is said that lions' favorite food is the skull of their prey. Chewing on skulls will give them wisdom and allow them to learn skills. It's heartbreaking to think that Wickham, their teammate who usually joked around with them and loved to tease Liz, ended up like this. No matter how much Margarithia tried to comfort Celia, she couldn't bring herself to say the words she couldn't bring herself to say. After all, they were their companions, even in death, they were still their companions. Commander, I'm the one who shouldn't be alive. Celia looked up, her face streaked with tears. The more she thought about it, the more devastated she became. An overwhelming sense of regret filled her chest, making her feel indescribably uncomfortable. Especially when recalling the departure of her companions one by one, she felt a heart-wrenching pain. Celia finally experienced the full pain of parting from adventurers a year later. Whether it was a blessing or a curse was hard to say. Normally, as a sorcerer and the only spellcaster in the group, and being young, she was the one who received the most care and attention. Both Wickham and McFarn showed her great care, not out of romantic love, but out of the kind of familial care one would show to a younger sister. Even the usually taciturn half-elf ranger Galiot would greet her upon seeing her. Good day, Miss Celia. Even his Giboron hound, which kept strangers at bay and only recognized one master in its entire life, wagged its tail to greet her when it saw her. The diluted holy water that the guild leader Margreta always kept in her bag was always prepared for her. She was willing to use it even for the slightest injury. No matter how badly he was injured, he would just smile and say that he was a warrior and that this injury was nothing, and he was reluctant to use it. Even when Celia, who was pretending to be asleep, woke up from her meditation in the middle of the night, she could hear Margarithia, who was sleeping next to her, hissing as she breathed. Although Celia knew that it might be due to her sorcerer's charm, this concern was genuine. Seeing that Celia was on the verge of collapse, Margarithia quickly comforted her softly. That's precisely why, Celia, you can't let their sacrifices be in vain. With your warlock bloodline, you will surely avenge them. Kayakyu. Before Marguerite could say anything, a sharp thud came from outside the cave, and a silver figure suddenly crashed into Celia's soft embrace. It was Celia's pseudo-dragon pet, Liz, who was standing on Celia's lap at that moment. It gestured with its wings while communicating with Celia in front of it using its voice. It said, "The dragon lion is coming towards this cave." How is that possible? Marguerite's voice, noticeably a decibel higher, couldn't hide her surprise. A dragon lion couldn't possibly live in a dark, damp cave. I've already cleaned up the bloodstains on my body and the marks in front of the cave. It has no reason to have found its way here. Dragons and lions spend most of their lives on the ground, with a small portion in the sky. As for underground caves, they don't like to go there. But Liz wouldn't lie to me. The truth is, it's definitely coming this way. Facing danger again, Celia seemed to calm down, stroking Liz's trembling body. Looks like we're all going to die here today, Commander. Liz, don't come out later. Celia spoke to her magical pet, and then handed it some of the small ornaments she was wearing. When you return to the north, could you help me find that girl, the dragon-blooded girl with the vertical pupils you met last time, and give her this? Don't tell her I'm dead. Kayakyu. Liz looked sadly at the sorceress girl who could cook grilled black pine sturgeon. Was her adventure, which had lasted less than 2 years, about to end here? No way. Seeing Celia's expression as if she were saying her last words, Margarithia gritted her teeth and endured the pain in her chest. Just now, when the Draco lions were dealing with the carcass of another Draco lion, she was the first one they attacked. If Celia hadn't put mage armor on her in time, she might have died before anyone else. He stood up, grabbed Celia's soft, boneless hand, and pulled her up. There's definitely still a way forward. I think we still have a chance. Celia, no matter what, we must never give up hope, because now, you are not alone. You still have other people's lives on your shoulders. Mayfawn's sister is still waiting for him in the White Tower City. Are you really going to just abandon them like this? You've truly disappointed me. Towards the end, Margarithia's words carried a hint of reproach, words she had never spoken so harshly to Celia before. However, these harsh words did cause the girl with dull, grey eyes to brighten slightly, as if she were looking at the world with a touch of longing. Go, there must be another way. If I'm going to die, I'll die before you. Margarithia let go and took the lead, probing deeper into the cave. Celia hesitated for less than 3 seconds, then followed closely behind, with Liz in tow. A minute later, a creature with lion-like features, but whose scales and wings were those of a brass dragon, walked with small, quick steps behind the giant rock and sniffed around. Then, the dragon lion with a mane that matched the color of its scales roared like thunder once more in the cave. I've spotted you, intruders! This colossal beast, weighing a full 1,500 pounds, moved with practiced ease through the dark cave. Following the lingering scent in the air, I chased after it. In the dark cave, Celia and Magalza, who were running, naturally heard the roar from not far away. The sound wasn't far from them, and the sound of the giant beast's footsteps stomping on the rocks grew closer and closer. Marguerite stopped to try and stop them. Although she was injured, she still possessed second-tier combat power. However, Celia grabbed her arm and said something to her. Marglesia, don't rush to stop us, we still have a chance. Look, what's this? A point of light suddenly burst forth from Celia's fingertip, then expanded. It was a level 0 spell, Light Spell. Light Spell suddenly illuminated the entire dark cave, allowing Magalza to clearly see the entire cave. Skeletons, skeletons everywhere. These skeletons are very recent, some even have maggots crawling on them. Moreover, these skeletons contain all parts of the body, but the one thing they lack is the skull, or head. Not a single head can be found here. Here it is. Maglesia's eyes were filled with fear. That's right, Commander, this is its lair. We've arrived at the dragon lion's lair. Celia added what she hadn't yet said aloud. How could this be? Marguerite never imagined that the dragon lion would go against its nature and build a nest in a dark cave. It's less like a dragon lion and more like a manticore, only an evil creature would nest in the shadows. Dragons prefer warm, hot places, usually hills or grasslands. They should be guardians. Something guarding this cave. As Celia spoke, she pulled out an antique bronze six-pointed star seal from a pile of ornaments, with inscriptions in a language Celia couldn't understand. This strange seal was taken from the dead dragon lion. I originally thought it was just an item they had collected, and I planned to have it appraised when I returned to the City of Freedom. After all, the dragon lion is said to be a magical creature related to the brass dragon, so it's perfectly normal for it to inherit a bit of a collecting habit. However, it now seems that this might be the key guarding the secret door. As a sorcerer, she naturally had some knowledge about magical creatures, and she possessed a considerable amount of information about dragons and lions. The dragon lion inherits the wildness of the lion and the cunning of the brass dragon. According to scholars, the possibility of a brass dragon and a lion interbreeding is extremely small. Because their territories not only do not overlap, but also because they are as wise as brass dragons, they would not be interested in ordinary lions. They are more inclined to believe that the dragon lion is a product of magic, such as an interdimensional hybridization experiment or a magical accident. However, even creatures that can only utter 2 syllables can chat for a whole day. It's not impossible that one day, in the desert, a lost lioness might have a pleasant conversation with a brass dragon. It's possible that something beyond friendship might have happened. After all, those scholars don't understand what interspecies happiness is. As a neutral creature, it is possible for it to be tamed as a follower by a mage or warrior. However, it requires leadership expertise, or rather, personal charisma, like Celia. It is precisely because of this, and because Dracos are highly territorial creatures and harbor strong hostility towards any outsiders, that Dracos have become excellent guardians of treasure. Of course, most importantly, it inherited one of the advantages of the brass dragon. It only needs to consume a small amount of inorganic matter, such as rocks and soil, to survive. Although eating meat is their nature as predators, they can also survive by eating dirt. Therefore, many liches or sorcerers would place dragons and lions in their tombs or treasure caves to prevent outsiders from intruding. As for why these 2 dragon lions broke free of their confinement, ran out and were seen by the hunters, and were then reported to the free city of Calindo, this was beyond Celia's comprehension. But as the dragon and lion's footsteps and roars drew ever closer, they realized they had very little time left. Fortunately, Liz's whimpering voice soon reached them, and Celia realized that this was the dragon lion's lair the moment she discovered it. They immediately dispatched Liz to help search. Although the pseudo-dragon was not a real dragon, it was quite adept at finding treasures and using secret methods. It quickly led the 2 to a flat area where there were no skeletons. They then noticed the abrupt groove in the stone slab beneath their feet, which perfectly matched the size of the 6-pointed star bronze seal in Celia's hand. Just as Celia placed the stamp into the groove, a huge black shadow, accompanied by a roar and a gust of wind, pounced on the 2 of them. However, no matter how fast its claws moved, it couldn't stop the magic circle under Celia's feet from operating. In the blink of an eye, Celia, Magricia, and Liz, the 2 humans and 1 dragon, were teleported away directly from the stone slab. All that remained was the roar of the dragon and lion inside the cave, which nearly shook the stone pillars off the cave ceiling. The 2 women had escaped death, feeling as if they had just brushed with the line between life and death. Before they could even calm down, they heard a mechanical voice in their ears. "Greetings, adventurers from afar. Welcome to the demiplane of the legendary planeswalker Galmodan, the Azure City. I am Tarling 1, Danriel. You have defeated the Guardian. You may ask me 3 questions, and then take 1 item from the Mage Tower as your reward." The sudden sound startled Celia and Marguerite, the 2 girls, 1 big and 1 small, who were still in shock. This sound, it doesn't sound like something a human could make. At that moment, they looked up and saw a humanoid construct standing in front of them. The red light on its little head was flashing, and even the pseudo-dragon Liz was filled with curiosity about the creature in front of her, so she took the initiative to lie down on it. "Miss, please get off my head. It reminds me of how it felt when I was bald." Liz. Celia quickly summoned her magical pet. In this strange place, she still needed to be careful. After all, she was only a 2nd-tier warlock, not one of those legendary mages. A ruthless character who treats the succubus Lord Mikanshurst's territory of Cindiravel as a brothel, and the fungal lady Zulgurub Sindrakla as a botanical garden, moving in and out of the abyss as if it were his own backyard. In a strange demiplane, she still followed her heart. Only then did Celia have time to see the towering structure, thousands of feet tall, behind her through the tower spirit construct. The tower is the only structure in this demiplane. Against this backdrop of emptiness, the 6-pointed star markings on the tower stand out prominently. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Gordon was looking at his new title, Blackfire Overlord, and began a long period of contemplation. Title: Blackfire Overlord. Your power has subjugated all the goblin tribes in the sewers, and all the goblins will now acknowledge you as their king. With the utmost respect, we extend our deepest respect to you. The Blackfire clan was born for you, your will is the meaning of their existence. Effect: 1 increased dragon might. Second, strength upward arrow. 3 the loyalty of all goblins in the sewers, 100%, will not decrease before the first defeat. 4 your attacks have a chance to trigger a willpower check. 5 not unlocked. Below the title effect was a line of light blue text, which Gordon could see very clearly. Blackfire clan members, 87, 100. This is an evolution, growth-oriented title. The change in title occurred when Gordon announced the founding of the Blackfire clan. Gordon remembers it clearly. The little green dot in his field of vision started flashing at that moment. At first, it thought it was some other information, but it turned out to be a title fusion. But this is for the best. It was a little afraid that if it were to give a title to every tribe it conquered, it would have hundreds of titles by the time it reached adulthood. The opening remarks alone take 10 minutes to read before the fight even begins. The thought of that scene is so awkward it's practically overflowing the screen. However, does the denominator of 100 after calculating the number of followers is 87 mean that unlocking the 5th title slot requires a follower count of 100? Gordon began to study it. However, there are currently no other ways for Gordon to increase the number of his retinue, but he can still reduce it. Its dark golden vertical pupils swept across the area and quickly located the familiar elite goblin, who was originally a member of the Galak clan. He was also the first goblin to step forward and submit his arm chart. It would be perfect for conducting experiments. Gordon thought about it, and then said to it, "Come here. Master, what are your orders?" The elite goblin, who had been lying comfortably, suddenly heard that familiar, authoritative voice in his ear. Without thinking, he scrambled down to the foot of Gordon's platform and asked humbly, "May I have your name?" Gordon genuinely didn't know the goblin's name, partly because he was too lazy to remember it, and partly because it was really easy to recognize. The charred black elbow stood out like a crane among chickens in a sea of green. You can find it with just a scan. "Master, I am your most loyal servant, Grush Blackfire." The goblin named Grush announced his surname to Gordon with remarkable fluency, as if the surname Blackfire was something he was born with, without the slightest hesitation. Even Grush himself couldn't help but feel a little proud after he finished speaking, clearly extremely satisfied with his answer. However, Grush, still waiting for a response from the high platform, is feeling somewhat uneasy. After the initial triumph, my mind was filled with thoughts. Why is my master asking my name? Could it be? A possibility lingered in Grush's mind. It had already considered that possibility, based on its owner's previous promise. It remembered clearly that its master had said that it was the one who performed best against the Dika clan. They will be chosen as the leader of the Blackfire clan, the leader of the goblins. Is my master going to appoint me as the leader? Am I about to reach the pinnacle of goblin life? Then came a tremendous surprise that instantly enveloped Grush, stirring its very soul. However, the next second, as the words fell from the platform, Grush, whose heartstrings had been soaring to the astral plane and the outer matter plane, instantly plummeted into an abyss. "Very well, Grush, from now on you are no longer a member of the Blackfire clan, nor are you my kin." The rough, booming voice was filled with indifference and devoid of any emotion, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. But Grush was stunned when he heard this. Why remove it from the list? And why myself? Gordon, meanwhile, lay atop the high platform, watching the goblin named Grush, his expression shifting from shock to pain, from elation to dejection, a truly amusing display. However, in the end, its back view was slightly lonely and hunched, but it still obeyed the command of the true dragon on the high platform and humbly knelt on the stone slab. "As you wish, my master." Although it had doubts, it did not ask why. Since it is the master's command, it must obey. So it got up, turned and walked towards a corner of the campfire hall, preparing to pack its things and leave. However, it has been tested that driving away goblins will reduce the number of Blackfire clan members. Before Grush had even gone 5 steps from the platform, he called out to it with a single sentence. "But, Grush, you will become the leader of the Blackfire clan, my true follower, not merely a vassal." Grush, instantly struck by the overwhelming surprise, turned around stiffly, his already green face filled with disbelief. It seems they wanted to see if Gordon's statement was true or false. "Owner." It murmured something, and then a rumbling thunder, like heavenly music, filled the air. A true dragon doesn't joke. "Grush Blackfire, you will become the first leader of the Blackfire clan. Do you intend to refuse?" "No, master, this is my honor." Grush the Blackfire is willing to follow its master until its last breath. The goblin immediately knelt down. Although it wasn't very bright, it could still understand such simple things thoroughly. The first leader, his followers, and anyone who heard this knew it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It could already feel the envious and admiring glances directed at it from those around it. The goblins who were watching but dared not utter a sound had envy practically overflowing in their eyes. "Very well, Grush. Now, as the leader of the Blackfire clan, your first task is to carry out my orders. Understand? Grush will certainly live up to his master's expectations. If his master is not satisfied, he may kick Grush's head like a ball." Grush knew perfectly well that this was the time to show his resolve and to make a solemn vow, without any carelessness. "All right, now you will be in charge of the divisions. One group will supervise the kobolds, another will train the warriors, and most importantly, the third thing. Collect the lone, stray goblins from the sewers, absorb them into the Blackfire clan, and bring them before me to pledge their allegiance." At the same time, there is another matter concerning the future of the Blackfire clan, and this matter is equally of paramount importance. Gordon talked a lot, and although Grush didn't understand much, it still remembered 3 points. That means strengthening oneself, monitoring opponents, and expanding one's scale. So, an hour later, a line of text written in Goblin script appeared on the rock wall in the campfire hall. Creating offspring is creating the future. For our master? For the Blackfire clan. Rejoice. Demiplane, Azure City. The sorceress Celia and the female warrior leader, Marglesia, were looking at the tower spirit one before them, talking animatedly. He's like a chatterbox. The gist is simply this: come and choose from the collection of a Buddhist monk. They have everything. Once you've selected the items, you can take them out to sell. All of these could allow them to live a life of luxury as aristocratic ladies, becoming objects of envy for others. However, all of this still comes down to that one topic. Celia and Maglesia didn't believe it at all. They didn't want to believe it either. It was a legendary adventure, as the bards described, with Lady Luck watching over them. If that's true, why did they have to let their teammates die one by one? Is there some kind of sacrifice involved? So Celia spoke first, looking at Terrindenfor and asking, Danford, didn't you say we could ask you 3 questions? Yes, beautiful lady, you can ask me any question. As long as Danforth knows the answer, that's fine. Alright, let me ask you your first question. Before we arrived, had anyone been here? Celia's voice was somewhat urgent. She and Marguerite had just made some deductions and were beginning to recall the details from accepting the commission to killing the dragon lion. They discovered that many things were full of coincidences, and everything seemed to be deliberately driving them into the cave. That's right. Not long ago, someone did come to Azure City. He also took my favorite handbook, which contained my master's autobiographical experiences. I usually use it to pass the time when I'm bored. Danforth's incessant chatter struck the 2 women like a heavy hammer blow. Was there really another conspiracy behind this? I was sad about this for quite a while. What's wrong, ladies? I have 2 more questions. Whatever you wish to ask, Danforth is happy to answer. The tower spirit noticed the 2 women's dazed expressions and kindly asked them what was wrong. It's nothing, Danforth. I think I'll need your time for a bit. We'd like to discuss this first. Celia glanced at Margarithia, and after receiving confirmation from the latter's eyes, she said apologetically to Danforth. It's all right, ma'am, but you only have 2 hours. Danforth's voice was light and cheerful, but his words carried an undeniable authority. Dragon and Lion Cave, a mile away, atop the highest hill. 3 people were gazing into the distance, in the direction of the Dragon Lion Cave that Celia and her companions had entered. Of the 3, the one in the lead was very young, with pale skin on his exposed wrists, and dressed in simple knightly training attire. He looked like a novice nobleman. His voice seemed to hold a smile as he faced the Dragon Lion Cave not far away and spoke softly. Uncle Rosen, do you think they can get their hands on that thing? Young Master Joey, the tower spirit of that mage tower desperately wants to break free of its constraints. She'll definitely try everything, even lying, to get them that Planeswalker class change item. Since you said that manual isn't it, then I suppose there aren't many options left. The probability of this happening is relatively high. The burly knight on the left, clad in armor, quickly spoke, his tone extremely respectful. Although the young master called him Uncle Rosen, he dared not be arrogant in front of this future mage, or rather, travel mage. Then I'll trouble Uncle Rosen to keep a close eye on them. They'll randomly teleport to anywhere within a mile of the cave. Don't let them get away. I'm going back to camp to rest for a bit. I've been watching the show all morning and I'm a little tired. Joey received an affirmative answer, nodded, and gave him another round of instructions. Yes, young master. Please go back and meditate. I'll take care of things here. The burly knight quickly agreed. Joey nodded. He was fairly confident in the knight's abilities. He turned around and walked down the mountain. A mountain breeze swept by, lifting a corner of his unbuttoned white shirt and revealing his muscular chest. A pale blue 6-pointed star was etched on his chest. In the sunlight, the blue veins shimmered and gleamed. A bonfire blazed in the center of the hall. In the pine resin-filled sewers, the flames certainly required little effort. The blazing firelight could not obscure the slivers of dawn light filtering through the corners at the top of the sewer. The goblins of the Blackfire clan, after a night of revelry, appeared somewhat tired. He yawned, but it wasn't even real. However, even without exercise, the time between dawn and dusk is precisely when they are most relaxed. Mr. Gordon, I'm leaving. Nina slid down from the platform and whispered to the black-scaled dragon above, whose dark golden vertical pupils were half open. He also waved to it as a greeting. In her other hand, she held a bulging little bag, her small hand clenching it tightly. As dawn broke, she was heading back to that treacherous dark street, this time to the alchemy shop in the commoner's quarter. She's different from last time. She went there with a mission? Gather materials, and see if you can create an inventory list from the alchemy shop so Gordon can easily buy things next time. Although it was somewhat risky, Gordon had no other creatures he could use at the moment, so he could only use Nina, his tool, to buy things for him. If we send goblins up there, they probably won't even be able to get into the alchemy shop. They'll be killed by the city guards before long. Go on your way and be careful. Gordon's voice was languid. It hadn't fully woken up yet. It had thought a lot last night, resulting in some sleep deprivation. As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide and yawned. The menacing, sharp teeth were laid bare before Nina, but Nina showed no fear whatsoever. Having spent the last few days sleeping alongside it, she had long known that this black-scaled dragon was not an evil black dragon, but a lava dragon. According to Mr. Gordon, it was grumpy and irritable, and told Nina to stay away from it when it was angry. But Nina couldn't understand how Mr. Gordon, who had always been kind and gentle, and cared for her like her sister Celia, could be so irritable and easily angered. However, she had never seen Gordon angry, but she figured it probably wouldn't be too scary. Yes, Mr. Gordon, you have to believe me, Nina can do it. Nina smiled slyly, then began to do her makeup on the spot. Soon, a sickly, ugly little girl, covered in red rashes and looking like she was about to die, casually walked away from the campfire hall, passing by several small alarm devices with a swaying gait, as dozens of goblins stared in astonishment. Then she climbed down the drain pipe, and soon she was back on the ground she hadn't seen in so long. The morning fog blanketed the dark streets, reducing visibility to very low levels. But in the fog of the dark streets, the incoherent ramblings of drunken madmen could still be heard from time to time, along with the distant barking of dogs and crowing of roosters. A sense of peace mingled with chaos. Nina, however, didn't think too much about it. She plunged straight into the fog, skillfully navigating through several secluded alleys, then climbed over a dilapidated courtyard wall. Before long, she arrived at the entrance to the civilian district, where the fences had been removed. There are already city guards stationed there, but they generally won't allow someone like Nina to go in. After all, even touching such lowly people makes them feel uncomfortable all over. Out of sight, out of mind is the best option. In their eyes, there was no difference between the slums and the underworld. They're patrolling here just to complete their routine duties. Nina, hunched over, quickly entered the civilian district with a bulging, inconspicuous little bag tucked into her arms. Then she entered a small alley, removed her disguise, and transformed back into a 10-year-old girl with slightly worn clothes, short white hair, and a decent spirit. Most of her makeup is applied to her skin or face, so it's relatively easy to remove. She originally refused to remove her makeup because some of the materials were really hard to find, but with the help of the Blackfire clan, it's estimated that Nina removes her makeup hundreds of times a day, and the materials she uses are inexhaustible. After all, they're local specialties from the sewers. After Nina returned to her original form, a petite and adorable young girl, she carried a small bag and wandered through the alleys and streets of the commoners' district. Before long, she arrived at the alchemy shop where she had exchanged the giant rat's tailbone last time. Fran's Alchemy Hut. The shop owner was a very beautiful half-elf, and her prices were very fair. She didn't bully Nina because of her young age. So, without a second thought, Nina stepped into Fran's Alchemy Hut once again. However, this time when she went in, she didn't see the half-elf woman in the light blue robe. Instead, she saw a red-haired girl with twin tails, a little older than Nina, sitting at the front desk, engrossed in flipping through a thick book. The book title was hidden by the table, so Nina couldn't see it. Nina was initially a little apprehensive because she didn't see Franville, but when she saw that it was a girl of similar age with a childlike face, Nina felt relieved. "Excuse me, is Ms. Willow here?" Nina's timid voice startled the red-haired girl who was reading a book. She looked left and right immediately, but because the receptionist was quite tall and she herself was rather short, she didn't notice Nina standing below the receptionist. Startled, he slammed the book shut, jumped off the high stool, stumbled, twisted his ankle, and limped into the inner room, shouting as he ran. "Sister, there's a ghost in the shop. It's the ghost of a little girl. Is it here to eat me? I'm still young. I don't want to die. Sister, save me." When Franville, who was meditating in the inner room, heard her distant cousin Loviford startled and got up to check on her. They spotted a little girl at the front desk, her white dress yellowed and worn, peeking innocently at them with a timid expression that was almost sinful. She recognized the little girl as the one who had sold her the giant rat tailbone last time. Knowing that her cousin had made a blunder, she gave the red-haired girl a light tap on the head in annoyance. "What ghost? You're scaring yourself? It's a guest. I told you to mind the shop properly. Is this how you do it? You'll scare all the customers away. So timid yet enjoys reading horror books? Seriously." Franville didn't know what to say for a moment. While flipping through the books the red-haired girl had left on the front desk, she scolded her impatiently. Only then did Nina see the title of the book, The Mad Lich's Adventure House. Although Nina didn't know what a lich was, it looked evil to her. Consequently, people began to keep their distance from the girl who was reading such books. However, the red-haired girl, acting all familiar, limped up to Nina, looking pained, and apologized to her. "I'm sorry, sir, Love was being impulsive just now." As he spoke, he bowed deeply to Nina at a 160-degree angle, which made Nina feel quite flustered. It was the first time she had received such courtesy, and she felt flattered. "It's all right, I was in such a rush that I didn't knock before coming in," Nina quickly replied. However, Nina did not forget the purpose of her trip. He spoke to Franville at the front desk. "Ms. Willow, I have some items to sell this time, and I'd also like to buy a few things. Do you have a list?" As Nina spoke, she pulled the bulging little bag from her skirt, stood on tiptoe, and handed it to the front desk. 10 grams of black feather flower powder, well preserved. Is this animal blood used in sacrifices? It seems to be tier 2, rather uncommon. Scrap gold nuggets, 120 grams. And what's this perfume? It smells quite nice, and it seems to have a calming and soothing effect. Franville, the owner of the alchemy shop, very professionally took it from Nina's little bag. They took out bottles or bags that were wrapped tightly and began to examine and identify them carefully. Although Nina brought nothing heavy, the variety of items was rather diverse. Fortunately, they were all materials commonly found in the sewers, which Franvello had received before. However, this is only a portion of what Gordon collected. There are still many more in the storage area of the campfire hall. He didn't intend for Nina to sell some of the larger items, such as weapons. After all, even if the alchemy shop didn't want it, Nina couldn't move it. It would just be a useless piece of junk and left in the warehouse. This involved counting, appraising, and valuing each item. Franville's expression remained unchanged from the beginning. She was always focused and serious. They quickly inventoried all the items Nina had brought and wrote them down on a piece of paper. The item names were followed by prices, which Nina found very easy to understand. 10 grams of black feather pollen, 9 silver coins and 30 copper coins. 20 grams of blood extracted from a second-tier dark beast, 3 silver coins. 120 grams of gold nugget, 67 silver coins. An unnamed calming perfume, 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins. Nina brought a total of 7 items. The total price listed by Franville for the Fran alchemy shop was 2 gold coins, 5 silver coins, and 20 copper coins. The most valuable item was surprisingly the perfume bottle taken from the spellcaster's hut of the Kaz clan, something Nina hadn't expected. Although she had heard Mr. Gordon say that the perfume was worth some money, she was still somewhat skeptical. After all, in her opinion, this perfume seemed to have no effect other than masking the stench of the sewers, and it couldn't compare to gold. But the price displayed before her left her no choice but to believe it. Such a small bottle was worth more than gold. Nina was shocked. Nina, it seems you've had quite a haul this time. Did you encounter that kobold warlock tribe in the wild? Many of these materials represent a significant waste of valuable resources. It's clearly not something a thrifty human would do. Those kobolds, goblins, and other spellcasters can only manage this without the aid of sophisticated instruments. Franville spoke eloquently. Love, standing next to Nina, looked at her with adoration, almost exclaiming, so amazing. People so much younger than her are already fighting monsters, while she's still engrossed in horror adventure stories, completely absorbed. Nina neither refuted nor admitted it, but simply murmured an and then spoke to the half-elf shopkeeper. I plan to sell them all, but could you exchange them for something else? I don't want money. Nina asked timidly, but her request was undoubtedly granted by Franville. What do you want, little girl? We have everything adventurers need, but our main focus is on alchemical potions. Whether it's the best-selling sleeping potion or underwater breathing potion, we have it all. However, the equipment is mainly high quality. There aren't many weapons suitable for you. Most are magically enhanced, and the price. Franville began to introduce the various items in the alchemy shop to Nina. Nina listened attentively, intending to write these things down and then tell Mr. Gordon when she got back. Ms. Willow, I'd like a combat skill manual. Do you have any? A soldier's training manual. Franville looked at the little girl in front of her and asked in confusion. How much? Nina nodded. Among the purchases Gordon had given her was one related to strengthening the goblin party. A considerable amount of money can be spent to purchase warrior-type training skills. For example, charge and cleave are skills that ordinary warriors can master. After training them, they can learn some skills, which will give them a greater advantage in fighting monsters. After all, the Blackfire clan is now a tribe of nearly 100 people. Although they cannot replenish their high-end forces, they can improve the strength of these elite members. Books are quite expensive. It'll be much cheaper to study at the Warriors Guild, 1 gold coin per book. Franville was puzzled. Did the person behind her want to establish their own territory? To train warriors? After all, joining a guild only costs 10 silver coins, and mastering a decent skill will cost at most 20 silver coins. Books are significantly more expensive than professors. However, seeing Nina's reassuring look, she gave up trying to persuade her. Ms. Willow, I also need some flammable oil and a dagger. While Nina was picking and choosing among the warrior skills, she didn't forget to tell Franville what she needed next. The fire oil was something Gordon had asked her to bring, but the dagger was what she wanted. She also wanted to be a useful person. She originally wanted to buy a small crossbow, but she was afraid it would be too expensive. So Nina decided to settle for second best and buy a dagger more suitable for fighting in the sewers. She made the decision to buy it only after consulting with Mr. Gordon. Of course, it will be returned to Mr. Gordon later, using Nina's own money. Franville readily agreed. A dagger and raging oil were the standard provisions for an adventurer. You can basically buy these in any equipment shop in Kalando. Just as Nina was confirming the books Gordon had told her about, and was about to verify them, suddenly, she heard light, hurried footsteps coming from the doorway of the small shop behind her. Someone was coming. Like Nina, she arrived at the alchemy shop early in the morning. However, as soon as the footsteps of the people behind them began, a childish voice rang out throughout the alchemy shop, revealing their identities. Sister Fran? Could you please give me a dose of Lady Lucky's potion? Yesterday's has expired. Little Kieran, 1-2. As they spoke, 2 perfectly normal little boys from the working-class neighborhood ran up to the front desk. They slammed their hands on the front desk, which was taller than them, clutching copper coins in their hands, and began to urge each other on impatiently, their eyes full of anticipation. Love, go and get them 2 bottles of medicine. Franville, who was holding a bottle of flammable oil in one hand and a dagger in the other, saw the brat arrive and, without forgetting to instruct the little girl who was free beside her. Upon hearing this, Love, as if on cue, took out a tightly sealed bottle from a wooden box, poured out 2 drops of liquid the size of the bottle cap, and handed them to the 2 children. The 2 children thanked her without a word, each giving Love a copper coin before applying the potion to their hands and running off into the alchemy hut. He didn't forget to shout it out. Velen, I have a feeling I'll find Flander today, and the 2,000 gold coins are mine. Kiran, today you go to the west side of the city, I'll go to the east. We'll split up. Once we find it, we'll split the spoils. The sound grew fainter and fainter as the 2 boys moved further away, until it disappeared from sight. Seeing Nina looking somewhat dazed, Franville assumed she was also tempted and kindly tried to dissuade her. They won't find him. Flander has been missing for so many days, he's probably already left Kalando. Forget 2,000, they probably won't even get a single gold coin. They're just bored and want to try their luck. Nina, who had carefully put away the flaming oil and dagger handed to her by the half-elf shopkeeper, couldn't help but ask a question after hearing Franvello's words. Who are you looking for? Is Flanders famous? Seeing that Nina didn't know, Franville remained silent. He handed her a notice from the front desk, offering a reward of 2,000 gold coins for her portrait, with no regard for life or death. The rumor is that it costs 10 gold coins, but it needs to be verified by a priest at the Temple of the God of Justice. Is finding him worth 2,000 gold coins? Nina looked at the portrait of a handsome blonde boy with a bright smile and a heart-shaped sapphire necklace around his neck. Full of curiosity, she asked Franville. As long as you have his belongings, that's fine. For the Durun family, 2,000 gold coins is more than they spend at a single banquet. Franville said calmly. For the Durun family, whose branches in the port of Kalando alone number in the hundreds of merchant ships, this amount of money is indeed insignificant. But for most adventurers in Kalando, this money was enough for them to live a good life for the rest of their lives, no longer having to live a precarious adventure. But it's not so easy to get, Nina. Be realistic and don't be overly ambitious. The chances are too slim. Only those adventurers who have nothing better to do would waste their time in Kalando. And what is that lucky potion? Nina asked again. That's a lucky potion that's been selling really well at the temple lately. It's said that applying it will bring the goddesses favor and attention. I wonder where that rumor started. As a result, half of the temples in Kalando are now selling these so-called lucky potions. I've also stocked up on a batch, they're from the temple of the moon goddess. It's said that being in the dark can greatly increase your luck. Of course, there was one more thing Franville didn't say. That is, the so-called lucky potion is actually just holy water mixed with some other liquids, and it does not have any lucky blessing. Even the unluckiest person won't become the luckiest. Upon hearing the last sentence, Nina's eyes lit up, and she said timidly, Ms. Willow, could you also give Nina a dose of Lady's Lucky Potion? But could you please pack it for me? I don't want to use it right now. Franville smiled wryly after hearing this, but did not refuse. In her opinion, it's perfectly normal for the little girl in front of you to dream of getting rich overnight. So, Nina was also given a so-called lucky potion, and Nina in turn gave Franville a copper coin. A hope for a copper coin. Good quality and inexpensive, isn't it? The sewers, the bonfire hall. Not long after Nina left, Gordon lazily propped himself up and began to eat the breakfast prepared for him by his Blackfire clan servants. Live fish grilled over charcoal. 7 or 8 catfish-like fish, each weighing over 10 pounds, were neatly arranged below the high platform in Gordon, with a campfire nearby to keep the fish warm. Gordon doesn't like cold food, he prefers it hot. The hotter the better, this is common knowledge. This is something every servant of the Blackfire clan should know. Just as Gordon finished enjoying breakfast and began his new day, then they heard a goblin come down to deliver a message, saying that there was some movement from the kobolds. Gordon naturally summoned a goblin scout to inquire personally. The short goblin, who looked thin but walked 3 times faster than ordinary goblins, quickly stepped forward and said humbly, "The great dragon, those despicable kobolds, brought a great deal of food into their lair today, including live goblins and ratmen." "Oh, did you hear anything unusual?" Gordon asked. "Aside from the dense barking of dogs inside the nest, you can't hear anything else. But judging from the sounds, they're very excited and frenzied, somewhat like our clan's old sacrificial rites." The dwarf goblin was once a member of the Haas clan, the goblin clan favored by the gods, and it was very skilled in rituals. "Well done. Keep an eye on them, but don't alert them, and you all need to stay hidden," Gordon cautioned. Clearly, there must be a secret in the kobold's lair. However, it is currently waiting for Nina to return and is not considering taking action for the time being. It's not too late to take action after finding out the details. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Gordon firmly believed this. Information was of paramount importance, both in his previous life and in this other world. Gordon's plan to live a carefree life on the high platform was completely shattered by the news from the kobolds. He felt he should do something. So he took a few elite goblins with him and went out for a stroll to patrol the campfire territory. It was also hoping to bump into Nina on its patrol route. It was quite curious about this alchemy shop transaction. In order to purchase items, besides materials. When Nina left, she took all her savings with her, all the coins on the platform, and as many as 7 silver coins. Of course, this step was taken out of concern that there wouldn't be enough money. After all, the things it wants to buy are quite valuable, whether they're books or medicine, it's uncertain whether it can even buy them all. As Gordon pondered this, he deftly avoided the warning trap hidden in the narrow gap. It will emit a piercing ringing sound as soon as it is touched, and can be heard even from a kilometer away. This allows Gordon to effectively control the security of his territory. After all, those goblins are quite adept at avoiding these traps, and they rarely trigger them accidentally. To ensure Gordon doesn't experience the boy who cried wolf story. The wind is quite noisy in the sewers today. As Gordon pondered this, he moved lightly and silently with his strong limbs. Like a cat, it roamed around the area near the campfire hall. Several elite goblins wielding bone clubs followed far behind, forming a formidable wall of flesh. As one of the last few giant rat riders of the Skaven race, Terry bore a heavy burden that should not be borne by someone his age. After that single attack, suspected to be by an abyss demon, killed 7 or 8 giant rat riders, the giant rat rider branch of the Ratmen. There are no more capable or outstanding individuals to speak of. Tuka, Vicky, and the best of the giant rat riders have returned to their birthplace, the River Styx. This led to the giant rat rider suddenly becoming neglected by the Ratman tribe. The day before, the new batch of Ratman training was more inclined to convert them into Ratman rogues. Or perhaps it's a Ratman ranger, the kind who wields a poison crossbow and shoots away. These two professions are more suitable for people born in the year of the rat. Without a doubt, with Tuka's death, the giant rat knights fell into decline and could no longer make a ripple. The dragon slaying was ultimately just a reflection on a lake, a mirage. Now, Terry, the giant rat knight, is carrying out the orders of the supreme priest of the Ratmen race. Inquire about the fire in the southeast region and the goblin movements. There seems to be quite a commotion there lately. The priest then planned to send out scouts to investigate and see if any new forces had emerged over there. Given that the rogues were far less mobile than the giant rat riders, Terry ultimately took on the task he saw as a way to prove the giant rat riders' usefulness. Therefore, it took this task very seriously, and first went to check the goblin settlement originally called the Kaz tribe and the Dika tribe settlement. The conclusion that the two tribes had been wiped out was reached, especially since more than a dozen still intact goblin skeletons were still on display in the Dika clan's hall. Originally, it intended to return and report, but an inexplicable sense of responsibility swept over Terry. It wanted to emulate Tuka and revive the giant rat rider. Let the newborn Ratman see that the knight's status in the priest's heart is no less than that of the rogue and the knight-errant. It aims to carry on Tuka's legacy and promote the spirit of chivalry. Therefore, after discovering the two locations, it immediately spurred the giant rat beneath it toward the third location, the goblin settlement of the Galak clan. This time, it must complete the mission perfectly. Terry spurred the giant rat beneath him across the sewers. He touched the somewhat mismatched heart-shaped sapphire hanging around his short, thick neck, and silently prayed. May Lord Tuka bless Terry, so that he too may become a great giant rat rider like you, leading the rat race into the future. This was a reward given to it by Lord Tuka when it was promoted to giant rat knight. It has always treasured it and kept it at home. He only wore it after Tuka's death, so that he could always remember Tuka's last wishes. Just go through that secluded crack up ahead. Once you're there, just be careful, observe carefully, and then you can go back and report. Terry raced through the sewers and soon reached its destination. Gazing at the crack ahead, its brain contemplated the next steps. After carefully planning his steps and escape route, Terry quietly led the giant rat and silently slipped into the inconspicuous crack. Such a narrow crack is practically made for us Ratmen, it's a waste to give it to those green-skinned brats. As Terry crawled through the crack, he was thinking when the giant rat beneath him stepped on something that looked like a switch. The next second, a sharp alarm sounded from the crack. Terry panicked immediately, because the previously dark corner ahead was now illuminated by flames approaching from afar. He had obviously been discovered. At the same time, the goblins' shouts of "Hurrah! Hurrah!" came from around the corner ahead. However, Terry's expression faltered slightly, but he didn't react much. In his view, as long as he wasn't surrounded, it could drive the giant rat beneath it to charge with all its might, so it was impossible for it to be caught by goblins. This is why it was so bold as to go and check out the nest. So, it even calmly stepped on and broke the sharp alarm device, then leisurely watched the swarming goblins approach. He cursed in the Ratman language. "Goodbye, you green-skinned bastards. If you've got the guts, come and chase after your grandpa Terry." As Terry was about to turn his giant rat around, he noticed that the exit gap behind him seemed to have darkened considerably the instant it turned. Then, Terry saw a pair of dark golden vertical pupils staring at him intently from the opening of the crevice. Furthermore, the owner of those eyes spoke in a familiar Ratman language. "Oh, look what I found. Two cute and charming little mice." Its mouth was wide open, very wide. Gordon's thick black scales covered his entire body, and his soft belly was also covered with huge pale yellow dragon scales stacked on top of each other, like a shield. It lay sprawled on the high platform, its half-open, dark golden vertical pupils slightly narrowed, but judging from its humanoid expression, it was clearly in a good mood. The sharp claws, covered in scales, were unconsciously caressing a dazzling blue heart-shaped gemstone, playing with it in their hands. This is one of its spoils, worth quite a bit of money. It was also the most valuable item it had ever seen, worth a full 10 gold coins. Although it's a relatively low-quality sapphire, with minor flaws even in the heart shape, it's still a gemstone, isn't it? Selling it to the blue dragons in the desert would likely fetch a much higher price, as they consider gems that match their own color to be the most valuable. However, this is contingent on the blue dragon being willing to purchase it from its vault, rather than acquiring it from you through conversation, physical interaction. Gordon never imagined that killing a mere rat would yield a treasure more valuable than conquering an entire tribe. It remembered that the ratmen didn't like collecting these shiny things either, their treasures were on par with those of the goblins. But now that he had it, Gordon didn't dwell on how he got the sapphire, it was his now that it was in his hands. With that thought, Gordon focused his gaze on a line of pale blue light within his retina and quite contentedly distributed the 2 newly acquired talent fragments. Healthy, 8/20ths, 10/20ths, upward arrow. Looking at the jump in the light blue data information bar and the abundant power that had suddenly appeared in his body, Gordon nodded in satisfaction. Now, it has become stronger again, and this tangible increase in strength is really getting to it. If the situation on the kobold's side weren't so unclear, and the ratman's side wasn't so unpredictable, it probably would have already gone out to hunt for talent fragments. But it's still in a good mood. Going out for a patrol can bring unexpected surprises, it's more than happy to experience this kind of windfall. However, what bothered it slightly was that it seemed to be making too much noise here, attracting the attention and search of the rat people. The ratman knight didn't say a word before it was pinned to death. But Gordon could still guess that it had come here on a mission. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to this inconspicuous crack passage in the campfire hall to trigger the trap. If it weren't for the trap, they probably would have been sneaked up here undetected. Then, Gordon learned from this experience and added a few more traps and some minor maneuvers to the crack. Just as Gordon was recalling what traps from his trap mastery talent would be suitable for this location, he heard footsteps coming from the left passageway. The newcomer seemed to be out of breath, revealing herself without any attempt to conceal herself, clearly indicating that she felt completely at ease here. But it was that familiar voice, and Gordon's lips curled into a slight smile. Nina is back. Take what it wants. As Nina emerged from the passageway, before she could even greet anyone, she saw Mr. Gordon leaping down from the platform and walking towards her. Nina wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt like Mr. Gordon had grown quite a bit since she went out. Originally, it was curled up, its head only reaching around Nina's chest, but now it's probably touching its own neck. Keep in mind, it's only been less than 5 days. Nina clearly remembers that back then, Mr. Gordon wasn't much bigger than a house cat, just a bit bigger than Celia's sister Liz. Perhaps true dragons are just naturally gifted in this way. She calmed her slightly out-of-breath chest, then smiled at Gordon. Mr. Gordon? He sold those materials for over 2 gold coins. I bought some of what you wanted, but the invisibility potion you mentioned is too expensive. Even if I didn't buy anything else, I still couldn't afford it. The least potent invisibility potion in the alchemy shop costs 5 gold coins a bottle, and the effect is very small, lasting only 5 minutes. I've already asked Ms. Willow. As Nina and Gordon walked toward the platform, Nina began to tell Gordon about the magical potions in the alchemy hut and some of the popular items sold there. After Yi Long returned to the platform alone, Nina took out the bag that had been wrapped tightly on her back. A thin parchment book, a bottle of dark, viscous liquid, the bottle was thick, the stopper tight, clearly indicating it had been stored with great care. There was also a foot-long, gleaming short dagger, which, in Nina's hand, looked more like a short sword than a dagger, and some loose silver coins and copper coins. Clearly, this purchase cost a considerable amount of money. However, Gordon is quite easygoing about money. He's not a black dragon, so he doesn't have that strong a possessive desire. What attracted Gordon even more was that rather thin parchment book. Gordon naturally recognized the familiar common language in the book. It was this that Nina was given priority to purchase as one of the talent and skill training manuals. It's not exactly rare, but it's not exactly common either. The Bone Crusher from the Tier 1 Talent Feats Training Manual. Talent Bone Crusher. With special training, you can accurately locate the vulnerable points of biological joints and then use skillful force to deliver a bone-crushing blow. After the enemy's body is hit, a judgment will be made. If the judgment fails, it will cause disability, and in severe cases, paralysis. Note, blunt weapons have a bonus effect on breaking bones. If you want to master the Bone Crusher talent without a teacher, it requires a lot of combat experience and training over time. But having books makes things much more convenient. Gordon opened the parchment book, and the first page described a cross-section of a creature. From the side, it was a dog-headed man. The kobold's sides, front, and even head all have the key joint locations marked. Below is how to make a training dummy for talent/feature training. There are other creature sections that adventurers can use for targeted attacks, including creatures like goblins and bear goblins. The content is so clear and easy to understand that even a mindless barbarian could comprehend it. All I can say is that Nina's gold coin was well worth it. Choosing Bone Crusher was something Gordon learned from the Dragon Legacy, through the memories of the more powerful adventurers who wielded blunt weapons. As far as I can remember, in the north, there once was a 5th-tier Warhammer warrior wielding a blunt weapon, using weakness perception, and wearing protective gear made of winter wolf fur, who smashed all the joints of a fully grown white dragon, paralyzing it completely. White dragon has over 400 bones, but very few are intact. He used Bone Crusher. Its memory is particularly vivid. Fortunately, most of the goblins are also using bone hammers, which are blunt weapons, so the Bone Crusher talent training has a higher priority. After glancing through the book briefly, Gordon summoned Grush Blackfire, the leader of the Blackfire clan, to his side. He threw the parchment book directly in front of Grush, who was kneeling and listening to orders. A detached, authoritative voice came from the high platform. Grush, make sure they train well. Don't let me down. Yes, my master. Grush Blackfire glanced at part of the contents of the open book. He immediately recognized this as a book on some kind of combat technique or talent training, and was overjoyed, readily agreeing. At the same time, he made a grand declaration of determination in front of Gordon, saying things like, "If I fail, you can shove my head into the latrine, master." Gordon once thought it was just trying to freeload. Only after Gordon gestured did it carefully put away the books. After taking his leave, he hurriedly headed towards another gathering place in the hall. Starting today, their training will no longer be haphazard. It absolutely must not disappoint its owner, Grush thought to himself. On the high platform, Nina also saw a strange light. Under the campfire, that blue hue was captivating. A heart-shaped blue gemstone shone brilliantly beneath Gordon's pale yellow breastplate. This is. The goblins of the Blackfire clan began training in an open area not far away, practicing the key points of Bone Crusher. Their sounds were neither loud nor quiet. But to Gordon's ears, it was as if there were no sound at all. Because it was stunned by the number Nina blurted out. What did you say? This thing is worth 2,000 gold coins? The people of Kalindo are going crazy looking for it. Gordon looked down at the sapphire pressed against his chest, somewhat surprised. As it spoke, it quickly took the sapphire out from under its not too heavy body and carefully placed it aside, afraid that it would flatten it. Then it lay there, staring intently at the sapphire, whose symbolic significance outweighed its practical value. Gordon was still somewhat unsure, and before Nina could answer, it added, "While this sapphire boasts exquisite craftsmanship, the material itself is only inferior sapphire, and it's simply not worth the price." Nina, are you sure what you're seeing is really this gem? Nina, listening to Gordon's words, also fell into doubt for a moment. After all, the commission notice described Flander as wearing a heart-shaped sapphire, but she had no idea what material it was made of. If it turns out to be a false alarm and all the joy turns to nothing, that wouldn't be good. She would also feel very guilty. So she quietly told Gordon everything she knew about the matter. There is no personal bias, everything is a true retelling. This made Gordon somewhat believe it. After all, the appearance of this sapphire was very strange, being found on a rat. There is a high probability that the gem's original owner is gone, and it then fell into the hands of the ratman. This hypothesis is easy to deduce. So when Gordon looked at the sapphire again, it was as if he saw future extravagance, the life of a king in the sewers. 2,000 gold coins, that's no small sum. That's enough to exchange for a shop deed in Karindo, where land is incredibly valuable, or for 1 or 2 decent magical items. However, how to prove it is also a rather troublesome problem. Gordon stared at the distant campfire, its reflection burning in his vertical pupils, lost in thought for a long time. Nina also fell into deep thought for a moment. She had clearly thought of this problem as well. Gordon, however, thought even further ahead. If Nina were to take this gem to claim the reward, let alone whether she could actually get that huge sum of money back to Blackstreet. Let's start by talking about how to get past the Temple of Justice. After all, the priests of the God of Justice possess the true word spell. If Nina goes to turn in the quest, Gordon's existence will definitely not be kept secret, and she'll find out immediately. Perhaps only the followers of Sirek or Lyra could deceive the gods in the temple. These 2,000 gold coins are a bit too hot to handle. Gordon was having a bit of a headache, since Nina seemed to be his only trustworthy human, leaving him no room to maneuver. I'm willing but powerless. Am I just going to watch 2,000 gold coins slip through my fingers? Gordon was somewhat unwilling, but Nina spoke up. She looked at Gordon with timid eyes, then finally mustered up her courage and spoke. Could you let Nina try? I think Ms. Willow is a good person. Perhaps she can help us. That half-elf. Gordon was certainly aware of Franville's existence. Nina had mentioned it to her during the last transaction. I heard it's the owner of a kind and generous alchemy shop, and the purchase price is quite reasonable. However, Gordon scoffed and immediately wanted to refuse, and give Nina a good lesson in social psychology. Nina is too young, she may not understand the wickedness of human nature. So-called betrayal is nothing more than not having enough bargaining chips. Some people may not care about small gains, but when faced with huge wealth, they will bare their fangs. Like a dragon, they greedily seize everything. No, they are more ferocious than dragons. The dragon only steals wealth, but those people won't stop until they've taken everything. 2,000 gold coins were enough to make even the most humble and polite nobles reveal their most primal wildness. Plunder? As long as you are weaker than me, everything you have will be mine. We can use the contract with the goddess of wealth. This will ensure that neither party encounters any problems. Nina quickly added. In the free city of Kalando, if you were to ask which god is the most popular, there is no doubt it would be Vol'jin, the goddess of wealth, whose temple occupies more than twice the size of other temples. The palaces surrounding the Temple of Light are larger than those of ordinary gods. They were built for her by her most devout followers. Merchants who worship the goddess Vol'jin are found almost everywhere on the continent, and their faith is not just general, but fanatical. Donating gold coins to repair the temple is a perfectly normal thing to do. Moreover, in Kalando, the free city teeming with merchants, the combined number of Vol'jin's followers is comparable to that of the gods. This left Gordon speechless. Yes, with the contract from the goddess of wealth, there were indeed no worries. He could easily find someone to help with the appraisal or to receive the item. After all, as long as the sapphire in the commission is genuine, they will indeed receive the full reward, not a single copper coin. Its preconceived notions prevented it from thinking things through clearly for a while this indigenous person, who was not yet 10 years old, thought much more clearly than Gordon. Indeed, the goddess of wealth is the most impartial of all the gods in transactions. All merchants must sign contracts with her. To avoid being deceived, Vol'jin's contract should be the first choice, as only her contract can ensure the fairest transaction between the two parties. Then do as you say, but be careful, Nina. 2,000 gold coins are nothing, you can give them up if necessary. Gordon said in a deep voice, adding a final note, this tool is being used quite well. If it were to be ruined just because of 2,000 gold coins, its promising position in the sewers could collapse as a result. Nina, like Gordon had just been, remained lost in thought after hearing these words. It wasn't until Gordon repeated it again that Nina snapped out of her daze. She quickly turned her head away, wiped her eyes, and then spoke in a muffled, nasal voice. I will, Mr. Gordon. You know, Nina is more wary than a sewer rat. She'll run away at the slightest danger. Gordon listened to Nina's words, even though he knew they were somewhat inappropriate. But its gaze still involuntarily fell on the giant rat that was hanging in circles over the campfire, its charred yellow skin glistening in the firelight. Young lady, it's probably better not to use a mouse as a metaphor. Of course, Gordon didn't say this aloud, he simply changed the subject. So when do you plan to leave? Now. Yes, I've been to the temple district quite a few times before. It's quite far from Black Street, it takes about an hour to walk there. The priests in the temple district would occasionally distribute relief food, and Nina had been there a few times. However, the share they received was often snatched away by other beggars and homeless people before they even left the temple area. Over time, Nina began to feel that the food there wasn't as appealing as the garbage cans in the back alley of the Fireplace Tavern. At least, she felt safe eating there. All right, let's have breakfast before we go. I bet you haven't had any this morning. Let me bring back some delicious treats from the past. Gordon pointed to the giant rat meat roasting over a fire not far away. Nina's eyes lit up, and she readily agreed. She was hungry too. So Gordon had the goblins from the Blackfire clan, who were waiting nearby, bring over the giant rat meat so that Nina could share it. However, after Nina had eaten about 6/10 full, she suppressed her urge to eat more and said goodbye to Gordon. After all, being full would make her feel very uncomfortable, which wouldn't be good for her movements. Nina understood this principle. Gordon didn't try to stop him, but just gave him some routine instructions. However, before leaving, Nina took out a small, sealed, semi-transparent bag, about the size of a fingernail, from her person. The bag appears to contain a liquid. Nina opened the sealed bag, then stepped forward and applied the liquid inside to Gordon's padded paws. Gordon did not resist and let them apply the paste. He was also a little curious about what it was, and waited until it was finished. Nina then spoke. Mr. Gordon, this is a potion of luck. It was made at the Temple of the Moon Goddess, and it's very effective. Especially in the dark sewers, Sarah's domain, she will protect you. Gordon looked at the liquid-soaked dragon claw with suspicion, then brought it to his nose and smelled it. It smells delicious, but isn't it a bit wasteful? How much? Gordon asked. 1 copper coin. Nina, when you come back, bring me 10 servings, thank you. As she embarked on her journey at dawn, Nina walked with a composed gait before stepping onto the dark streets of Kalando. It wasn't because she no longer had to hide in the sewers. It wasn't because of Mr. Gordon or those adorable goblins from the Blackfire clan behind them. Instead, her heart was filled with hope and faith. She doesn't know when it started, but she began to notice the splendor and diversity of the world, and she also had the leisure to care about things she would never have cared about before. It probably started 4 days ago, Nina thought. Under Gordon's watchful eye, she climbed the familiar sewer stairs. As she was about to leave, she silently mouthed something to the owner of the pair of dark golden vertical pupils below. Mr. Gordon, please go back quickly. I'll be back as soon as Ms. Willow and I have finished our discussion as you instructed. Prepare the sharp-beaked frog well, and wait for me to come back. Don't worry, everything will be fine. As she spoke, Nina patted the hard dagger at her waist, indicating that she was safe. As the figure receded from her sight, Nina took one step at a time, walking from the sewers of Kalando into the already bustling dark street. Her head, which looked somewhat sickly after being made up, peeked out from the half-broken sewer opening. Someone had spotted her. But upon seeing that it was still the same dragon-descended girl covered in moss, clearly nearing the end of her life, they all turned their gaze away. Nina, on the other hand, was hunched over, her head bowed, her hand unconsciously resting on the dagger beneath her skirt. Nina always chose routes that were as remote as possible. When someone approaches, it turns into an ostrich, hiding to the side, neither running away nor resisting. These are techniques she honed through her experience in the underworld. Running can sometimes incite the perverse desires of villains, but remaining still can also lead to a sudden and violent death. Therefore, Nina always chose remote locations to avoid street thugs and other bad gang members. About 10 minutes later, she arrived safely at the border between the Black Street and the civilian area. The city guards were still there, but the mist that had concealed her figure was gone. Nina faced a dilemma. Given her current appearance, if she dared to go in, she would almost certainly be kicked out. Nina could already see children staring at her menacingly, as if as soon as she stepped into the civilian area, vegetable leaves and stones would rain down on her. In the past, she would choose to go back at this time and come back the next morning, because if she got injured, she might die. But the situation certainly didn't allow Nina to back down, so she had no choice but to take a roundabout approach. She pretended to leave first, then hid out of sight, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, an opportunity arose. Nina seized the opportunity and touched it. 15 minutes later, Nina hid in a corner and waited until the last customer left Fran's alchemy shop before quietly entering. The unusual odor emanating from her made her noticeable even before she uttered a sound. What a stench! Oh, it's you, Nina. Love, who was sitting at the front desk and bombarded by the stench, was about to complain, but her eyes lit up when she saw that it was Nina who had come in. They no longer minded Nina's stench. In her mind, adventurers, no matter how bad they are to be expected. After all, they risk their lives to fight, adventure, and explore. In her eyes, Nina was no different from those adventurers. He was also someone she admired, an idol, so even his smelled good. Do you have anything else to sell? I'll go inside and call my sister out. After Love first applied a drop of perfume to Nina to mask the odor, she vanished like a gust of wind. She rushed into the inner room shouting and yelling, startling Franville, who was conducting an experiment. The potion she had prepared, which cost a lot of gold coins, was almost ruined. However, upon hearing that Nina had returned, as mentioned by Love, she assumed there was something wrong with the items she had sold. So after dealing with the experimental suffixes, Franville hurriedly returned to the front hall. Looking at the dragonborn girl who was standing there, somewhat at a loss, he asked softly, "Is there anything else? If you want to return something you bought, you can do so today. If you return it tomorrow, there might be a depreciation fee." Fran's voice was soft. She noticed the hesitation in the dragon-blooded girl's eyes. Unexpectedly, the words Nina was about to say caught her off guard. "Sister Fran, I have a business deal worth 2,000 gold coins that I'd like to discuss with you." Franville's mind went blank for a moment, but she quickly recovered, glanced outside the door, and without replying to Nina, first hung the sign indicating that the shop was closed for the day outside, then closed the shop door. The air fell silent instantly. With the wooden door closed, the alchemy shop was now completely separated from the outside world. Nina admitted it was impossible not to be nervous, but she still put on a weak and timid demeanor. "Sister Fura, how are you? You found Flanders? Where is he?" Franville looked at the dragonborn girl with some curiosity. She never expected that the little girl, who had just learned about Flander from her, would be like this. "In less than an hour, I was back to discuss a deal worth 2,000 gold coins with her." Nina didn't speak, and Franville naturally understood. So she changed the question. "Then why did you come to me? You could have gone to the temple yourself to complete the task. The Temple of Justice doesn't refuse entry to anyone. Unless you have a secret." Nina wanted to explain, but felt that it would only make things worse, so she simply lowered her head and remained silent. However, Franville clearly understood, so she asked directly, "I can prepay you the gold coins after they've been appraised, but you need to tell me how much I can keep." Her voice was no longer as gentle as before. In business, she wouldn't be stingy if the customer had a need. 500 gold coins. Nina gave a number, which Gordon had considered carefully before deciding on a reasonable share. Although the pay was somewhat high, according to Nina, 1 gold coin is enough to send a desperado to kill several people in the underworld, let alone 500 gold coins, which is enough to buy a slave with noble blood. But if things go as expected, it's not impossible. Besides, this thing came too easily, like a windfall, so Gordon wouldn't mind giving up some profit. "Oh, that's impressive." Franville's previously serious expression softened, and she suddenly found Nina more agreeable. 500 gold coins. "I agree. Where is it?" she asked. "It's not on me. You need to go to the Temple of Vol'jin and sign a contract before I can give it to you. 50 silver coins, Nina can afford it." Nina pulled the heavy little bag out of her dress. The crisp rustling sound inside was incredibly soothing. "Good." Franville gave the dragon-blooded girl in front of her a deep look, then smiled wryly. He said to Love, who was stunned behind him, "Love, could you watch the shop for me? I'm going to the Temple of Vol'jin with her. We'll be right back. Don't sell anything indiscriminately. Understand?" "Okay, sister." The red-haired girl with twin ponytails stared blankly at the two of them, only able to nod stiffly. As for what the two of them were talking about, Love, completely bewildered, could only shake her head. Seeing that Franville readily agreed, Nina's tense heart finally relaxed. Then the two of them went out together, and Franville hailed a carriage on the street as soon as she stepped out. Nina, who had expected to walk a long way, was caught off guard. Thus, Nina experienced the feeling of being in a carriage for the first time. It was a kind of surreal, floating sensation. But she was excited, sitting by the car window, watching the reflections of the streets receding into the distance, her eyes filled with anticipation and hope. Riding in a horse-drawn carriage is really enjoyable, of course. If Mr. Gordon were here too, that would be even better. In Nina's vertical pupils, the towering temple of Vol'jin, gleaming golden in the sunlight, seemed almost within reach. The priests at the temple of Vol'jin wore different clothing than those at other temples. Despite being called priests, they resembled nobles more, dressed in jeweled attire. Wearing a silk shirt, leather sleeves, and ankle boots, all the materials she wore were made of the most expensive fabrics and furs, exuding the ultimate in luxury and extravagance. The rings they wore still faintly showed traces of magical fluctuations. As priests of Vol'jin, the power of their divine spells is mostly tied to money. This explains why the power of the priest Vol'jin is related to his wealth. It is said he is at the level of a high priest. Furthermore, he can move tens of millions of gold coins and use the Dragon Covenant to summon golden dragons or metal dragons such as brass dragons to fight for him. Often, the combined might of these powerful dragons could easily drain the entire annual treasury of a wealthy nation. Of course, most priests, if they choose to summon helpers, choose to ask their own goddess, Vol'jin, for help. From her divine realm, she summoned powerful creatures to descend to the mortal world to help her. Because it's more cost-effective this way, it's said that if you use it a lot, you can get a buy one get one free deal, which means you get a powerful creature along with a weaker one. Alternatively, after summoning 10 times, you can enjoy the benefit of summoning again for 1 copper coin each time. However, the creatures in Vol'jin's realm are often considerably weaker than those in other divine realms. They're better at making money than fighting. For them, as long as they have enough money, there's nothing they can't solve. Money can do anything. The followers of the goddess Vol'jin also adhere to the beliefs of their goddess. Whatever you do, you should expect a reward. Therefore, Nina and Franville, the half-elf, took out no less than 2 silver coins before even seeing the contract and arrived inside the temple. It's a real-life example of without money, you can't move an inch. However, Franville had done this before, so she was quite familiar with the process and simply bought a contract document with the effect of a goddess from the temple priest. Then, on this standard contract produced by the Temple of Vol'jin, a clause concerning the heart-shaped sapphire was added, along with a description of the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. It is worth mentioning that in the contract with the goddess Vol'jin, when the assessment of responsibilities and obligations is not equal, the contract will be automatically balanced, removing or eliminating responsibilities or obligations, or even leaving it completely blank and not displayed. In matters of trade, Vol'jin is truly a god of justice. However, the price to be paid was equally staggering. 1/10 of the total value of the goods had to be given to the goddess Vol'jin as a reward. In other words, if you want this contract to be approved by the goddess, Nina and Franvallo, on the other hand, need to offer 200 gold coins to the goddess Vol'jin. This was something Nina hadn't expected, but it was also understandable. Most of the knowledge she possessed came from Grandma Oran, or from the adventurers in the tavern. Following the crowd, some people believe that simply purchasing a contract will grant them recognition. Don't they realize that it would really only take 1 gold coin to gain the goddess's approval? Then there wouldn't be so many stories of greedy businessmen being swindled out of their fortunes. However, even 200 gold coins is within Nina's acceptable range, considering she already spent 500 gold coins. It's not unacceptable to take out 200 gold coins for safety, especially since the 200 gold coins are to be divided equally. In other words, Nina only needs to contribute 150 gold coins, while Fran will cover the rest. Moreover, this contract will only be valid if Nina's heart-shaped sapphire is indeed Flanders' relic. So there's no need to worry about not getting the 2,000 gold coins from the commission if it's not Flanders' relic. 200 gold coins should also be given to Goddess Vol'jin. By the time Nina, with the priest's help, examined the contract and pressed her fingerprint on it, half an hour had passed. The increasingly intense sunlight made the towering temple, covered in gold paint, gleam, and the round roof reflected a pure golden light. Nina and Franvallo had already stepped out of the temple gates, and at this moment, a barely perceptible divine power connected them. The contract has been left at the Temple of Vol'jin, and until its expiration, all their actions must be strictly carried out in accordance with its terms. Otherwise, those who breach the contract will be punished by the goddess Vol'jin, which is why Vol'jin's covenant is so effective. The wrath of a deity is not something an ordinary person can bear. Even a legendary mage would be extremely cautious when facing a deity, let alone ordinary people. However, as she boarded the carriage, Nina handed the sapphire she had hidden on her person to the half-elf in front of her. With divine power binding her, she didn't need to worry that the seemingly peaceful person in front of her might suddenly harbor ill intentions towards her. When Franvallo saw the heart-shaped sapphire that shone brightly in the sunlight, she disregarded Nina's earlier little lie and began to carefully examine the sapphire. As time passed, the expression on her face gradually softened, and a smile slowly appeared. When the carriage stopped at the Adventurers Guild, Franville whispered something in Nina's ear. "Congratulations? If nothing unexpected happens, you're undoubtedly the luckiest adventurer in Kalando this year, the fortunate Dragonborn." Nina watched as the slender half-elf, her waist-length hair tied up with a ring, gracefully walked into the bustling Adventurers Guild. Franville was in charge of everything from the Adventurers Guild and the delivery of commissions to all subsequent matters. This was a responsibility that had already been assigned to her in the contract. Nina only needs to hand over the sapphire and pay her 500 gold coins as a reward after the gold coin settlement. Nina waited in the carriage for about half an hour, until the blazing golden sun was almost directly overhead. With a beaming smile, Franville finally emerged from the Adventurers Guild. He quickly returned to the carriage, told the waiting coachman, and headed to their next destination, Fran's alchemy hut. He then jokingly said to Nina, who looked on with hope, "You're quite the little rich girl now? Most second-tier adventurers probably aren't as wealthy as you. Should I buy myself a new outfit?" "No need, I just need a list of your little alchemy shop. Is that all right, Ms. Willow?" Nina shook her head. "Sure." Having just received 500 gold coins from Nina, Franvello naturally didn't mind earning a little more. "By the way, could you please prepare something for me to take back with me when I leave later?" "What is it?" "Invisibility potion, and luck potion. 10 portions, pack them up." Nina seemed to have thought of something happy, and a smile appeared on her lips. A black dragon yawned in the sewer, while continuing to stare into the passageway, hoping to hear a familiar sound. It began to worry. Its agitation and indifferent expression caused the goblins' training noise in the campfire hall to almost disappear. They were afraid of angering the ruler of the Blackfire clan, the great and benevolent True Dragon. Meanwhile, the Adventurers Guild, Flanders' relatives, including a noblewoman, were sobbing uncontrollably, her hands clutching a heart-shaped sapphire. Only after the crying gradually subsided did the noblewoman choke back tears as she spoke to a leader of the Adventurers Guild. "President Ben, I wish to issue a commission. The task is to eradicate all the ratmen and their spawn in the Kalando sewers. The compensation is 5 times the average price. Claim the prize money with the head of a ratman or a giant rat. I will make the ratmen of the Kalando sewers pay the price for my poor Flander." As she spoke, her elegant and dignified face was filled with barely suppressed anger. "The sky over Black Street is about to change. Jim, why are there so many adventurers on my turf? Do you know why?" At the Dragon Hunter headquarters, Finch stared grimly at his men who had just returned from gathering intelligence. He needed an explanation. It was obvious that this third-tier warrior, who had once brought back the skull of a 2-legged flying dragon, was in a rather bad mood. As for why he was in a bad mood, only he himself probably knew. "Boss, it's said that Flanders' request was completed by someone else," and then the mage used tracing to discover that the murderer of Flander was a rat man from the sewers. So the Durun family issued a commission to eradicate the rats from the sewers and avenge their young Flander. It's said that a single ordinary ratman's head is worth 20 copper coins, while a higher-ranking ratman is worth 3 silver coins. Adventurers are going crazy. They came straight to the sewers of the underworld, carrying sacks, to collect money. Even quite a few people in our gang want to go into the sewers and steal some money. This was a lean man with a mottled scar on his face running from his eyelid to his lip. He quickly reported what he knew to Finch, the undisputed strongest man in the southern Black Street. Finch's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened, until finally he was practically spitting out tears, and he didn't utter a single sound. Jim, one of his men, was terrified and trembled with fear, only daring to bow his back and wait for Finch's orders. "It's all right, you can go now. Keep the gang members in check and prevent them from clashing with those outside adventurers." Finch finally calmed down and said to Jim in a low voice, "Yes, boss. I'll go tell the brothers right away not to get into a fight with those adventurers." Jim felt like he'd been granted a pardon. He quickly accepted the order and left, feeling increasingly impressed that his boss aura had grown even stronger. Even as a second-tier elite rogue, he was somewhat unsettled. He probably couldn't even manage stealth in front of him. Finch didn't stay at headquarters for long before leaving the Dragon Hunter's territory and heading straight to the second floor of a thorn inn in the civilian district. He walked to the last room at the end of the corridor, knocked on the wooden door, and said softly, "Lord Vermilion, are you there?" "It's me, Finch." This name was the same as the old woman in black robes who had accompanied Finch to investigate the Black Street site. However, the voice coming from inside the room was that of a young, delicate woman, tinged with languor and mystery. "Finch? What is it now? Come in." Squeak. Her cheerful tone was slightly drawn out. Clearly, she was in a good mood. The hotel room door opened automatically. Finch glanced down the hallway and, finding no one there, entered the room. Upon entering, Finch saw a slender, dark-haired young woman lying on the bed, her delicate hand holding a glass of red liquid. Her gaze met his, and she gave him a wicked smile. However, Finch only dared to glance enviously at this woman who had rejuvenated herself in just a few days. This is a unique ability belonging to the Ouroboros cult of evil gods, using life force to heal injuries, and then, like a snake shedding its skin, regaining youth and a youthful appearance. However, this was just hearsay. It was actually the first time Finch had ever met him. He bowed his head very respectfully and said it. "Lord Vimir must have received divine favor. How enviable. What brings you here? Speak." Still with a languid, contented voice, Vermilion crossed her long, straight legs, arching them slightly. She didn't respond to Finch's words. Instead, she readjusted her lying position, placed the wine glass on the bedside table, and looked at the third-tier warrior in front of her, waiting for his answer. For some reason, Finch felt that Vermil's eyes were filled with greed, but he was preoccupied with the unrest in the underworld and didn't pay much attention to Vermil's strange behavior. There are a lot of adventurers coming to the Black Street now, I'm worried. Should we perform a priesthood for the serpent god? Finch was clearly caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the adventurers and was in a panic. But that's normal. After all, anyone who wants to perform a ritual to a wicked god would be somewhat annoyed if they encountered adventurers loitering right under their noses. Huh? What's going on? The previously languid woman immediately sat up straight. Besides those thugs, where were the adventurers in the underworld? Finch didn't dare keep anyone in suspense and told Vermeer everything that had happened to Corando that day. After listening to Finch's story, Vermouth, who was only wearing a silk floor-length nightgown, leaned back leisurely. Don't worry, everything's fine. Let them do their cleanup, we'll prepare ours. Whether the Ratman can hold out for 3 months is still unknown. Once the storm passes, the sewers will still be the same empty, deserted sewers, just like before. Vermeer reverted to her nonchalant demeanor and spoke softly, though she still gave Finch a few words of advice. Don't act rashly during this period. It's not too late to take action after the storm has passed. 3 months is more than enough time. Understood, Lord Vermilion. Finch nodded respectfully, intending to leave. But just as he was about to turn around, a pair of fair, slender arms draped over his shoulders, and icy fingers touched his neck, sending a chill through him. A fragrant breath, as sweet as orchids, wafted over, accompanied by an alluring voice. Since you're here, and I haven't enjoyed myself in ages, come on, lie down. A look of fear flashed in Finch's eyes. He wanted to say something, and he also wanted to break free from her embrace. But she found that her body, which was originally her own, was now unresponsive, and she involuntarily walked to the soft velvet bed and lay down, like a robot. Lord Vermeer, please don't do this. His words were filled with panic. He clearly knew that this sudden ordeal was not a good thing. This is Vermeer, a priest belonging to the evil god cult Ouroboros. However, in the southern principality, there were terrifying rumors of people being drained of their life force by 20 or 30 people. He didn't want to deplete his vital essence and lose his qualification for permanent advancement because of a single moment of pleasure. Don't worry, I'll be careful. After all, I still need your help right now, don't I? The seductive voice of the evil priest rang out, carrying an air of undeniable authority. With her current strength as a fully restored 4th-tier blasphemy priest, she can easily make these 3rd-tier warriors obediently listen to her and let her do as she pleases. Come on, enjoy yourself. Accompanied by a pleasant female voice and Finch's humiliating expression, which was almost overflowing with regret. A joyous feast quietly unfolded in a hotel. The orders to enter the sewers have already taken hold, and adventurers from all over Colando are flocking to the Black Street. However, most of them headed southwest, and their areas did not overlap with those of Gordon. They were hunting Ratman, not worthless goblins. So, it wasn't until Nina returned from Fran's alchemy shop that Gordon learned the situation in the sewers had begun to change. However, this was within Gordon's expectations. After all, the murderer must be punished. He originally thought it would just be a group of adventurers coming down to eliminate him. Unexpectedly, the Durun family went to such lengths, using a bounty system to wipe out the entire Ratman race in the Kalando sewers. While contemplating the situation in the sewers and its impact on the Blackfire clan, it toyed with the small bottle of blue liquid that Nina handed it. This is the invisibility potion that Nina brought him. It is said that after swallowing it, a creature no more than 2 meters in size can completely disappear into thin air, but its movement will make a sound. Gordon didn't hesitate for long before summoning Grush. It was instructed to recall all the goblin scouts monitoring the kobolds outside. Currently, it does not yet have the resources to clash with adventurers. The best solution for it is to lay low for a while, isn't it? The black-scaled dragon lay on its side atop hundreds of gold coins poured from its dimensional bag. He squinted, enjoying the way the dragon-blooded girl cleaned his scales with a cloth soaked in hot water, and thought contentedly. Occasionally it would flip over, lying there as lazy as a salted fish, completely still. 21 hours have passed since Celia and Magalza left the demiplane Azure City. They are now about halfway to the free city of Colando. The midday sun was quite hot, but neither of them chose to rest because of the temperature. Their time was running out. Now dressed in no different attire than any other adventurer, Margarithia asked Celia, who was following behind her. Celia, how much time do we have? The invisibility effect will wear off in 3 hours. Celia was still dressed in a black robe, her long gray hair hanging down on both sides, and a silver pseudo-dragon with its eyes closed resting on her shoulder. The only difference was that she wore a miniature gold crown on her soft gray hair, but the gold on the crown had rusted and lost its original luster. Celia answered as she walked. Her speech was neither too fast nor too slow, and her pace was the same, making her seem exceptionally at ease as she traveled through the forest. This is the best way to travel, maximizing both stamina and speed. It's a pace every adventurer must learn in the wilderness. Surprisingly, the two of them made no sound or movement as they passed through haystacks or stepped on dry branches. Even with ants under their feet, when they stepped on them, the ants continued to move the rice grain-sized food back to their burrow for storage. This is the most ingenious form of invisibility, capable of completely concealing one's voice and movements without affecting anything. Just as the wanderers entered the shadow dimension, they too entered a phantom dimension. In this way, their traces vanished completely in the prime material plane. It was like a miracle. However, Celia knew that this was a miracle, because the spell, which resembled a high-level invisibility spell, was a spell solidified on a semi-divine artifact. A semi-divine artifact called the Dimensional Crown is what she wears on her head. When released, it allows all friendly units within 30 feet to enter a dimensional plane for 12 hours, once a day. It is said to have been created by a demigod mage during the era when the elves ruled the continent of Io. It's rather useless, it's a defective product. It can only be used 10 times before it disintegrates due to energy imbalances. Later, during the Elven Wars, the semi-divine artifact was lost in another world after its master's death, and was unexpectedly obtained by a planeswalker. Later, it was placed in the collection exhibition of the Azure City as one of the traveling Buddhist masters' collections. Then Celia obtained it from the Tower Spirit, making it their escape tool when they fled from those people. Looking back now, Celia could still feel the Tower Spirit's anger at being exposed, yet its helpless expression as it told them how to use it. Let's walk for 2 hours first, then find a place to rest, and set off again the next day. Sigh. Marguerite looked at the somewhat rusty golden crown on the gray-haired girl's head and said with a regretful tone. Hearing the sigh in her captain's voice, Celia naturally understood what she was sighing about. But the fact that they are alive and well is already a blessing from the gods. If you still hope to gain more, even the most greedy 5-colored dragon queen would probably think your greed surpasses even hers. Even if Dimensional Crown only has 3 spell slots left, it's enough to get us back to Kalando. Don't worry, Captain. And it seems they've given up chasing us, haven't they? During the 9 hours that Celia was under the effect of advanced invisibility, she was still able to see the humans trying to search for them in the jungle at the beginning. But as dawn approached, no one was left searching for them near where they had hidden. We can't let our guard down, Celia. There must be some highly skilled wanderers among that group, I sense it. Otherwise, they couldn't have found us so quickly. Although Margarithia was somewhat distressed by the damage to the artifact, seeing Celia's nonchalant attitude, she immediately gave her the necessary instructions. I know. Celia nodded in agreement, her expression solemn. In stark contrast to her initial lack of fighting spirit, she experienced a great deal in less than a day. After calming down, Celia learned that there was another mastermind behind it all, and she became even more determined to take revenge. She was no longer living alone, she wanted to seek justice for those who had died. Although they are not strong enough now, as long as they are alive, there is hope. Seeing that Celia hadn't let her guard down despite the presence of the demigod artifact, Margarithia breathed a sigh of relief. She was somewhat afraid that Celia might lose her mind because of the artifact. After all, throughout history, countless people have possessed powerful artifacts only to suffer a backlash from them. Let's go, Celia, there's still a long way to go. In a space completely invisible from the prime material plane, the two continued their journey back to Kalando. There, the light of hope for revenge shines. Karando Sewers, Southeast Region. 3 hours have passed since the commission to clean the sewers was issued. The Ratman tribe, occupying the Ratman capital where more than 50 pipelines converge, is already in a state of panic. Although the adventurers haven't found this place yet, it's only a matter of time. These unexpected adventurers in the sewers completely disrupted the Ratman tribe's hopes and plans. They hadn't even fully conquered the southeastern region when they were already greeted by the most terrifying adventurers in legend. What made them even more desperate after this seemingly undeserved disaster struck was the High Priest, who once held a supreme position in the Ratman tribe, has now disappeared without a trace. This left them somewhat leaderless for a time. Some Ratmen suggested avoiding these adventurers, staying out of their way, and finding a secluded place they couldn't reach to rebuild their lives. Some Ratmen, however, believed that hiding was futile and that they could engage the adventurers in a fierce battle through the sewers, utilizing their own advantages. Even if it means death, we'll bite off a piece of their flesh to show them that the Ratmen are not to be trifled with. Just as these two voices were locked in a stalemate within the Skaven tribe, 5 well-equipped adventure teams have already converged from all directions through the outer pipes of the Ratman city. The Ratmen acting as scouts at the pipe entrances were no match for the elite human wanderers. His throat was slit and his cervical vertebrae snapped without any doubt. The Ratman tribe's clear division of labor and vast territory surprised these adventurers, but they were mostly delighted. This also means that those shimmering little darlings are beckoning to them. A grand harvest party is about to begin. Black Street Sewers, Southern Area. A man dressed as a warrior charged forward, creating a whirlwind, and then swung his broadsword with a powerful blow, instantly killing a Ratman ranger who had no time to react. The crossbow and its body were slammed into the uneven wall of the sewer, then fell down like a picture frame. The gray fur-covered body instantly collapsed into a lump of mud, completely unrecognizable from its previous energetic state. This is what happens when a warrior gets close. 3 silver coins secured. These Ratmen are much easier to kill than goblins or kobolds. Right, Kylan? The warrior whistled merrily, trotted forward quickly, and sliced off the Ratman ranger's head with his dagger, ignoring the blood, and hung it contentedly from his waist. 3 hours had passed since the riot in the Ratman capital. Although it was getting dark outside, there were still many adventurers in the sewers, planning to work hard all night. Anyway, as soon as you go outside, there's a small booth set up at the entrance of Black Street where you can exchange rewards. Piles of copper and silver coins are laid out naked on the table. As long as you bring a Ratman's head, you can exchange it on the spot. There's also a pub nearby, so you can have a nice drink and then get a good night's sleep, a complete service. Don't be careless. Without my arrow protection, you'd be riddled with bullets by now, charging in so recklessly. A girl with a single ponytail, who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, replied calmly. Although she was dressed in a grey mage-style robe, she was holding a light crossbow. He had just shot and killed an ordinary ratman who was stunned and motionless. The short arrow struck him squarely between the eyebrows, and the tail feathers were still trembling slightly. This is normal, though. In the continent of Ion, low-level mages have very few spell slots and not many usable skills. Most of the slots are used to memorize skills that protect teammates or oneself, such as mage armor, arrow protection, environmental adaptation, footprints, etc. A pure mage is really weak at low levels without magical items. After a skirmish, you might have used up most of your spell slots, and then you'll be stuck in a sluggish state. She's a burden who needs protection, even an ordinary goblin could kill her. Therefore, choosing to use a light crossbow or a part-time warrior is the essential choice for most low-level mages when going on adventures. Hey. The valiant warrior scratched his head slightly and chuckled. He fell silent. The mage before him was absolutely right. If it weren't for arrow protection, he might have been hit by that Ratman Ranger's crossbow bolt in the very first round. You two, stop talking? The fight isn't over yet. Whether I can get a full glass of oatmeal at the Stovehouse tonight depends on this. This kind of freebie isn't common. The sound was accompanied by the hissing sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh, and also the unique counting method of Captain Ryan. 20, 40, 6, no, 80, 380. In just a few breaths, Ryan, the leader of the second-tier elite swordsman guild, had already killed 4 ordinary ratmen and 1 first-tier ratman. With Ryan speaking, the two men naturally lost interest in arguing and rushed over to clean up the small gathering place of the ratmen. They didn't need to worry about the ratman escaping, as the sewer pipes had already been blocked. Only one gap remained, where 2 of his teammates, a dwarf warrior and a half-elf ranger, were guarding. They spent a considerable amount of time setting up to take over this small gathering of ratmen. All for this moment, so that we can reap the rewards to our heart's content. The killing has not stopped. Adventurer groups with Ryan's setup are commonly seen being ambushed in the sewers. The ratmen were also caught off guard by this sudden attack and had nowhere to escape. In less than a day, the ratman race was utterly routed before they could even mount an effective resistance. But it's not their fault. Several hundred adventurers, or 70 or 80 low-level teams, were intermittently pouring into the sewers of the Black Street. Having lived a comfortable life in the sewers for several years, the ratmen had completely forgotten that adventurers even existed. After all, the sewers in the Dark Street are not frequented by many people who are poor and have no money. Unless there's a genuine commission, very few people are willing to venture into the filthy, stinking, and poorly lit sewers to hunt monsters. But now, here it is. Therefore, they were all enjoying this slaughter to the fullest, in order to earn a hefty reward from the Duran family. However, in this world, there are always some strange adventurer teams who, even when they can make money lying down, still manage to miss out on the silver cutie. For example, boss, where are we? We haven't seen a single ratman. A well-equipped adventurer party, carrying torches, slowly advanced through the dark sewers. One of the simple-minded barbarians asked the captain, Shire, a question. The sound was so loud that it reverberated throughout the entire sewer system, creating a buzzing noise. Barn, keep your voice down. Even if there are ratmen, they'll be scared away by your loud voice. Sean, the soldier covering the rear, whispered instructions. But there's really nothing here. We walked for 30 minutes, the torch was almost burned out. We didn't even see a single mouse hair. But at the black market exchange stalls, the skulls of ratmen preserved in lime powder were piled up almost as high as the houses. But there's nothing here. I was hoping to sleep with another woman tonight. Barn the barbarian was somewhat resentful, unsure whether it was because he was annoyed at not seeing the ratman or disappointed that his plans for the evening had fallen through. However, his voice was a few decibels lower, no longer so buzzing. All you ever think about is your thing, Barn. One day, you'll die from it. A beautiful female voice cursed viciously. It belonged to a short-haired female wanderer wearing leather armor, who was clearly dissatisfied with her teammate. MacDonald, to die on a woman is an honor for the Northmen? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Barn retorted, and unconsciously straightened his lower body slightly, but that was all. Otherwise, this team shouldn't even bother taking the risk, it would be better to just disband on the spot. Don't rush, Barn. If I'm not mistaken, this place shouldn't be far from the Ratman tribe. I remember entering through the sewers to the southeast. Where is Dong on Black Street, boss? Someone began to ask uncertainly. This. Siri pointed in a direction, somewhat uncertainly. My god, boss? I thought you'd gotten better at directions after the last few adventures, but I can't believe you still managed to confuse east and west. Maney was extremely distressed, almost to the point of despair, regarding her captain. If he didn't have second-tier strength, there's no way he would be the captain. Boss, let's hurry up and go up. I've had enough of this stench. The filthy sewers smell, and there's a foul odor too. Someone suggested it. Oh well. Knowing he had once again led the team astray, I helplessly shrugged, still somewhat puzzled. Isn't the right side of the Black Street entrance to the east? But he clearly saw quite a few adventurers gathered there. However, it took quite a long time to get there. The squad still couldn't find the sewer exit when, at that moment, the wanderer Manny, positioned on the right flank, suddenly became somewhat hesitant. Could we stop here? I need to use the restroom. I think I drank too much water this morning. Seeing that the sewer outlet seemed so far away, Manny couldn't hold it in any longer. There aren't any monsters around here anyway. Okay, go ahead, we'll wait for you here. Sherry stopped, and the other team members also stopped in unison, preparing to wait for the female wanderer to finish her business before heading to the next exit. So, Manny found a relatively narrow gap and hid inside. The gap was quite long, ending at a corner. She didn't know what was inside, but Manny wasn't thinking about it. The best course of action is to resolve this quickly. She swiftly crouched down, preparing to end the matter quickly. Suddenly, I felt a chilling aura staring at me from behind, as if I were being watched. With her keen intuition, Manny quickly turned her head to look, but the corner remained empty. There was nothing there. Is it just my imagination? McDonald, are you done yet? From outside the gap came Captain Shirai's voice, and Manny, who was crouching and somewhat hesitant, quickly replied, I'm here, but I feel like someone's watching me. As a wanderer, she could clearly feel the gazes around her, especially those filled with malice. That gaze just now gave her the feeling that she was being watched by a wild beast. But when I turned my head, I didn't see anything. Was it just my imagination? Minnie was somewhat hesitant, so she decided to ask her teammates for their opinions. Someone's spying on you? I'm perfectly fine here. Minnie, you can't doubt me. I have absolutely no interest in your flat chest and buttocks, which are even flatter than mine. Just as boring as men, haha. Barn, the barbarian from the north, still wouldn't miss any opportunity to humiliate Manny, since she always mocked his manhood. However, he mainly didn't take the sewers seriously, which is why he joked about Minnie so recklessly. After all, he had even ventured into ogre lairs and escaped from frost giants. He had even had a brief encounter with the wolf girl raised by the winter wolf, so the worldly wise Barn didn't take a mere sewer seriously. Even in this dangerous place, what kind of creature could possibly emerge? A goblin warrior? A bear goblin? Or perhaps a kobold spellcaster? That's nothing. In Barn's eyes, everything is just a matter of a few axe blows. As for even stronger monsters, don't be ridiculous. Are you suggesting a dragon might appear? Which colorful dragon or metal dragon would hide in this mess? Even the black dragon, who loves swamps the most, would probably keep its distance from places like sewers. Shut up, Barn. One day I'll shove your head up your a. Minnie, who was already somewhat irritable, was further enraged by this barbarian from the north. If she weren't outmatched, she probably would have already attacked. Say less, everyone. Manny, do you really feel it? Having completely lost her urge to urinate, Manny stood up, stepped out from the gap, and nodded to Shiare. Yes, I definitely felt someone was watching me, a very strong feeling. As she spoke, Manny took a spare torch from the soldier Sean beside her and lit it. Then she stepped into the crevice again, wanting to see what was inside. Should we let Barn in? The Wanderer's solitary incursion made Siri uneasy. He thought it best to have the most resilient northern barbarians at the front. It's too cramped in here. Barn, he'd be better off staying outside. Without hesitation, Manor retorted that if the northern barbarians wearing half armor wanted to enter this rift, they would probably have to turn sideways, and even retreating would be difficult. Then let Sean go with you. Sherry was still worried about Mainly venturing into the rift alone, so he decided to send a more composed warrior ahead, someone who could handle the situation. Grab your shields. Shiare handed Sean a small, round shield. It was his secondary weapon, the force field shield. It can be used to defend against flying arrows or sword attacks. Furthermore, it can transform into a 6-foot-high force field wall once a day, capable of withstanding attacks from spellcasters. It can be activated without magic power, making it a pretty good magical item, and it's also the only magical artifact in their team. If he encounters a monster in the rift, it will also make it easier for him to block. Although Shiare has a terrible sense of direction, she does a pretty good job in this area. Even the usually picky Manny has nothing to say about it. Seeing this, Manny withdrew first, and only followed after Sean entered the rift with his shield and longsword. Meanwhile, Siri, the northern barbarian Barn, and the taciturn dual-wielding ranger Finn stood guard outside. Shiare stood at the edge of the rift, only able to watch the two figures in the firelight walk further and further away. It wasn't until Manny shouted stop, that everyone's attention was drawn. What's wrong? There's a trap, but it's a very rudimentary warning trap. Even goblins could make one. However, they prefer to use metal traps to catch their prey. It seems to be a ratman's nest. Within 20 feet of the torchlight, Manny, looking sideways ahead, made a new discovery. There were rudimentary but well-hidden warning traps on the ground. Although she was young, she had been adventuring for 2 years. From a clueless newbie to a seasoned wanderer, she knew the traps in front of these monster lairs like the back of her hand. Is something really going on? Sherry was a little confused by this sudden accident. She had only wanted to go and find out what was going on, but it seemed that she had actually encountered something. So he called upon the ranger Finn behind him and decided to go forward to offer them some assistance to prevent the two from being left alone. The most important thing for an adventure team is unity. Those who are not united have long since died in the wilderness and become monster excrement. They've either become solo travelers, the kind who don't need burdensome teammates. And what about me? Am I just supposed to stand here and watch? Barn sensed something was amiss and felt a burning urge to act. Aside from his venting in the tavern these past few days, he hadn't taken any action for a while, and his hands were itching to do so. Barn, you wait here, don't let other monsters outflank us. Although sure I was somewhat worried about Barn being alone at the end, she had no other choice but to give this instruction. In the past, he would choose to have Sean cover the rear while Barn charged ahead, which suited the team's role. But now the rift is too narrow, even a 7-foot-tall northern barbarian wearing half-body armor has to turn sideways to enter, which is really unsuitable. Okay, but I won't ignore anything if there's any disturbance. Barn patted his half-armor, making a clanging sound, as if making a promise. In truth, he simply wanted to join the battle. The blood of the northern barbarians contained war and rage, only blood could bring them peace. Zairui did not refuse. If something unexpected were to happen, sending this northern barbarian forward would indeed be a good choice. Okay, it's finally all dismantled. With her body hunched over, Manny, who had dismantled dozens of warning traps along the way, let out a long sigh. Damn it, which idiot is so bored as to issue one warning after another, making me worry for nothing. As she remained vigilant against potential dangers and traps, Manny cursed in exasperation. There are about 40 feet to go before we reach the corner. Manuel turned to the side, letting the warrior Sean, who was holding a round shield, step forward to hold her off. Otherwise, her fragile little body could be killed by a volley of arrows, especially in this narrow area where there was no room to maneuver. She took a few more steps, when a fragrance filled the air, startling her so much that she quickly covered her nose. Be careful, it might be poisonous, she said, covering her nose. Startled, Sean quickly covered his nose with a piece of cloth, but Shiare, who was following closely behind, sniffed and said speechlessly, "The fragrance of the blue shadow flower, which is relatively rare in the sewers, could potentially net us at least 30 silver coins if we find more later. That's a key ingredient in making mage meditation potions. But I remember the Rogues Guild tests this. Manny, how come you even mentioned it's poisonous?" With a hint of skepticism, Shirley looked at her teammate, Manny. Manny scratched her head, put down the cloth, smelled it, and confirmed it was indeed the scent of blue shadow flowers. She said somewhat embarrassedly, "I was wrong. Don't do that next time, it'll cause a disturbance." Shiare, there's a noise around the corner? What's that? Manny's voice rang out again, still filled with astonishment. Shiare, who was about to scold Manny for being so startled, looked up and saw the corner where it had been. Beyond the firelight's reach, a pair of dark golden vertical pupils stared at them. Judging from the silhouette, it looks like a human. Sean stepped forward, trying to make the torchlight shine further, but the vertical pupils in front of them led the four of them unknowingly into a ground covered with a viscous black liquid. After all, sewers are naturally places where mud and filth accumulate, so it's perfectly normal for them to be a bit viscous and black. Finally, as they walked within 20 feet of the torchlight, they saw the owner of those dark golden vertical pupils. A dragonborn girl dressed in tattered clothes. Her delicate features and petite figure testify to the gentle beauty of the girl before me. Those vertical pupils added to his exotic charm. This is incredible. At least 300 gold coins? If we sell them to those noble lords. Sherry looked at the dragonborn girl before her, muttered to herself, and then immediately gave the order. Sean, grab her, alive. Even those with a poor sense of direction can have good luck, right? Meanwhile, the northern barbarians, who had been waiting impatiently at the entrance of the rift, also squeezed inside. He was lying on his side, looking quite disheveled.